Minus 30 seconds.
Real-time programs activated.
Minus 25 seconds. Minus 20 seconds. Minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Plus 5 seconds.
Liftoff normal.
P1 tracking.
PT tracking.
R2 tracking.
P2 tracking.
That was a brilliant liftoff, a sight to behold.
प्रज्वलन और सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन SSLV D1 लॉन्च व्हीकल का। SSLV D1 EOS-2 मिशन अपने गंतव्य की ओर। सभी तंत्र सुचारू रूप से काम करते हुए। बहुत ही रोमांच का पल है ये। प्रथम प्रमोशन SSLV D1 का।
Maiden launch of SSLV. The performance of first stage is as per the prediction.
First stage performance normal.
SHAR-1 as in main auto.
Plus 1 minute.
प्रथम चरण सामान्य निष्पादन करता हुआ।
SHAR-2 as in main auto.
वैज्ञानिक गण निरंतर नजर बनाए हुए हैं सभी आंकड़ों पर।
Flight parameters and ground trace on your screens right now. SHAR, Bangalore and Trivandrum telemetry stations tracking.
प्रथम चरण का प्रज्वलन काल करीब 117 सेकंड का होगा।
This 22.5 meter long stage is powered by HTPB based solid propellant, 87 tons mass. It generates a thrust of 2,600 kilonewtons. During the SS1 action time of 117 seconds, the altitude of the launch vehicle crosses about 85 kilometers.
प्रथम चरण के सभी तंत्र सामान्य कार्य करते हुए।
Second stage ignited. First stage separated.
अभी आपने सुना रेंज निदेशक ने घोषणा की द्वितीय चरण का प्रज्वलन हो चुका है तथा प्रथम चरण को पृथक कर दिया गया है।
As per the announcement of the Range Operations Director, the second stage has started its operation, generating maximum vacuum thrust of 235 kilonewtons.
द्वितीय चरण का प्रज्वलन काल करीब 200
Payload fairing separated.
221 सेकंड का। ऊष्मा कवच को पृथक कर दिया गया है।
Trivandrum and Port Blair stations presently tracking.
Plus 3 minutes.
अब हम 170 किलोमीटर की ऊंचाई पर आ चुके हैं।
There's a quick succession of several flight events. The SS1 separation, following the SS2 ignition.
Second stage performance normal.
And then the closed interstate separation, initiation of closed loop guidance for the flight, and of course, the dense atmosphere and 100 kilometers altitude has been crossed. The payload fairing also has been separated.
यान की गति 3.35 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड तथा ऊंचाई 228 किलोमीटर।
Plus 4 minutes.
इस घटनाक्रम में SS2 का प्रज्वलन काल खत्म होने के बाद करीब 90 सेकंड का कोस्ट फेज होगा।
Second stage action completed.
Current altitude is 260 kilometers. 4 hours, 4 minutes 30 seconds past the launch time.
इसे SS2 SS3 कंबाइंड कोस्टिंग फेज कहा जाता है। इस घटनाक्रम में अगली घटना होगी SS2
5
का
minutes.
पृथक्करण तथा SS3 का प्रज्वलन।
Vehicle performance normal.
यान पूरी तरह
Vehicle performance normal.
यान पूरी तरह सामान्य प्रदर्शन करता हुआ और अपनी उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर बढ़ता हुआ।
Next flight event is the separation of the second stage, which has completed its operation.
Second stage separated.
Now we have got the confirmation that the second stage has been separated.
Third stage ignited.
जी हाँ, द्वितीय चरण अपना प्रज्वलन काल तथा कोस्ट फेज पूर्ण करने के पश्चात पृथक कर दिया गया है तथा तृतीय चरण SS3 प्रज्वलित हो चुका है।
Right now the SSLV is in its third stage regime. The carbon fiber filament wound case with 4.5 tons of HTPB based solid propellant loading, SS3 will propel the rocket from 333.6 kilometers to 356.5 kilometers. A significant delta V addition takes place. It is about 3.7 kilometers per second. That's the amount of velocity increase.
SS3 का प्रज्वलन काल 112 सेकंड का होगा। इस दौरान यह निर्वात प्रणोद 160 किलोन्यूटन का उत्पन्न करेगा।
Third stage performance normal.
इस चरण के दौरान ही कक्षीय स्थितियां प्राप्त की जा सकेंगी।
Plus 7 minutes.
Singapore and Port Blair stations still tracking. The action time for third stage is 112 seconds, after which there will be a combined coast phase.
Third stage action completed.
तृतीय चरण अपना प्रज्वलन कार्य पूर्ण करता हुआ।
Vehicle is in hosting.
Presently, it's the regime of coasting. The third stage has completed its operation, but yet to separate from the ongoing
8
launch
minutes.
vehicle. Control for pitch, yaw and roll being provided by the velocity trimming module thrusters. In about 3 minutes of coasting, there is a triple velocity addition and triple altitude gain. VTM will then operate and compensate for the velocity necessary for the injection of satellites and also the correct altitude.
भारत इस साल को आज़ादी के अमृत महोत्सव की तरह मना रहा है। भारत के स्वतंत्रता के 75वें वर्षगांठ में पूरे भारत में तरह तरह से इसे मनाया जा रहा है। इसमें सभी ओर विकास और उन्नति की दिशा को दिखाया जा रहा है। यह पर्व इसरो में भी मनाया जा रहा है। इसी उद्देश्य के साथ मिशन न सिर्फ एक नवीन प्रमोशन यान का प्रदर्शक है, बल्कि मिशन के उपग्रह आज़ादी सेट पर आज़ादी के अमृत महोत्सव को समर्पित हैं।
We are 9 minutes past the launch time. Combined coasting in progress right now.
यह मिशन एक और कारण से महत्वपूर्ण है। इस यान में सफर कर रहे आज़ादी सेट को हमारे देश के ही 750 स्कूली छात्राओं ने मिलकर बनाया है। इस तरह यह मिशन महिलाओं को प्रोत्साहित करते हुए वुमेन इन स्पेस के थीम को भी सहायक बन रहा है। VTM वेलोसिटी ट्रिमिंग मॉड्यूल वह टर्मिनल चरण है जो कि अंतःक्षेपण की पूरी स्थितियां प्राप्त करेगा।
plus 10 minutes.
You are watching us live from the Mission Control Center here at Satish Dhawan Space Center, Sriharikota. This is a maiden launch of SSLV D1 EOS-03 mission.
अभी आप ऑन बोर्ड कैमरा की मदद से देख पा रहे हैं EOS 2 का पृथकीकरण तथा अंतःक्षेपण उसके उद्दिष्ट कक्षा में। VTM का कार्य पूर्ण हो चुका है और इसे बंद किया जा चुका है। अभी उपग्रह के प्रमोशन की जानकारी आ चुकी है। EOS 2 को सफलतापूर्वक अंतःक्षेपित कर दिया गया है।
Following the combined coast phase, the VTM ignition cutoff and EOS-02 separation, Azadi Sat separation, these flight events have taken place.
जी हाँ, इसकी पुष्टि कर दी गई है। EOS 2 तथा आजादी सेट को उनके उद्देश्य कक्षा में स्थापित कर दिया गया है।
The outcome of the mission is yet to be announced by the Range Operations Director.
मिशन की सफलता की औपचारिक घोषणा कुछ ही क्षणों में की जाएगी।
Viewers can stay tuned to the ISRO media portals to know the outcome of the mission of SSLV D1 EOS-02 mission.
All right, so what everybody is witnessing was essentially the launch of ISRO's smallest commercial rocket, the Small Satellite Launch Vehicle SSLV.
Visuals from the mission control centers on your screens right now. The experts looking at their monitors very intently.
We're going to continue to stay live on this and track this historic moment, and essentially the SSLV puts in orbit 2 satellites which offer cheap rides to space, and it's also eyeing a
आज़ादी
share.
सेट एक क्यूब सेट है जिसका भार करीब 8 केजी का है। इसमें कई सारे फेम्टो एक्सपेरिमेंट्स के लिए विभिन्न भार लगे हुए हैं। इन निदभारों को स्पेस किड्स इंडिया द्वारा एकीकृत किया गया है।
Now, essentially, with this mission, ISRO is also eyeing a share in the burgeoning small satellite launch market. Now, the 34-meter SSLV is 10 meters shorter than ISRO's Polar Satellite Launch Vehicle, also known as PSLV, and essentially it can put up payloads up to 500 kgs into a 500-kilometer planar orbit. Now, the
अभी तक
Azadi
उपग्रह से संपूर्ण संकेत नहीं आए हैं।
The AzadiSat has been built by 750 girl students from government schools. And I think it's important to note that this marks the culmination of a project that the students began about 6 months ago. So it's been 6 months in the making, and now ahead of Independence Day, this is a big historic moment that's being witnessed that you can see on your screens right now. And aboard the spacecraft, essentially, is an 8 kg microsatellite which carries 75 small payloads that were developed by the all-girls team from 75 rural schools across the country. And now you're witnessing the historic culmination of this project, which again was 6 months in the making. This is the maiden launch. Now, this mission marks 75 years of India's independence with the participation of 75 schools across states.
Hello.
Some other information that we have is that AzadiSat is also carrying a recorded version of the national anthem, which was sung by Rabindranath Tagore, which essentially is going to play in space to pay tribute to the country ahead of Independence Day. Now, another space song has also been prepared specially for the occasion, which will be released later today.
Good morning, all of you. The maiden flight of SSLV D1 just now completed. The SSLV's all stages performed as expected. The first stage performed and separated. The second stage performed and separated. The third stage also performed and separated. And we had in the terminal phase of the mission, some data loss is occurring, and we are analyzing the data. And we will come back on the status of the satellites and as well as the vehicle performance soon. So until then, please bear with us that we are currently in the process of analyzing the data to conclude on the final outcome of the mission with respect to a stable orbit achieved or not. So please please wait and we'll come back. Thank you so much for your patient viewing of this live telecast from SDS Ishar. Thank you so much once again.
All right, essentially this exciting and historic moment when the SSLV has been launched into space, and currently the progress of this mission is being tracked, of course. Now this is the maiden flight of ISRO's smallest launch vehicle, the SSLV D1. And what it's carrying is essentially on Azadi-Sat is an 8 kg microsatellite, which is carrying 75 small payloads, which has been developed by an all-girls team from 75 rural schools across India. Now, why 75? Of course, it's ahead of India's 75th independence anniversary. And it's important to note that this launch marks the culmination of a project that the students in these schools began 6 months ago. Now, it's an exciting moment, and I think one thing to note about this is that Azadi-Sat is also carrying a recorded version of the national anthem, which was sung by Rabindranath Tagore. Now, this is going to be playing in space in order to pay tribute to India. And another space song, which was prepared specially for this, will also be launched later today. Now, with this exciting and historic moment, we're heading into a very short break, but stay with us.
She, Partha, how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita, eh?
No, you're confusing us as usual. He, and why can't he be having intimate relations with her?
Because Arpita, he's like film star, so beautiful. And look at Partha, she looks like me. Unbelievable, unbelievable, Baba. Howdy, Baba.
That's okay. My wife is pretty and come on, I mean, these things happen. Let's not get personal. Is Partha guilty of any crimes?
Udi Baba, Partha and Arpita together, it is a crime.
Okay, now look, this isn't... Just because you have an open cupboard filled with money doesn't mean you can do what you want in India. Or does it? Okay, let's get serious. He is the foremost leader of the TMC and right hand of Mamata Banerjee. And at this very moment, he looks very, 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 very guilty.
You see, the fact is that he is somewhat guilty of crime.
One sec, so you are agreeing that he has committed a crime?
Somewhat I agree.
No, so you agree that he may have laundered money?
Very possibly. But that is small crime.
Hang on. That crores of unaccounted cash, gold and jewelry found on him is a small crime.
It is, of course, shameful. But that is small crime.
1 second, that he may have hundreds of crores worth of Binami properties. Small crime.
Ekta aparad. But that is also small crime. Chota aparad.
Okay, in that case, what is the big crime, or rather the biggest crime?
The biggest crime, Bishal aparad, Atyant Bishal aparad, is he is still in TMC and not in BJP.
Now that's a crime. Now that is really a crime. Yeah.
Otherwise, washing machine would have cleaned up everything. Bishi, washi, clean.
So Mamata Banerjee's right-hand man, Cabinet Minister and Secretary General of the TMC, Partha, known as the Paratha, Chatterjee, was detained by the Enforcement Directorate after over rupees 50 crore This is a huge moment. People should be proud when you hear names like 50 crore. In unaccounted cash, gold bars, dollars, cars and property papers were discovered at his and his very intimate friend, I don't know if they're intimate, but they're friends, Arpita Mukherjee's home. Now, he is refusing to cooperate in ED custody. He keeps saying, Mera ghar nahi hai, but with a Bengali accent, so they're not able to understand. Most of them are from the north, so the whole communication is all over the place. But his alleged spokesperson wants to cooperate with us. Joining us now is alleged spokesperson for Partha Chatterjee, who seems to have left the cupboard open there. Maybe he thinks we need the bribe. I mean, we do need the bribe, but what can we help you with? I can't even enter my own building because the chief minister's chamchas are standing outside. That's democracy. Hello, sir.
Kemon ache? Bhalobashi, how are you?
Partha Chatterjee, firstly, what an interesting name, yaar.
You see, what happened is that this name was given to me when I was suffering from very chronic disease.
What disease would that be?
Excessive flatulence, hence Partha Chatterjee.
Such an unnecessary piece of information, but I suppose in terms of embarrassment, not the worst thing. Getting back to Partha Chatterjee.
You see, the fact is that the whole thing is completely unbelievable.
No, 1 second. Are you saying that the fact that he was caught with so much of all this is unbelievable? Unaccounted for cash, gold, cars, that sort of thing?
No. That is believable.
Then what is the unbelievable part?
What is unbelievable is that how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita. She, Partha, how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita, eh?
No, you're confusing us as usual. He, and why can't he be having intimate relations with her?
Because Arpita, he's like film star, so beautiful. And look at Partha, she looks like me. Unbelievable, Baba. Howdy, Baba.
That's okay. My wife is pretty and come on, I mean, these things happen. Let's not get personal. Is Partha guilty of any crimes?
Udi Baba, Partha and Arpita together, it is a crime.
Okay, now look, this isn't, just because you have an open cupboard filled with money doesn't mean you can do what you want in India, or does?
Welcome back. It's another big win for the NDA. Jagdeep Dhankar has been elected as the Vice President of India. Dhankar bagged 528 out of 710 votes, while opposition candidate Margaret Alva got only 182 votes, indicating cross-voting by opposition members. Prime Minister Modi went to Parliamentary Affairs Minister Prahlad Joshi's residence and congratulated the new Vice President on his victory. And BJP Chief JP Nadda also met the newly elected Vice President and congratulated him, while Home Minister Amit Shah in a tweet mentioned that Dhankar will prove to be an ideal guardian of the Constitution. This is, of course, due to his illustrious career when it comes to law. Meanwhile, massive celebrations were held at Dhankar's hometown, Junjunu district, and Dhankar is slated to take oath as the Vice President on the 11th of August.
He has a very good vast knowledge about the Constitution and law, and also quite witty. I'm quite confident that he will handle the situation in the Rajya Sabha very well, and I'm also so happy that it is a very, very decisive victory, and he is also an eminent lawyer, a very eminent lawyer, and a farmer also. This is a rare combination.
And he will be a wonderful chairman for the Rajya Sabha. Will be an outstanding vice president. The nation is blessed to have a president, a tribal lady president, Mahamahim Draupadi Murmuji. The nation is blessed to have a son of a farmer, an eminent jurist as the Vice President of India. And I think both Prahladji as the Parliamentary Affairs Minister and I as the Leader of the House are very fortunate that we'll get a chance to work with Honorable Shri Jagdeep Dhankar ji, the Vice President of India.
उस किठाना गांव से ये निकले हुए और वहां से इन्होंने अपनी यात्रा शुरू की और सैनिक स्कूल के माध्यम से फिर झुंझुनू जिले से एमपी, फिर केंद्र में मंत्री, फिर अजमेर जिले के कृष्णनगर से एमएलए, फिर ये बहुत हाई कोर्ट और सुप्रीम कोर्ट के अच्छे वकील और उसके बाद गवर्नर वेस्ट बंगाल के और हर जगह उन्होंने अपना एक व्यक्तित्व के नाते ख्याति प्राप्त की। भारत के उपराष्ट्रपति के नाते भी ये अपने व्यक्तित्व के माध्यम से संविधान के अनुरूप अपने पद की गरिमा को तो ये बनाए रखेंगे ही, लेकिन ख्याति भी प्राप्त करेंगे, ऐसा मुझे लगता है।
Now, the situation between China and Taiwan gets more tense as the PLA has decided to continue with its military drills around Taiwan until the 15th of August. Now, Taiwan has accused China of planning an attack on its main island, and more Chinese fighter jets crossed the median line last evening, and Taiwan is not taking this lightly. The island nation has deployed their own jets to scare Chinese aircrafts. Meanwhile, the Chinese Foreign Ministry has put the onus of escalation on the United States by saying that the White House should have stopped the U.S. Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, from visiting Taiwan. Now, Beijing has been ramping up its military exercises along the Taiwan Strait following Nancy Pelosi's visit. CNN's Selena Wang has more details on what some experts are calling a major escalation by China.
Missiles firing into the sea around Taiwan. Fighter jets scrambling to take off. And plumes of smoke seen by residents in the Chinese city closest to Taiwan. The video shows live rockets being fired towards the Taiwan Straits. Moments later, state media confirmed the launch. The woman filming says, "Wow, we're witnessing history." Beijing unleashing a show of force on Taiwan over U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island. China's military claims it's starting the largest ever drills around the island.
My teammates and I flew our fighter and headed for the airspaces around the Taiwan island. We are ready for combat and able to fight at any time.
Defying Beijing's threats, Pelosi met with Taiwan's president and key lawmakers and business leaders. Crowds of supporters in Taipei welcomed her.
Taiwan has been an island of resilience, and now more than ever, America's solidarity with Taiwan is crucial, and that is the message we are bringing here today.
China's foreign ministry says the trip is a, quote, outright farce. Taiwan calls this the median line. More than 20 Chinese warplanes crossed the line the day after Pelosi landed, an unprecedented number.
They're demonstrating that they don't recognize Taiwan's lines because they don't recognize Taiwan. So this is an act of political warfare, psychological warfare, and information warfare. It's also a very important signal to China's own people to demonstrate its resolve.
These boxes encircling the island are where Beijing says their military drills are happening. It's a blockade, say both Beijing and Taipei, and a major provocation in the eyes of Taiwan and the U.S. But to a lot of Chinese citizens, it's not enough, especially after officials had hyped up expectations of an unprecedented military response. Disappointed, wrote one person on China's Twitter-like platform Weibo. Another mocked that its leaders should speak less, do more. But far from speaking less, officials are issuing one fiery statement after another, all condemning Pelosi's trip. It also banned imports of thousands of food items from Taiwan and suspended exports of natural sand, a key component in semiconductor chips. All of this rage just over a two-day visit. Pelosi's presence in Taiwan, a slap in the face to Beijing, which insists the self-governed island is a rebel Chinese province. Pelosi is out of Taiwan, but she left a crisis behind her. Beijing's retaliation is just getting started.
All right, we have some breaking news coming in right now. The chief ministers of different states have started arriving for the Niti Aayog meeting, which will be chaired by Prime Minister Modi in a short while from now. Now you can see these visuals on your screen. Now I'm crossing over to my colleague Maria Shakil to give us more details on this. Maria, tell us about what we're going to be seeing today in terms of the Niti Aayog meeting and the agenda of the meeting as well.
Yes, so Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be chairing the 7th meeting of the Governing Council of Niti Aayog, which is happening at the Rashtrapati Bhavan Cultural Center. And this would be the first in-person meeting of the Governing Council, which has chief ministers of various states as their members. And this is happening after July 2019. Because of pandemic, there could not have been any in-person meetings. And as far as the agenda that was circulated by the Niti Aayog is concerned, it said that this is about crop diversification, concerns related to agriculture, issues of self-sufficiency in oil seeds, and of course also the implementation of NEP, which is the National Education Policy. So there has been that push for that, and in the drive towards building a steady, sustainable and inclusive India is what the government think tank of Niti Aayog has been saying, and also emphasizing on synergies. But because India is commemorating 25 years of independence, and hence the emphasis on Atmanirbhar Bharat, and also in the spirit of cooperative federalism, is what the official statement had said. And as part of the preparations for this meeting, which is being attended by the chief ministers of all states and union territories, along with senior officials of the central and state governments, we have seen, there are several conferences that was held. Of the chief secretaries was also held in Dharamshala in June 2022, 2 months ago, which was the culmination of 6-month-long rigorous exercise by the center and the state. Just before this meeting that we are seeing the visuals of all the chief ministers starting to arrive at the Rashtrapati Bhavan Cultural Center where this meeting is going to be held. We did see a war of words play out between Niti Aayog and KCR, that is Telangana Chief Minister. He had said that his suggestions have not been included and that the spirit of cooperative federalism is being trampled upon by the center. Niti Aayog was quick to respond and retort to these charges that was leveled against the body. They went on to say that it's unfortunate that KCR is not attending this crucial meeting. The idea is certainly of this meeting is of cooperative federalism and greater ensuring that the center and the state can work together to achieve what the government has been pitching for, particularly because it's 75 years of independence, which is Atmanirbhar Bharat.
All right, Maria, thank you so much for joining us and bringing us those details. This is something that we will continue to track, but for right now, we're heading into a short break. Stay with us.
Was detained by the Enforcement Directorate after over rupees 50 crore. This is a huge moment. People should be proud when you hear names like 50 crore. In unaccounted cash, gold bars, dollars, cars and property papers were discovered at his and his very intimate friend, I don't know if they're intimate, but they're friends, Arpita Mukherjee's home. Now, he is refusing to cooperate in ED custody. He keeps saying, Mera ghar nahi hai, but with a Bengali accent, so they're not able to understand. Most of them are from the north, so the whole communication is all over the place. But his alleged spokesperson wants to cooperate with us. Joining us now is alleged spokesperson for Partha Chatterjee, who seems to have left the cupboard open there. Maybe he thinks we need the bribe. I mean, we do need the bribe, but what can we help you with? I can't even enter my own building because the chief minister's chamchas are standing outside. That's democracy. Hello, sir.
Kemon ache? Bhalobashi, how are you?
Partha Chatterjee, firstly, what an interesting name, yaar.
You see, what happened is that his name was given to me when I was suffering from very chronic disease.
What disease would that be?
Excessive flatulence, hence Partha Chatterjee.
Such an unnecessary piece of information, but I suppose in terms of embarrassment, not the worst thing. Getting back to Partha Chatterjee.
You see, the fact is that the whole thing is completely unbelievable.
No, 1 second. Are you saying that the fact that he was caught with so much of all this is unbelievable? Unaccounted for cash, gold, cars, that sort of thing?
No. That is believable.
Then what is the unbelievable part?
What is unbelievable is that how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita.
She?
She, Partha, how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita, eh?
No, you're confusing us as usual. He, and why can't he be having intimate relations with her?
Because Arpita, he's like film star, so beautiful. And look at Partha. She looks like me. Unbelievable, Baba. Howdy, Baba.
That's okay. My wife is pretty and come on, I mean, these things happen. Let's not get personal. Is Partha guilty of any crimes?
Udi Baba, Partha and Arpita together It is a crime.
Okay, now look, this is just because you have an open cupboard filled with money doesn't mean you can do what you want in India, or does it? Okay, let's get serious. He is the foremost leader of the TMC and right hand of Mamata Banerjee, and at this very moment, he looks very, 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 very guilty.
You see, the fact is that he is somewhat guilty of crime.
One sec, so you are agreeing that he has committed a crime?
Somewhat I agree.
No, so you agree that he may have laundered money?
Very possibly, but that is small crime.
Hang on. That crores of unaccounted cash, gold and jewelry found on him is a small crime.
It is of course shameful, but that is small crime.
1 second, that he may have hundreds of crores worth of Binami properties, small crime.
Ekta aparad, but that is also small crime, chota aparad.
Okay, in that case, what is the big crime, or rather the biggest crime?
The biggest crime, Bishal Aparad, Atyant Bishal Aparad, is he is still in TMC and not in BJP.
Now that's a crime. Now that is really a crime. Yeah.
Otherwise, washing machine would have cleaned up everything. Bishi, washi, clean.
So, Mamata Banerjee's right-hand man, Cabinet Minister and Secretary General of the TMC, Partha, known as the Paratha, Chatterjee, was detained by the Enforcement Directorate after over rupees 50 crore. This is a huge moment. People should be proud when you hear names like 50 crore. In unaccounted cash, gold bars, dollars, cars and property papers were discovered at his and his very intimate friend, I don't know if they're intimate, but they're friends, Arpita Mukherjee's home. Now, he is refusing to cooperate in ED custody. He keeps saying, Mera ghar nahi hai, but with a Bengali accent, so they are not able to understand. Most of them are from the north, so the whole communication is all over the place. But his alleged spokesperson wants to cooperate with us. Joining us now is alleged spokesperson for Partha Chatterjee, who seems to have left the
Good morning, everybody. You're watching the morning news on CNN News 18. I am Aisha Varma. Another KCR versus Centre face-off is brewing over the Niti Aayog meeting, which is going to be taking place in a short while from now. Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao has written a letter to Prime Minister Modi saying that he will be skipping the Niti Aayog meeting as a mark of strong protest against the present trend of the centre allegedly discriminating against states. This is his claim. Meanwhile, the Niti Aayog has termed KCR's decision to not participate in the Governing Council meeting as unfortunate. In their response to KCR's remarks, the Niti Aayog added that despite requests for a meeting, the Chief Minister has not yet responded. Now, chief ministers have already started arriving for the meeting, and it's not just chief ministers who are going to be attending. You also have chief secretaries, you have lieutenant governors. Special invitees include union ministers as well, and of course, the prime minister is going to be chairing this meet. Now, this meet is taking place for the first time since 2019. Of course, there was a break due to the pandemic, and we're seeing everybody gather for the first time since 2019. Now, some things on the agenda for the meet include the issues of crop diversification and achieving self-sufficiency in oilseeds and pulses and agri-communities as well. Now, some other things that are on the table when it comes to this important Governing Council meet is the implementation of the National Education Policy, school education, and the implementation of the National Education Policy for higher education. Now, beyond this, you're also going to have a focus on urban governance as well. Now, in the backdrop of this entire thing, we just went over the details of a face-off between K. Chandrasekhar Rao and the centre. Now, we're going to listen in specifically to what the Telangana Chief Minister had to say. Listen in.
Practically, it's a literal truthful dictatorism. It is imposing of schemes which are undesirable to the states. The imposition of GST tax on various issues like handloom weaving, milk, crematoriums have to be withdrawn. The poor beedi workers are suffering because the beedi industry is almost under closure. Mission Kakatiya and Mission Bhagirath. Niti Aayog has crystal clearly recommended for sanctioning 24,000 crores of grant for both these schemes. But the government never bothered to honor the recommendation. For these valid reasons, painfully, I am clearly declaring to the nation that I am boycotting tomorrow's Niti Aayog meeting.
All right, now I'm crossing over to my colleague Maria Shakil to give us more details on this. Maria, we just listened into what the Telangana Chief Minister had to say about boycotting the meeting. I believe eyes are also going to be on West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee meeting with the Prime Minister as well during the meet. Can you give us more details on that aspect as well?
Yes, so West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee will be attending the Niti Aayog meeting. In fact, visuals have started coming in from the Rashtrapati Bhavan Cultural Center where this meeting is scheduled to begin any moment now. What the Niti Aayog had said soon after this press conference that was, conducted by KCR was that a delegation led by Vice Chairman of Niti Aayog had met Telangana Chief Minister in Hyderabad on 21st of January 2021 to issues pertaining to the state, which is essentially they are highlighting the bigger consultative process which was undertaken by Niti Aayog to decide the agenda of today's meeting. Remember, this is the first in-person meeting which is happening of Niti Aayog since 2019 because of the pandemic. Such meetings really could not take place. And what was also communicated was that the Government of India, through all the ministries as well as the Prime Minister's office, has been interacting with the states and also the union territories on all issues of national importance. What was also communicated in that press release that was put out by Niti Aayog in response to KCR was that when he specifically talks about the water sector. Over the last 4 years, the Government of India has allocated 3,982 crores under the Jal Jeevan mission for the state of Telangana. However, the state chose to draw only 200 crores. So the Niti Aayog is squarely blaming Telangana government and Mr. KCR for not participating in this. And they also said that it's rather unfortunate that he has chosen to, boycott it when this governing council meeting, which is going to begin any moment, is actually a forum where the highest political leadership in the country, be it the center or the state, deliberate on developmental related issues. But because the meeting has begun, we'll have to wait and see what are the points being expressed by chief ministers, particularly of opposition ruled states. A number of chief ministers who are already in Delhi, be it, Bhupesh Baghel, Congress chief minister of the state of Chhattisgarh, or Mamata Banerjee, have already met the prime minister yesterday. And they communicated the issues related to the states. But because the nature of the platform is big, we could expect some kind of political fireworks also that can play out.
Absolutely, Maria. Thank you so much for those details. But do stay with us because I also want to cross over to our colleague Swastika Das to give us more context on this as well. Swastika, what I wanted to ask you was more about what the people of Telangana should really be thinking when it comes to the decision of their chief minister to not attend an important as crucial as the Niti Aayog meet.
Well, even as a war of words happens between the Telangana government as well as the Niti Aayog, the arguments put forth by the Telangana Chief Minister is that Niti Aayog, the intention with which it was created, that it gives a platform to all the chief ministers to raise their concerns, has failed. He says that now it is more like a dictatorial body rather than catering to the needs of the state. And Telangana has been fighting on the issue of funds since last 2 years now. In fact, the argument that Chief Minister Chandrasekhar Rao has put forth is that back in 2016, Niti Aayog had recommended a grant of 5,000 crore rupees for Mission Kakatiya. In addition to that, it had also recommended grant for the other projects here in the state, which is Mission Bhagiratha, as well as funds for some backward states as well. Telangana Chief Minister says that the government of India had not only ignored these recommendations, but also did not release any money for these schemes. Moreover, Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao went on to allege that the centre has been claiming credit for the schemes that have been fully carried out by the state. Now, we need to understand that all of this is coming in the backdrop of the BJP here in Telangana slowly creating a perception to become as the sole challenger to the TRS government. And that's why in the recent past, it's not just one issue, Aisha, right from the issue of receiving the Prime Minister, breaking the protocol, to not attending meetings and not attending the Niti Aayog meeting today to be chaired by the Prime Minister. This all goes on to show that politically the TRS has now ramped up its attack on the center, whether it is back home in Telangana as well as at the central level. What KCR has said, that unless there is going to be any kind of improvement from the Niti Aayog side, from the central government side, he is going to take legal action as well. Now, when he's going to take, that is something that is that only the future can tell. But at this point in time, the Chief Minister has categorically said, and I quote, that I do not find it useful to attend the 7th Governing Council meeting. I'm staying away as a mark of strong protest against the present trend of the central government, which has been allegedly discriminating states like Telangana.
All right, Swastika, stay with us. We're going to come back to you for more details on this, but I also want to bring in Nikhil Lakwani to give us more context on what we're going to be expecting today when it comes to the meet. Nikhil, can you tell us more about what schemes will be in focus when it comes to the Niti Aayog meeting?
Well, Aisha, your voice is breaking, so I'm not able to hear your question. But we are currently reporting from outside the Rashtrapati Bhavan Cultural Center, where all the CMs who were expected to reach here, they are arriving one by one. So the meeting is, expected to start in a short while from now. All the CMs, all the state CMs are expected to become a part of the same. And as mentioned by Swastika as well, this is the 7th Governing Council, and it becomes even important because after 2019, this is the first in-person meeting of the Governing Council of Niti Aayog, which is going to take place. This is the 7th meeting, as has been mentioned earlier as well. And there are various issues, Aisha, which needs to be discussed. Firstly, the crop diversification, apart from it, self-sufficiency in oil seeds, and the implementation of national education policy for both higher education and secondary education as well, apart from the urban diversification. So many of the issues are there on the card, and on June 2022, a separate meeting was held of chief secretaries of all the states in the city of Dehradun. So the foundation was laid down in the month of June as to what needs to be discussed in this particular meeting. But it becomes even important because this is happening on the backdrop of the COVID-19, and post 2019 July, this is the first ever meeting which is going to be chaired in person by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and many of the state CMs are expected here. CM from opposition party, we have seen that since last few days, Mamata Banerjee, who is the TMC leader and Chief Minister of West Bengal, she is already in the national capital. She is also going to become part of the same. Bhupesh Baghel from Chhattisgarh state, he is also going to be here. But from TRS party and from Telangana state, Chief Minister KCR has clearly written a strong worded letter saying that the intention with which the Niti Aayog was formed, it has not been achieved. And in the last fiscal year, the Telangana government spent close to 1,90,000 crore, out of which only 500 crore was provided by the central government. And the whole agenda, the whole brainstorming which used to take place earlier in Niti Aayog, it is not taking place as of now. It has become even unuseful. This is the reason why he has, he's not going to participate, as a message to Prime Minister Narendra Modi that, see, you have to change the ways with which the Niti Aayog actually performs. If you remember, Aisha, before 2014, it used to be Planning Commission, but after the coming of Bharatiya Janata Party in the establishment, they changed the name to Niti Aayog. And many of the members of Niti Aayog, they are also going to participate in the same. So apart from CM, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, members of Niti Aayog, special invitees as union ministers, they are also going to participate in this particular meeting. Back to you, Aisha.
All right, Nikhil, stay with us because essentially we have some more breaking news coming in on this story. Chief Minister Nitish Kumar is also going to be skipping the Niti Aayog meeting today. This will be his 5th time in a row skipping central meetings. Now, apart from the Telangana Chief Minister, you also have the Bihar Chief Minister skipping this meeting. Now, I'm crossing over to my colleague Saurabh to give us more details on this. Saurabh, why is Nitish Kumar going to be skipping this meeting now? What's the information that you have?
Asha, yes, you are right. This is the fifth time Nitish Kumar is going to skip the meeting, which is called by Centre. Earlier, when Union Home Minister Amit Shah called the CMs of the states to discuss Tiranga event, Nitish Kumar skipped that meeting, and after that, the dinner was called by Prime Minister Modi for the outgoing President Kovind. Then also he couldn't visit and attend the dinner party. And lately, the oath ceremony which was held at Delhi for the newly elected President Murmu, he also skipped the meeting, but it was cited that he was suffering from COVID, and because of that he couldn't go to attend that oath ceremony. But today, as he has recovered and he has been on tour of different places in the state, but no reasons have been given as to why he is unable to attend Niti Aayog's meeting. In fact, he has we got the schedule of the Chief Minister. He has some meetings today at 11:30 and again at in the evening at 5 o'clock. But why he couldn't go to Niti Aayog is not officially told by anyone. This is the latest update, Aisha.
All right, now Saurabh, I remember that sources had earlier told our channel that the Bihar's Chief Minister is unhappy with the centre post the crackdown of the PFI terror module, because he was saying essentially that Bihar was in the news for all of the wrong reasons. Could this possibly be the reason for why he's continuing to skip these meetings when they're called by the centre?
Yes, although no official statements have been made by the JDU or Nitish Kumar about the PFI event that occurred last month, and but there were talks that the CM was not happy with the way the central agencies were conducting searches, and also by the BJP leaders who were commenting on the state's law and order and the way, and also the president of BJP of the state, Sanjay Jaiswal's statement that said that the state failed to protect, and to carry out the law and order in the state, and because of that, the terrorist organizations such as terrorist organizations are prevailing in the state. These kinds of statements obviously irritated Chief Minister. Also, the event that took place on 12th of July when Prime Minister Modi visited Patna, there was the photograph of Chief Minister and official invitation of Chief Minister was missing from that prospectus of that was issued on his arrival. So these and there were many issues. If we talk about the central, some 10 leaders were provided Y category, security in the state. This also made people unhappy with the way the center was supporting BJP leaders. And it was indicated that the JDU was failing to protect the leaders of the state. These kinds of events that took place in the last 2 months, it obviously irritated the JDU as well as the Chief Minister. Maybe that could be a reason, but no official statements as to why he's not visiting the center and attending the meetings have come from Chief Minister's, from his side.
All right, Saurabh, thank you so much for joining us and bringing us those details. Now, I also want to cross back over to Nikhil Lakwani, who is live at the center, Rashtrapati Bhavan, where essentially the Niti Aayog meeting is happening. Nikhil, tell us more about what you're seeing around you. Now, we're getting information as well about a second Chief Minister who is skipping this meeting, which is a very crucial meet for communication between the center and the states. But also tell us about what's happening around you.
So, Aisha, we are currently reporting from outside the Rashtrapati Bhavan, and as far as the scenes are concerned, I would urge my camera person to show you the visuals from outside the place where the meeting is supposed to take place. So, this is outside the Rashtrapati Bhavan Cultural Center where the vehicles are passing by. This is the VVIP place where the movement since morning is taking place. All the chief ministers are expected to arrive here and become part of the meeting. And I would urge my camera person to pen on that particular poster which says that Team India and 7th meeting of the governing council. So as we have mentioned earlier as well, that this is the 7th meeting and first in person after 2019. So in last 2019 July, the meeting took place. In fact, before July, before the pre-COVID era, the meeting took place. So after COVID, this is the first ever in-person meeting where the Prime Minister is going to chair that particular high-level meeting where all the CMs are expected, except for the fact that KCR who is the Chief Minister of Telangana, he has already said that he is not going to participate to protest against the Niti Aayog and how its functioning usually takes place. And now the Chief Minister of Bihar, Nitish Kumar, as well, and as mentioned by Saurabh Rathore, who is our correspondent in Bihar state, clearly saying that this is the 5th time when the meeting has been escaped by Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar for the 5th time. So various reasons are being recited from both the Chief Ministers that they are not going to participate. It also sends out a message to the central government that, see, you have to look better as far as the smooth functioning of the state and center is concerned. This is something which has been mentioned in the strong-worded letter written by KCR, Telangana Chief Minister, to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And it has to be seen in a wider perspective, Aisha, because you see next year, the elections are due in the state of Karnataka, in the state of Telangana as well. And if we talk about the TRS party, a few months back, a protest was staged largely by CM KCR in the national capital Delhi because of the procurement of the paddy issue. So a few years back, they used to share a cordial relationship, but now it has come to this level that since the last 4 to 5 times when Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited the Telangana state, as per the protocol, a CM is expected to receive Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the airport, but he did not, he did not receive Prime Minister Narendra Modi in person. In fact, he had sent either his son KTR or some other minister, cabinet minister, to receive Prime Minister Narendra Modi as a message to give out to the central government that, see, enough is enough. You need to look to our concerns as well. So this is something to be seen in the wider perspective and in the elections perspective as well. But as far as the meeting is concerned, this is a crucial meeting where all the CMs, as we have mentioned earlier as well, for all those viewers, Aisha, who are now joining on CNN News 18.
Okay.
So Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to chair the event. All the CMs who have already said that they are going to participate, they are arriving here one by one.
Okay.
And apart from it, members of the Niti Aayog, Vice Chairperson of Niti Aayog, and special invitees as Union Minister, they are going to participate, and many of the agendas are there on the card, including crop diversification, oil seeds as well, sufficiency of oil seeds, and implementation of national education policy in higher and secondary level of education,
Absolutely.
apart from urban diversification. So these are the couple of agendas which needs to be discussed in this particular meeting. Aisha, back to you.
All right, Nikhil, Swastika and Maria, thank you so much for joining us and bringing us those details. This is a story we'll continue to track, but for right now, we're heading into a very short break. Stay with us.
After over rupees 50 crore. This is a huge moment. People should be proud when you hear names like 50 crore. In unaccounted cash, gold bars, dollars, cars and property papers were discovered at his and his very intimate friend, I don't know if they're intimate, but they're friends, Arpita Mukherjee's home. Now, he is refusing to cooperate in ED custody. He keeps saying, Mera ghar nahi hai, but with a Bengali accent, so they're not able to understand. Most of them are from the north, so the whole communication is all over the place. But his alleged spokesperson wants to cooperate with us. Joining us now is alleged spokesperson for Partha Chatterjee, who seems to have left the cupboard open there. Maybe he thinks we need the bribe. I mean, we do need the bribe, but what can we help you with? I can't even enter my own building because the chief minister's chamchas are standing outside. That's democracy. Hello, sir.
Kemon ache? Bhalobashi, how are you?
Partha Chatterjee, firstly, what an interesting name, yaar.
You see, what happened is that his name was given to me when I was suffering from very chronic disease.
What disease would that be?
Excessive flatulence, hence Partha Chatterjee.
Such an unnecessary piece of information, but I suppose in terms of embarrassment, not the worst thing. Getting back to Partha Chatterjee.
You see, the fact is that the whole thing is completely unbelievable.
No, 1 second. Are you saying that the fact that he was caught with so much of all this is unbelievable? Unaccounted for cash, gold, cars, that sort of thing?
No. That is believable.
Then what is the unbelievable part?
What is unbelievable is that how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita.
She?
She, Partha, how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita, eh?
No, you're confusing us as usual. He, and why can't he be having intimate relations with her?
Because Arpita, he's like film star, so beautiful. And look at Partha, she looks like me. Unbelievable, unbelievable, Baba. Howdy, Baba.
That's okay. My wife is pretty and come on, I mean, these things happen. Let's not get personal. Is Partha guilty of any crimes?
Udi Baba, Partha and Arpita together, it is a crime.
Okay, now look, this is just because you have an open cupboard filled with money doesn't mean you can do what you want in India. Or does it? Okay, let's get serious. He is the foremost leader of the TMC and right hand of Mamta Banerjee, and at this very moment, he looks very, 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 very guilty.
You see, the fact is that he is somewhat guilty of crime.
One sec, so you are agreeing that he has committed a crime?
Somewhat I agree.
No, so you agree that he may have laundered money?
Very possibly, but that is small crime.
Hang on. That crores of unaccounted cash, gold and jewelry found on him is a small crime.
It is of course shameful, but that is small crime.
1 second, that he may have hundreds of crores worth of Binami properties, small crime.
Ekta operad, but that is also small crime, chota operad.
Okay, in that case, what is the big crime, or rather the biggest crime?
The biggest crime, Bishal operad, Atyant Bishal operad, is he is still in TMC and not in BJP.
Now that's a crime. Now that is really a crime. Yeah.
Otherwise, washing machine would have cleaned up everything. Bishi, washi, clean.
So Mamta Banerjee's right-hand man, Cabinet Minister and Secretary General of the TMC, Partha, known as the Paratha, Chatterjee, was detained by the Enforcement Directorate after over rupees 50 crore. This is a huge moment. People should be proud when you hear names like 50 crore. In unaccounted cash, gold bars, dollars, cars and property papers were discovered at his and his very intimate friend, okay, I don't know if they're intimate, but they're friends, Arpita Mukherjee's home. Now, he is refusing to cooperate in ED custody. He keeps saying, "Mera ghar nahi hai," but with a Bengali accent, so they are not able to understand. Most of them are from the north, so the whole communication is all over the place. But his alleged spokesperson wants to cooperate with us. Joining us now is alleged spokesperson for Partha Chatterjee, who seems to have left the cupboard open there. Maybe he thinks we need the bribe. I mean, we do need the bribe, but what can we help you with? I can't even enter my own building because the chief minister's chamchas are standing outside. That's democracy. Hello, sir.
Kemon ache? Bhalobashi, how are you?
Partha Chatterjee, firstly, what an interesting name, yaar.
You see, what happened is that his name was given to me when I was suffering from very chronic disease.
What disease would that be?
Excessive flatulence, hence Partha Chatterjee.
Such an unnecessary piece of information, but I suppose in terms of embarrassment, not the worst thing. Getting back to Partha Chatterjee.
You see, the fact is that the whole thing is completely unbelievable.
No, 1 second. Are you saying that the fact that he was caught with so much of all this is unbelievable? Unaccounted for cash, gold, cars, that sort of thing?
No. That is believable.
Then what is the unbelievable part?
What is unbelievable is that how she can be having intimate relationship with all.
Welcome back. Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot has once again stoked a massive controversy with his recent remarks. Gehlot said that after the Nirbhaya rape case, the central government made a provision to hang the accused in the rape case, and ever since that law has been passed, incidents of murder after rape have only increased. Now, Gehlot claimed that the trend of murder after rape has reached an alarming level across the country, and he also added that according to him, the rapist feels that the victim will become a witness against him, and due to this, makes the decision to then kill the victim. Meanwhile, the BJP has hit out at Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot, saying that he is putting the blame on laws and victims and not on the rapists themselves.
Once again, the Congress party is doing Balatkari Bachao Andolan by Mr. Ashok Gehlot, where he blames the strict rape laws and not the rapists for the murders that take place after rape, shows the mindset of the Congress party. They want less strict laws, less stringent laws, gentler laws for the rapists. Why is their heart beating for the rapists and not for the women who are suffering? And women today are saying that forget ladki hu lad sakti hu. The slogan in Rajasthan is ladki hu kya bach sakti hu.
All right, now I'm crossing over to my colleague Bhavani Dior to give us more details on this. Bhavani, क्या जानकारी है आपके पास इस स्टेटमेंट के बारे में? ये कब कैसे कहते थे और ये क्यों इस स्टेटमेंट को कहा?
देखिए ऐसा कल दिल्ली में बीकानेर हाउस के अंदर मीडिया से बात करते हुए अशोक गहलोत ने ये स्टेटमेंट दिया था। जब एक सवाल पूछा गया इससे रिलेटेड, उन्होंने ये कहा कि जो बलात्कार पे राजस्थान के अंदर जो महिलाओं के साथ रेप की घटनाएं वो देश में सबसे ज्यादा है, इसलिए लगातार ये सवाल अशोक गहलोत मुख्यमंत्री से पूछे जाते रहे। तो उन्होंने ये कहा कि माइनर के साथ, छोटी बच्चियों के साथ में बलात्कार की घटनाओं के बाद हत्या ज्यादा हो रही है, क्योंकि जो रैप करने वाले हैं उनको ये डर है कि ये विटनेस से बन जाए, इसके बाद में हत्याएं बढ़ी है। और उन्होंने इसका हवाला दिया निर्भया केस के बाद में, जब कैपिटल पनिशमेंट किया गया माइनर के साथ रैप को, उसके बाद में कि फांसी की सजा। तो एक तरफ उन्होंने कहा फांसी की सजा के प्रावधान के बाद में हत्याएं ज्यादा हो रही है रेप के मामलों में, जो माइनर के साथ रेप हो रहा है। इसको लेकर काफी सवाल इसलिए खड़े हो रहे हैं कि एक राजस्थान के अंदर सबसे ज्यादा माइनर के साथ में रेप हो रहा है, और उसको जस्टिफाई उन्होंने ये करने की कोशिश की कि कैपिटल पनिशमेंट किया, उसके बाद में ये घटनाएं बढ़ी है। और ये पहली दफा नहीं है। अशोक गहलोत रेप के बयानों को लेकर इससे पहले भी कई बार विपक्ष के निशाने पर रहे, जब उन्होंने राजस्थान के बारे में कहा था कि राजस्थान में जो रेप के केसेस है वो उनमें से फर्जी ज्यादा है, फेक ज्यादा है। तो इस तरीके से ये पूरे मामले में एक तरह से मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत की राजस्थान के अंदर हो रहे रेप के मामलों पर सफाई की। जी
Bhavani, शुक्रिया हमें वो डिटेल्स देने के लिए. Now, I also want to welcome two guests who are joining us on this broadcast. First is Mr. Gokul Chandran, who is a political analyst, and then we also have Ashwani Dubey, who is an advocate of the Supreme Court. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. I first want to come to you, Mr. Gokul Chandran. I wanted to ask you about how you view the statement made by Ashok Gehlot, also considering that in 2020, Rajasthan topped the list when it comes to crimes against women.
Yeah, good morning. See, I have not heard what Mr. Ashok Gehlot has clearly said. Whatever has been passed down, exactly I don't know what he has said. But even considering your news channel on what he has said, see, we are making a big news out of a open-ended statement. He has not told anything concretely. He has just informed. He has just informed what is happening. He just said because of this, maybe because of this, the victims are being killed. He just made a statement. He never justified or blamed anyone. He just made an open statement, which is a fact also, which might be a fact. That is what data shows also. Further, he might have suggested that we should be changing something, we should be suggesting something, that nothing is being reported. So a open-ended statement is being given colors of different perceptions, and we are making a story out of it. So it is better to ask him exactly what he meant, what he wanted to say, what he wanted to convey. Only after that we can actually comment. Other than that, from what I can hear from your reporter, Mr. Ashok Gehlot has stated a fact. This is why, because of this law, the murders are happening. He has just made a statement on what is happening and nothing more to that. And the BJP shouting over it, I don't understand. The BJP itself is a Balatkar Janata Party, and I don't know why they are so much furious about a normal statement made by a chief minister.
All right, Mr. Chandran, I'm also going to be bringing in Mr. Ashwani Dubey to give us his perspective on this entire statement that's been made by the Rajasthan Chief Minister. Mr. Dubey, you heard what Mr. Chandran had to say. Essentially, he thinks that we should be waiting for a clarification of the statement. He also says that political color is being added to the statement, and he's saying that this is a fact, what Ashok Gehlot has said. What do you have to say about, can you give us details about the arguments for and against the death penalty when it comes to rape? And is it correct to really blame the death penalty for why incidents of violence against women are rising after assault?
Yeah, thank you for having me here. See, with the rising number of rape and sexual harassment cases which are being registered on daily basis, and the people who are responsible to ensure the law and order, and the people who are responsible to give protection to the women, who are 40% of the over the population of this country, are making this kind of a statement. It's really a big blot on the system. The people who run the system, people who are looking after the affairs of the state, are making this kind of a statement. Look, instead of asking that the more and more number of women police officers should be employed to prevent these kind of these kind of incidents, and also to strengthen that the women feel safe in the country. But instead of that, blaming these indecent clothing, making this kind of a statement that rape and murder cases have increased, and also this is giving increasing the this domestic violence cases, and not only the public safety. They should talk about the public safety. They should talk about discouragement, that people should not do these kind of things. They should realize that they need more and more law and order machineries who should work. What has happened after the Vishaka versus state of Rajasthan? Bhavari Devi was gang raped by 5 men as she was preventing child marriage. She went to the trial court, but the trial court acquitted all 5 accused. Later, Vishaka, a group for women educated and research, undertook the case to Bhavari Devi and filed a petition before Supreme Court for sexual harassment. Supreme Court, after analyzing so many things, given direction. In Nirbhaya's case, you see what has happened after the Nirbhaya case. There was changes in the Indian Penal Code and the legal system of this country, where many things related to the women were made as a criminal. The judgment of Supreme Court widened the definition of rape laws in India. The Supreme Court reviewed all the facts of the case and gave a death sentence to 4 adults and sent the minor to reform from 3 years. At a time when we need that more and more laws are needed, at a time when we see that the people who are responsible to maintain the law and order of the state is making this kind of it shows that they don't have faith in system. Instead of protecting the women who are facing harassment, we are in the 75th years of the independence. Azadi ka Amrit Mahotsav hum mana rahe, and at this point of time making this kind of a statement, look, it will take you nowhere. So time has come where these kind of, at least the responsible people should not make this kind of a statement. You see the sufferings of the women.
Absolutely. Mr. Dubey, I also thank you for those valid points, but I also wanted you, since you're an advocate of the SC, I also wanted you to also elaborate on the arguments, the legal arguments for and against the death penalty when it comes to rape.
See, ultimately, there are 2 penalties, either the life imprisonment or the death penalty. So death penalty is the stricter and stringent this punishment which should be given to these kind of person. If a 6-year-old child is being raped, 7-year-old child is being raped, people are luring the small girls and making them their life vulnerable. In these cases, do you think that they should be pardoned? There is a need to strengthen the law, and also to give a message to the society that in a time-bound manner, the trial court takes up those matters on a fast-track court and take it to the logical end, so that the victims should get justice, and the accused who has done these kind of act, they should be punished. So death penalty or that is completely depend on the each and every facts and circumstances of the case. Now courts have to look at this, but I think that the law which is there, it should take it on its course, and all the people responsible in the society who are the lawmakers, they should not make this kind of a statement.
All right. Now, Mr. Chandran, I also want to bring you back to this. Now, you said that you didn't know what Mr. Gehlot was saying when it comes to this controversial remark. I'm going to read it out for you. He essentially said that after the Nirbhaya rape case, the central government made a provision to hang the accused in the rape case. And ever since the law has been passed, incidents of murder after rape have only increased. Now, this is the statement that he made. And yeah. So you were asking for us to wait for a clarification or of his statement. What I wanted to ask you then, bouncing off of that, is what you think about the death penalty when it comes to rape.
See, first of all, I heard through your reporter what Mr. Ashok Gehlot said, and I didn't hear Ashok Gehlot personally. That's what I wanted to say.
All right.
So I didn't get the exact meaning. What question was asked to Mr. Ashok Gehlot during the press conference which made him to say that statement? See, it is not that Mr. Ashok Gehlot woke up one fine morning and made a statement. No, something was asked to him. In response to that, he made a statement, and he gave an answer basically. It's not even a statement. He gave an answer. Maybe the question might be why the such cases are increasing. What do you think the reason behind it? Something might be like that. We are only taking a part of that and we are making a story out of it. That's what I wanted to tell. See, regarding the death penalty, see, after the death penalty was introduced, how many people were hanged to death for raping someone? There were many clear evidences against people who have committed rapes. And tell me, even at least one person has been till date hanged to death? No. So the court should take more strict action, and they should, when they deliver the judgment, they should be strict without looking at the human. If the judge is convinced, if the court is convinced that this guy has raped, this guy has committed a heinous crime, then they shouldn't hesitate to send him to the gallows. That is what I wanted to say. But then you should see the merit of the case also. As we discussed earlier, as Mr. Ashok Gehlot had told earlier, there are many fake rape cases also which is being filed. So in some cases, we know we know clearly this is being done. It is not a fake case. And such cases, the strict action should be taken. And for example, to make an example, at least few people should be hanged to death so that it will be a deterrence to others not to commit that crime.
All right, Mr. Gokul Chandran and Mr. Ashwani Dubey, thank you so much for joining us and bringing us your perspectives on this story. Now we have some breaking news coming in right now. A police team was attacked by some anti-social elements in Kathua, which led to a law and order situation. Now, as miscreants had a sharp-edged weapon, 2 Jawans were injured and the police fired 2 rounds in the air. Now, a case has been registered and a probe into the situation is currently underway. I'm crossing over to my colleague Tejinder Singh Sodhi to give us more details on this. Tejinder, what can you tell us about this attack that has taken place in Kathua?
See, Aisha, this was the early morning searches that were going on in Kathua area by the Jammu and Kashmir police after they got information of some law and order problem in the area. The searches were being conducted in the Kathua area, wherein some anti-social elements, they started attacking towards the police party. They started pelting stones, and these anti-social elements were also carrying sharp-edged weapons. So they attacked the police team which was carrying out searches in the area, after which the police team had to fire 2 rounds in the air to save themselves. And now more police personnel, they were rushed to the area. The people, the anti-social elements who attacked the police party are being identified. A case has already been registered in the Kathua police station, and the probe is underway. The police says that they will soon identify the people who attacked the police team with sharp-edged weapons. 2 police personnel have received minor injuries in the incident, and they were sent to the hospital. And after they got the first aid, they were relieved from the hospital. And now the case has been registered and the probe is underway. Yes, Aisha.
All right, Tejinder, thank you so much for joining us and bringing us those details on this latest input. Now, with that, we're heading into a very short break, but stay with us.
Why are you skirting my straightforward question, Dr. Sunil Singh? You are saying the unwritten law is because they are Muslim majority students, they want holiday on Friday. So I am asking you, in schools where majority of the students are Christian, will you decide that they can take their holiday on Sunday?
Can the world afford another one? And this time, even if it's going to be between China and Taiwan, what lessons has the world drawn, if any, from the war between Russia and Ukraine in a way that we can prevent another one?
What is being promised here is irrational freebies, which influences voters, completely vitiates the entire process.
It is a good example for the rest of the world that the fight against terror must continue.
I've left the cupboard open there. Maybe he thinks we need the bribe. I mean, we do need the bribe, but what can we help you with? I can't even enter my own building because the chief minister's chamchas are standing outside. That's democracy. Hello, sir.
Kemon ache? Bhalobashi, how are you?
Partha Chatterjee, firstly, what an interesting name, yaar.
You see, what happened is that his name was given to me when I was suffering from very chronic disease.
What disease would that be?
Excessive flatulence, hence Partha Chatterjee.
Such an unnecessary piece of information, but I suppose in terms of embarrassment, not the worst thing. Getting back to Partha Chatterjee.
You see, the fact is that the whole thing is completely unbelievable.
No, 1 second. Are you saying that the fact that he was caught with so much of all this is unbelievable? Unaccounted for cash, gold, cars, that sort of thing?
No. That is believable.
Then what is the unbelievable part?
What is unbelievable is that how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita.
She?
She, Partha, how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita, eh?
No, you're confusing us as usual. He, and why can't he be having intimate relations with her?
Because Arpita, he's like film star, so beautiful. And look at Partha, she looks like me. Unbelievable, Baba. Howdy, Baba.
That's okay. My wife is pretty and come on, I mean, these things happen. Let's not get personal. Is Partha guilty of any crimes?
Udi Baba, Partha and Arpita together, it is a crime.
Okay, now look, this is just because you have an open cupboard filled with money doesn't mean you can do what you want in India. Or does it? Okay, let's get serious. He is the foremost leader of the TMC and right hand of Mamta Banerjee, and at this very moment he looks very guilty.
You see, the fact is that he is somewhat guilty of crime.
1 sec, so you are agreeing that he has committed a crime?
Somewhat I agree.
No, so you agree that he may have laundered money?
Very possibly. But that is small crime.
Hang on. That crores of unaccounted cash, gold and jewelry found on him is a small crime.
It is, of course, shameful. But that is small crime.
1 second, that he may have hundreds of crores worth of Binami properties. Small crime.
Ekta operad. But that is also small crime. Chota operad.
Okay, in that case, what is the big crime, or rather the biggest crime?
The biggest crime, Bishal operad, Atyant Bishal operad, is he is still in TMC and not in BJP.
Now that's a crime. Now that is really a crime. Yeah.
Otherwise, washing machine would have cleaned up everything. Bishi, washi, clean.
So, Mamta Banerjee's right-hand man, Cabinet Minister and Secretary General of the TMC, Partha, known as the Paratha, Chatterjee, was detained by the Enforcement Directorate after over rupees 50 crore. This is a huge moment. People should be proud when you hear names like 50 crore. In unaccounted cash, gold bars, dollars, cars and property papers were discovered at his and his very intimate friend, I don't know if they're intimate, but they're friends, Arpita Mukherjee's home. Now, he is refusing to cooperate in ED custody. He keeps saying, "Mera ghar nahi hai," but with a Bengali accent, so they're not able to understand. Most of them are from the north, so the whole communication is all over the place. But his alleged spokesperson wants to cooperate with us. Joining us now is alleged spokesperson for Partha Chatterjee, who seems to have left the cupboard open there. Maybe he thinks we need the bribe. I mean, we do need the bribe, but what can we help you with? I can't even enter my own building because the chief minister's chamchas are standing outside. That's democracy. Hello, sir.
Kemon ache? Bhalobashi, how are you?
Partha Chatterjee, firstly, what an interesting name, yaar.
You see, what happened is that his name was given to me when I was suffering from very chronic disease.
What disease would that be?
Excessive flatulence, hence Partha Chatterjee.
Such an unnecessary piece of information, but I suppose in terms of embarrassment, not the worst thing. Getting back to Partha Chatterjee.
You see, the fact is that the whole thing is completely unbelievable.
No, 1 second. Are you saying that the fact that he was caught with so much of all this is...
Welcome back. We have some breaking news right now coming in. This is a big catch for the NIA ahead of Independence Day. A suspected ISIS sympathizer was arrested last night by the agency from Delhi. He is accused of carrying out suspicious activities for ISIS. This is the latest information that we have about a big catch by the NIA. Now, this is right before Independence Day, of course. Now, essentially what the development is that a suspected ISIS sympathizer was arrested last night by the agency from Delhi, the national capital. Now, what we know about this right now is that the suspected ISIS sympathizer, you can see his image on your screens right now, is that he is accused of allegedly carrying out suspicious activities for ISIS. Now, I'm crossing over to my colleague Shankar Anand to give us more details on this. Shankar, आप इस ISIS sympathizer के बारे में क्या details है?
देखिए, केंद्रीय जांच एजेंसी एनआईए के द्वारा मोहसिन अहमद नाम के एक युवक को गिरफ्तार किया गया है। ये युवक दिल्ली के बाटला हाउस इलाके में रहता है। पिछले काफी सालों से यहाँ पे रह रहा था। ये काफी ज्यादा उम्र का नहीं है, लेकिन इसकी जो भूमिका है वो भूमिका आतंकी संगठन आईएस से जुड़े हुए संदिग्ध गतिविधियों को अंजाम देने में जुड़ा हुआ था। तो इस मामले की गंभीरता को देखते हुए इसे गिरफ्तार किया गया है। कल देर रात में बाटला हाउस इलाके में एनआईए की टीम पहुंची थी। उसके बाद वहां से हिरासत में ले आने के बाद एनआईए मुख्यालय में रखा गया। उसके बाद पूछताछ के बाद औपचारिक तौर पर अब इसको गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है। ये मूल रूप से बिहार का रहने वाला है, लेकिन जिस तरह से आतंकी संगठन आईएस के साथ में सोशल नेटवर्किंग साइट के साथ जुड़ा हुआ था, लगातार बातचीत का जो एक प्रोसेस है वो जारी था और कई जो महत्वपूर्ण जानकारियां और संदिग्ध जो गतिविधियां हैं उसमें लिप्त होने का एक मामला देखने को मिला और लिहाजा इसी मामले की गंभीरता को देखते हुए उसे गिरफ्तार किया गया है। जिस धाराओं की अगर बात करें तो धारा काफी संगीन धाराओं के तहत इसे गिरफ्तार किया गया है कि यूएपीए एक्ट के तहत 153A, 53B समेत आईपीसी के कई धाराओं के साथ गिरफ्तार किया गया है। और अगर मामले की बात करें तो 25 जून को एनआईए के द्वारा आईएस से जुड़े हुए कई मॉड्यूल के बारे में एक एफआईआर रजिस्टर किया गया था और उसी एफआईआर के तहत कई आरोपियों को तलाशा जा रहा था। और निश्चित तौर पर देखिए 15 अगस्त का त्योहार आने वाला है। 15 अगस्त को लेकर जांच एजेंसियां और खुफिया एजेंसियां काफी सतर्क है और उसी के तहत इस मामले पर आगे की कार्रवाई को अंजाम देते हुए इस संदिग्ध आतंकी को गिरफ्तार किया गया है। फिलहाल मोहसिन अहमद से एनआईए मुख्यालय में विस्तार से पूछताछ की जा रही है। जी
Shankar, shukriya हमें वो details देने के लिए. Now, shifting focus, it's day 9 of the Commonwealth Games and it marked another memorable day for India. Now, wrestlers Ravi Dahiya, Vinesh Phogat, Naveen Kumar and para-table tennis player Bhavina-Ben Patel won the gold medal for India, while the nation accumulated 3 silver and 7 bronze medals, taking the nation's tally in this year's event to 40. Now, 3 other wrestlers, Deepak Nehra, Pooja Gilot and Pooja Sehag, won the bronze medals, and Priyanka Goswami and Avinash Sable won the silver in the women's 10-kilometer race walk and the men's 3,000-meter steeplechase, respectively.
बहुत अच्छी तैयारी थी। मैंने जैसी प्रैक्टिस की थी, जैसे ट्रेनिंग की थी, बहुत अच्छा रिजल्ट दिया और खरे उतरा ट्रेनिंग की। बिल्कुल टेंशन फ्री था आज और कोई भी प्रेशर नहीं था। मैंने बहुत अच्छी बाउट लड़ी और पाकिस्तान को हराकर बहुत होता हूँ। जो भी मैंने करने की चाहती जो सब कुछ हुआ है और बहुत ज़्यादा प्राउड फीलिंग हो रही है और मैंने अपने देश के लिए गोल्ड मेडल जीता और इंग्लैंड में झंडा लाया। बहुत अच्छा लगा है।
ऐसा लग रहा है कि मेरा जो मैं हर दिन ट्रेनिंग करती हूँ वो आज निखर के आई है। मुझे तो रोना भी आ रहा था, मतलब समझ में नहीं आ रहा था कि मतलब वो फीलिंग्स कैसे मैं शब्दों में बयां करूँ। ये मेडल मैं खास करके मेरी फैमिली को, मेरे कोच सर और मेरे जो फ्रेंड्स हैं उनको, पूरी भारत वासियों को मैं इसका क्रेडिट देना चाहती हूँ।
काफ़ी खुशी हो रही है। जैसे लॉन्ग डिस्टेंस में स्टीपल चेस में हमने मेडल जीता है, तो पहला ही हमारा इसी इवेंट में मेडल है। मेन फोकस मेरा ये था कि अगर मुझे मेडल जीतना है तो मुझे केनियंस को बीट करना ही पड़ेगा। तो मैं उसी हिसाब से प्लान कर रहा था कि मुझे जैसे जाना है।
दुख है उस बात का कि कहीं ना कहीं मैं गोल्ड के लिए नहीं कर पाई, लेकिन अभी जो है हाँ मैंने ब्राउन मेडल की बाउट में अपना 100% देने की कोचिज का बहुत अच्छा सपोर्ट रहा। हमारे आए हुए कोच साहब है उन्होंने बहुत अच्छे से हमें मेंटली तौर से तैयार किया कि नहीं अभी हमें मेडल के लिए लड़ना है और जिससे हम मेडल जीत पाए। अच्छा लग रहा है। अभी फैमिली है, कोचीज है, तो उनके लिए तो स्पेशली धन्यवाद बनता है। बिल्कुल जी।
मैं सेमीफाइनल कुश्ती हार गई थी, बहुत दुख है और मैं देशवासियों से माफ़ी मांगती हूँ कि विश थी कि मैं यहाँ राष्ट्रगान बजाऊँ, बट सर अभी तो ब्रॉन्ज ही मिला। कुश्ती में जो गलती हुई उस पर काम करूँगी, बस यही है कि लास्ट में हार गई, इस पर मुझे ज़रूरत है काम करने की।
All right, this is breaking news coming in now. After Pooja Gehlot expressed disappointment on failing to win the gold, she has received outpouring support for her efforts, with Prime Minister Modi leading from the front. He sent an encouraging message to the wrestler, saying, "Your medal calls for celebrations, not an apology." And he also said that your life journey motivates us, your success gladdens us, you are destined for great things ahead. This is essentially what the Prime Minister said after Pooja Gehlot expressed disappointment on failing to win the gold. He gave words of reassurance, specifically saying that your medal calls for celebrations and not an apology. I'll just read out his quote. Essentially, he's saying, "Pooja, your medal calls for celebrations, not an apology. Your life journey motivates us. Your success gladdens us. You're destined for great things ahead. Keep shining." Those are the words of reassurance from the Prime Minister after Pooja Gehlot essentially expressed disappointment on failing to win the gold. The situation between China and Taiwan gets more tense as the PLA has decided to continue with its military drills around Taiwan until the 15th of August. Taiwan has accused China of planning an attack on its main island. More Chinese fighter jets crossed the median line last evening, and Taiwan isn't taking it lightly. The island nation has deployed their own jets to scare Chinese aircrafts. Meanwhile, the Chinese Foreign Ministry has put the onus of escalation on the United States by saying that the White House should have stopped the U.S. Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, from visiting Taiwan. Now, Beijing has been ramping up its military exercises along the Taiwan Strait following Nancy Pelosi's visit, and CNN's Selena Wang has more on what some experts are calling a major escalation by China.
Missiles firing into the sea around Taiwan. Fighter jets scrambling to take off. And plumes of smoke seen by residents in the Chinese city closest to Taiwan. The video shows live rockets being fired towards the Taiwan Straits. Moments later, state media confirmed the launch. The woman filming says, "Wow, we're witnessing history." Beijing unleashing a show of force on Taiwan over U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island. China's military claims it's starting the largest ever drills around the island.
My teammates and I flew our fighter and headed for the airspaces around the Taiwan island. We are ready for combat and able to fight at any time.
Defying Beijing's threats, Pelosi met with Taiwan's president and key lawmakers and business leaders. Crowds of supporters in Taipei welcomed her.
Taiwan has been an island of resilience, and now more than ever, America's solidarity with Taiwan is crucial, and that is the message we are bringing here today.
China's foreign ministry says the trip is a, quote, outright farce. Taiwan calls this the median line. More than 20 Chinese warplanes crossed the line the day after Pelosi landed, an unprecedented number.
They're demonstrating that they don't recognize Taiwan's lines because they don't recognize Taiwan. So this is an act of political warfare, psychological warfare, and information warfare. It's also a very important signal to China's own people to demonstrate its resolve.
These boxes encircling the island are where Beijing says their military drills are happening. It's a blockade, say both Beijing and Taipei, and a major provocation in the eyes of Taiwan and the U.S. But to a lot of Chinese citizens, it's not enough, especially after officials had hyped up expectations of an unprecedented military response. Disappointed, wrote one person on China's Twitter-like platform Weibo. Another mocked that its leaders should speak less, do more. But far from speaking less, officials are issuing one fiery statement after another, all condemning Pelosi's trip. It also banned imports of thousands of food items from Taiwan and suspended exports of natural sand, a key component in semiconductor chips. All of this rage just over a 2-day visit. Pelosi's presence in Taiwan, a slap in the face to Beijing, which insists the self-governed island is a rebel Chinese province. Pelosi is out of Taiwan, but she left a crisis behind her. Beijing's retaliation is just getting started.
Well, that's it from me. Up next, you have my colleague Toya Singh to take you forward with the biggest stories of the day, so stay tuned.
Aisha, thank you. Good morning to our audiences. It's a Sunday morning. We're about to take you through all of the country's top stories. Our first story starts in Maharashtra. Let's take a very quick look at what it is. A group of men attacked a resident of Karjat in Maharashtra's Ahmednagar district. This was on August 4th, leaving him severely injured. Police are now probing allegations that it was linked to his support to Nupur Sharma. Remember, Nupur Sharma is the since suspended BJP leader whose comments on Prophet Muhammad and Islam 2 months ago sparked off a huge row. Now, 4 arrests have been made so far. There has already been, you might remember, a murder in Maharashtra's Amravati, besides one in Udaipur in Rajasthan, apparently also over social media posts supporting Ms. Sharma. Now, Karjat itself, where this incident that we're telling you about took place, it saw a bandh on Friday on a call by some Hindu organizations. BJP MLA Nitish Rana demanded that the case be given to the National Investigative Agency, which is probing the other 2 murders also.
डॉक्टर बाबासाहेब आंबेडकरांच्या संविधानावर चालणारे हा देश आहे. हिंदूंना मारून टाकण्याचा पर्यंत अगर मजाल जात असेल तर आमचाही हात कोणी बांधलेला नाही. सगळ्या गोष्टीवर माननीय उपमुख्यमंत्री साहेबांचा बारीक लक्ष आहे.
All right, and we have some breaking news coming in related to this story. This is the inside track, so we're bringing you more particular details on this attack. We're now learning, and this is a very important update, that the main motive in this case is likely past personal enmity between the victim and the accused. So the Nupur Sharma angle, it seems, is currently being ruled out. There have been past cases registered against the victim. The police have not been able to find that social media posts which the victim claims he'd put out in support of Nupur Sharma. Cops are still investigating all the angles. As of now, 6 accused have been arrested. So a very important clarification coming in there. My colleague Herman is with us live this morning to bring us more updates on this story. Herman, just for our audiences, can you walk us through right from the original incident to why the police started investigating this angle to the clarification that we now have?
Well, Toya, good morning. Yes, we are right now in Ahmednagar outside the police station, and I've spoken to some senior police officers who are part of this probe, and what they have been pointing out at this point in time is that it seems that the main motive likely of this entire attack is because of past personal enmity between the victim as well as the accused. Now, the victim, do remember, is currently in the ICU in the hospital here in Ahmednagar. He has had previous cases being registered against him. So in such a scenario, can it be taken, whatever he says, as the gospel truth? That is something that is creating doubts in the minds of the investigating officers. Secondly, what he claimed was in his complaint that when he was attacked by members of a particular community, 14 of them in all, 6 of them who have been arrested, that they had warned him, saying that this attack was because he had put out posts on social media in support of Nupur Sharma. Now, during the current investigation, it has come to light that the police have been unable to find this post, which was in support of Nupur Sharma, as claimed by the victim. If I can ask my video journalist Tabrez to pan out towards my right-hand side, you will see the 4-wheeler there that has been now seized by the investigating officers. This particular vehicle is in which the accused had come and attacked the victim. Now, besides that, what also senior sources have been suggesting is that the medical reports are quite contrary to what the victim claims as him having not very serious injuries. The victim had claimed that the accused had come with sickles and other sharp objects, but currently what they say is that it's likely that only sticks were used to beat up the victim. Now, the victim is someone who has also had previous cases against him. He has been externed, so he has a certain sort of, there's a personal enmity between this group. Now, 14 of them had come to attack him, out of which 6 have been arrested so far, and we do know that this is a case relating to rioting. But as of now, even though he claims that it was because of Nupur Sharma, the possibility of it being ruled out later on during the once the thorough investigation is complete cannot be ruled out, Toya.
All right, and Herman, is the police planning to pursue action against the victim also?
Well, that would come at a later stage, since I was saying that they're still investigating the matter. But what they say is that the victim claims it was because he put up a post, but that post is not available. They cannot find the investigating officers. He also claimed that they came with sticks and they came with sickles as well as other sharp objects. But it only turns out that they only used sticks to beat him up. Besides that, the medical reports have been also pointing out that they are not extremely serious injuries. Plus, he's been someone who's had criminal cases registered against him. He's been externed, in fact, from the Ahmednagar district in the past too, and as such, because he has this sort of history of cases against him, besides that the enmity with this group too, that cannot. So this seems to be more of a rivalry rather than what the victim has been claiming. Was he under the pressure of a particular organization as such? That is something that is currently being investigated. We do know that the FIR currently has been filed against section 307, which is attempt to murder, 143 which is a member of unlawful assembly, as well as other sections too. But this, as of now, seems to be more of a case of personal enmity, and therefore was he under the pressure of any sort of organization to use the Nupur Sharma angle? That is currently being probed by the investigating officers here.
Okay, and Herman, quickly before we let you go, if you could give us a status update on the health of the victim right now.
Well, yes, he has been admitted at the Medcare hospital in Ahmednagar. He is currently undergoing treatment. Those of us who were close to him had claimed that he had received 35 stitches, medical stitches, after he was assaulted, and is currently right now recuperating in the hospital. But the medical reports seem to be quite contrary to what his close supporters have been stating so far.
Okay, all right, Herman, thank you so much for bringing us those details. For our audiences, we're going to very quickly move on from this story now to more important national updates. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, as we speak, is chairing the 7th Governing Council meeting of Niti Aayog. Chief ministers from across the country are attending, but there are some notable missing faces. On one side, as you can see on the right side of your screens, you have Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao. He wrote a letter to the Prime Minister saying that he will be skipping the meeting as a mark of strong protest against the present trend of the centre allegedly discriminating against states. The Niti Aayog has termed KCR's decision to not participate as unfortunate. In their response, they said that despite requests for a meeting, the Chief Minister did not respond. Another particularly important face that's missing right now is Chief Minister Nitish Kumar. He's a particularly important face because remember, the JDU is an ally with the BJP in the state of Bihar. So the fact that one of BJP's alliance partners has chosen to skip, that's being looked at with a lot of surprise. Remember, this is his 5th time in a row skipping a central meeting. Now, we have more details for you, but very quickly first, we're going to take you to hear what the Telangana Chief Minister had to say. Take a look.
Practically, it's a literal truthful dictatorism. It is imposing of schemes which are undesirable to the states. The imposition of GST tax on various issues like handloom weaving, milk, crematoriums have to be withdrawn. The poor BD workers are suffering because the BD industry is almost under closure. Mission Kakatiya and Mission Bhagirath. Niti Aayog has crystal clearly recommended for sanctioning 24,000 crores of grant for both these schemes. But the government never bothered to honor the recommendation. For these valid reasons, painfully, I am clearly declaring to the nation that I am boycotting tomorrow's Niti Aayog meeting.
So 10 points, yeah. All right, very quickly, we want to take you in more depth through what the Telangana Chief Minister had to say. And we're going to show you as we do that how the Niti Aayog responded to each point. So on the first side, he said federalism is being eroded by the centre. He's obviously referring there to the political structure upon which the country is made, upon which a number of these government organizations are structured. Niti Aayog's response is that, look, federalism, the thing that you want to keep and preserve, is the thing upon which our organization is built. Then on the other side, you have what KCR has said. He said that some states are being discriminated against. That in particular is a remark you've had a number of chief ministers make. He's one of them. The West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has also said similar in the past. A number of opposition leaders have said so in the past. Niti Aayog's response to that is that strong measures are in place to work with the very states that you're talking about. Again, KCR on the left, he said that recommendations of states, so again and again, this is a back and forth process. States do get to put their own point of view forward. In particular for KCR, you might remember the case of his farmers and agriculture, different procurement amounts when it comes to the centre and what they're ready to procure and not. That's been a big cause of controversy over the last few months. The Niti Aayog's response to this is charges, it's said here that you can see that states were not cooperating. Their entire point is that this is an entirely incorrect thing to say. Moving on here, KCR's attack. The centre micromanages schemes that exist for states. Here all he's implying is that the centre, despite giving out the money, is overlooking it in an incredibly sharp way. The Niti Aayog's response to that, more than 30 meetings have been held with chief ministers in the last 1 year. So the Niti Aayog's point, we're doing our job, we're trying to do our job. KCR's point here, the Chief Minister of Telangana, the centre's unilateral policies are not good for the nation. So if you're putting out a set of policies and expecting them to apply equally across states in the country, that's unfair where different states bring different histories. Niti Aayog's response to that is KCR didn't respond for consultations despite repeated requests. Now, we have colleagues with us right now to bring us updates. My colleague Nikhil, as you can see on the screen right now, standing outside where the meetings are taking place. Nikhil, you're braving the rain. Thank you. Nikhil, bring us an update. We know that the meeting started a few minutes ago. Tell us how it's going. What do we know?
So, Toya, as per the details, the meeting has already started and it is being chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, most of which CMs have already participated in the same. And the meeting is currently happening in the Latians Delhi inside the Rashtrapati Bhavan Cultural Center. I would urge my camera person to show you the visuals from outside the place. A while back, the VVIP movement was taking place because this is the place where all the chief ministers are going to participate. And apart from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Chief Minister of the states, member of the Niti Aayog, Vice Chairperson of Niti Aayog and union ministers as special invitees, they are also going to participate in the same as Team India. So apart from it, the union territories who have the legislature, those CMs are also going to participate, and in the UTs, union territories where there are no legislature, the officials are going to participate in the same. So many of the members from different high-level places, high-level officials, they are going to participate in that particular meeting. The meeting has already started. It is going to stretch for few hours starting from now, and at about 5 p.m. what we have been told is that at National Media Center the press conference will take place as to what the discussions took place inside that particular meeting. But Toya, as per the given details from the sources, many of the agendas are there on the cards, including crop diversification and self-sufficiency of oil seeds. Apart from it, the national education policy implementation of the same in context to higher education and secondary education as well. And apart from it, there is this issue of urban development and diversification. So many of the issues, many of the agendas are there on the card, but politics is also going to take place on the same. We have been told that in the month of June, a meeting was held of all the chief secretaries in the city of Dehradun, where the foundation was laid for this particular meeting. So the planning already started, and many of the CMs are already going to participate in the same. what we have been told further is that this is the first in-person meeting after July 2019, which is going to take place in the backdrop of the COVID-19, and also given the fact that this year we are going to celebrate 75th year of the independence. So this becomes even important why this particular meeting is taking place. First in-person meeting that we are telling you, and this is the 7th governing council as per the details given by the highly placed sources. But if we talk about the members who have skipped the meeting, KCR, who is the Chief Minister of Telangana, he has skipped the meeting. He has written a strong worded letter to Prime Minister Narendra Modi saying that the state actually spent close to 1,90,000 crore in the state, but they got close to 500 crore only from the central government, and there is big disparity between the same. So the intention with which the Niti Aayog was formed, no brainstorming is taking place, and according to KCR, it is not useful to even participate in the Niti Aayog meeting. If you remember, Toya, it used to be called as the Planning Commission of India before 2014, but after the coming of Bharatiya Janata Party in the establishment, the name of the Planning Commission was changed to Niti Aayog. So some of the fundamentals to this particular organization, institution was changed, and also group was formed for all the chief ministers a few years back, for which KCR has also said that initially it came with all the smoothness, but after a while it lost its importance. So the actual agenda, the intention with which the Niti Aayog used to perform, it is not taking place as of now, and the traditional way of performing Niti Aayog, this is something which needs to be changed. This is the reason why KCR said that he is not going to participate in the particular meeting. But apart from it, if we talk about the perspective, Toya, it also has the context to elections as well. Next year, we have been told that the elections in the state of Telangana, they are going to take place, and not the first time the tussle is seen between the central government and the Chief Minister of Telangana. We know that
Nikhil, stay with us, please. Sorry, just stay with us, because we do have both ground reporters also with us, and I would like to go to both of them for more details on this. My colleague Swastika is with us right now. She's going to bring us developments and updates on KCR. We also have my colleague Saurabh. He's with us. He's going to tell us more about Nitish Kumar. I want to go over to Saurabh first. Saurabh, the news that Nitish Kumar was going to skip, this is his second absence within 1 month from a major government event. Were you surprised? Was there already intel that this was going to happen? That's question one. And question two, what reasons is the Nitish Kumar government giving?
See, Toya, this is not the second time. This is, we can say, it's the fifth time that Nitish Kumar is skipping meetings, or you say invitation by the center. The first time when Union Home Minister Amit Shah called all the CMs of the state for discussing Har Ghar Tiranga event, he skipped that meeting. And then after PM Narendra Modi, when he called for the dinner for outgoing President Kovind, he missed that event. And also in the Ud ceremony of President Murmu, he didn't go to Delhi. And after that, last week when Amit Shah came here in Patna for a BJP's program, then also he couldn't go because although he was suffering from COVID, but he couldn't attend that meeting. And today that was the biggest event for our state, because Niti Aayog meeting is considered to be for the states where you can discuss the need of a state, where you can suggest or suggest for the need of funds and requirements of a state. In that view, it's a major event for a state to participate in the central meeting. Though we are not getting a concrete reason as to why Nitish Kumar is skipping these meetings. Today was a big day for a CM to visit Delhi and attend Niti Aayog's meeting, but he has skipped the meeting. We talked to several spokespersons of the party and in fact the secretaries of his cabinet as to why he didn't go. We came to everybody answered the same, saying that it's only the CM Nitish Kumar could answer this question, because nobody is aware as to why he didn't go. Now, if we talk about the political perspective, see, Nitish Kumar has been discomforted by the series of events that happened in the state for past 2 months, when PFI module was exposed in Fulbari Sharif in Patna, the way the central agencies, overpowered and, overtook the charges from the state police and started investigating. CM Nitish Kumar was unhappy about it, as why the central agency are not, they believe in the state police. And then also the BJP leaders of the state, they started commenting about the law and order situation, and also commented that the state government has failed to protect its citizens and the law and order situation is not going well.
Saurabh, I'm going to have to go over to the other colleague joining us on this story right now for more details. I'm sorry, we will connect with Swastika now. Swastika, if you could bring us more context on the fact that KCR skipped. With KCR, obviously a very different kind of skipping. He made his reasons very clear, but if you could bring our audiences more context here, please.
Well, Toya, elaborating more on what Nikhil brought to us earlier, well, what KCR essentially has put forth is the argument that the centre has been turning a blind eye to the state of Telangana. And he quotes two particular incidents. He says that the major recommendation or the purpose of coming up with a Niti Aayog, which was earlier called the Planning Commission, was to give flexibility to the states, to give them some room to modify the schemes based on their needs and cut it out according to their measures in different states, because the schemes differ from state to state. But what he says is that instead of doing that, the centre has been micromanaging all the schemes.
Okay,
that has been
Swastika, I'm so sorry. I think we actually have our first visuals coming in from the meeting. We're going to go to that very quickly. All right, the visuals you can see on your screens, accessed right now by CNN News 18. These are the first visuals coming in from the Niti Aayog meeting. As you can see on your screens right now, chief ministers from several states, obviously Mamta Banerjee from West Bengal on your screens. That, I believe, was the Punjab chief minister. We'll obviously have a deeper look at the chief ministers in attendance. But remember, we know the names of those who are not in attendance today already. My colleague Nikhil is with us right now to bring us more details. Nikhil, our audience is sure to recognize most of the faces they can see on their screens right now. Walk us through the details of the visuals we can see.
So, Toya, as per the visuals which are being now played out on the screen of the CNN News 18, we can see many of the chief ministers are now seeing to participate in the particular meeting. We already know that you have mentioned earlier that who are the chief minister who have skipped the meeting, but as mentioned by me earlier as well that the meeting has already started. So these are the visuals we are seeing from inside the Rashtrapati Bhavan Cultural Center, where the meeting is being chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Union Home Minister Amit Shah is also present there. The Chief Secretary is also present there, and also we can see many of the state CMs, including Hemant Biswa Sarma from Assam, Pramod Sawant is there from Goa, Bhupin Patel is sitting there, he's from the state of Gujarat, Manohar Lal Khattar we can see, and also Pinarayi Vijayan from Kerala, Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Eknath Shinde. These are the people. In fact, Jagan Reddy, he is also seen from the opposition party. If we talk about from Aam Aadmi Party led state, Punjab, Bhagwat Maan can be seen, and from the Rajasthan state, Ashok Gehlot is seen.
Right. Nikhil, stay with us, please, because political editor Maria Shakil is also with us right now on the phone. I'm actually going to go over to her for more context. Maria, obviously, plenty of big faces there and some important faces missing. Could you give our audiences more information of the pictures we can see on our screens right now? All right, we'll try to reconnect with my colleague Maria. Let me also just check if Nikhil is still with us. Nikhil, are you able to hear me?
audio.
All right, I think my colleague Maria is able to hear us now. Maria, I was asking you earlier, our audience can obviously see all the chief ministers on their screens right now, also two important faces missing. What more information can you tell us?
Yes, so the 7th Governing Council meeting is currently underway at the Rashtrapati Bhavan Cultural Center in the national capital. This is the first in-person meeting which is happening since July 2019. And before this, there was an expanded, consultative process which was undertaken, which meant that the members of the Niti Aayog, particularly the vice chair, had traveled to various states to get on board their views as to what should be the way forward in terms of the agenda. We did also see a national conference of chief secretaries, which was held in Dharamshala in June 2022, which is 2 months ago, which was the culmination of 6-month-long rigorous exercise between the centre and the state. The conference was chaired by the Prime Minister and attended by the chief ministers of all states and union territories along with senior officials. This is of course important because the emphasis certainly has been of greater cooperation between the centre and the state on multiple issues of convergence as well. Now we are seeing two chief ministers ministers missing here. First, Telangana Chief Minister KCR. This is purely of domestic reasons and considerations. Given the fact that, in the elections that will be taking place in a year from now, it will be the BJP versus TRS, which will be playing out in the state of Telangana. The BJP sees Telangana as its possible catchment area. They have won 4 MPs from the state in 2019. And that is the reason why there is this belligerence that has happened from KCR, who is taking on the center, saying that the center is compromising the principles of cooperative federalism. And he wrote an elaborate letter addressed to the Prime Minister, talking about how his how his suggestions and advices have not been incorporated in the agenda. There was a reply that came from Niti Aayog, which they dismissed all the allegations and said that every process has been undertaken and that suggestions of all the chief ministers have been included in the agenda. That is one chief minister who is missing today. But the other chief minister is an NDA partner. It's a BJP JDU government in Bihar, and Nitish Kumar has chosen to skip the meeting. Though official statement is yet to come from the government of Bihar as to what really made him skip the meeting, but I think the primary focus certainly is, and if you look at the statement that was put out by Niti Aayog, that this is about, COVID-19 pandemic backdrop in the light of India hosting G20 summit next year. There are several challenges on multiple fronts. What should center and states jointly do to ensure that the Aam Aadmi is provided with something?
Maria, thank you so much for bringing us those details. For our audiences, we're going to leave you with the visuals you can see on your screens. That is all that we have for you this morning on CNN News 18. We'll see you in a bit.
I can't even enter my own building because the chief minister's chamchas are standing outside. That's democracy. Hello, sir.
Kemon ache? Bhalobashi, how are you?
Partha Chatterjee, firstly, what an interesting name, yaar.
You see, what happened is that this name was given to me when I was suffering from very chronic disease.
What disease would that be?
Excessive flatulence, hence Partha Chatterjee.
Such an unnecessary piece of information, but I suppose in terms of embarrassment, not the worst thing. Getting back to Partha Chatterjee.
You see, the fact is that the whole thing is completely unbelievable.
No, 1 second. Are you saying that the fact that he was caught with so much of all this is unbelievable? Unaccounted for cash, gold, cars, that sort of thing?
No. That is believable.
Then what is the unbelievable part?
What is unbelievable is that how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita. She, Partha, how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita, eh?
No, you're confusing us as usual. He, and why can't he be having intimate relations with her?
Because Arpita, he's like film star, so beautiful. And look at Partha. She looks like me. Unbelievable, Baba. Howdy, Baba.
That's okay. My wife is pretty and come on, I mean, these things happen. Let's not get personal. Is Partha guilty of any crimes?
Udi Baba, Partha and Arpita together, it is a crime.
Okay, now look, this is just because you have an open cupboard filled with money doesn't mean you can do what you want in India. Or does it? Okay, let's get serious. He's the foremost leader of the TMC and right hand of Mamta Banerjee. And at this very moment, he looks very guilty.
You see, the fact is that he is somewhat guilty of crime.
1 sec, so you are agreeing that he has committed a crime?
Somewhat I agree.
No, so you agree that he may have laundered money?
Very possibly. But that is small crime.
Hang on. That crores of unaccounted cash, gold and jewelry found on him is a small crime.
It is, of course, shameful. But that is small crime.
1 second, that he may have hundreds of crores worth of Binami properties. Small crime.
Ekta oparad. But that is also small crime. Chota oparad.
Okay, in that case, what is the big crime, or rather the biggest crime?
The biggest crime, Bishal oparad, Atyant Bishal oparad, is he is still in TMC and not in BJP.
Now that's a crime. Now that is really a crime. Yeah.
Otherwise, washing machine would have cleaned up everything. Bishi, 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 washi, 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 clean.
"15 weeks of TRP domination. India's ace news channel delivers again. CNN News 18 on your side."
This is a huge moment. People should be proud when you hear names like 50 crore. In unaccounted cash, gold bars, dollars, cars and property papers were discovered at his and his very intimate friend, I don't know if they're intimate, but they're friends, Arpita Mukherjee's home. Now, he is refusing to cooperate in ED custody. He keeps saying, "Mera ghar nahi hai," but with a Bengali accent, so they're not able to understand. Most of them are from the north, so the whole communication is all over the place. But his alleged spokesperson wants to cooperate with us. Joining us now is alleged spokesperson for Partha Chatterjee, who seems to have left the cupboard open there. Maybe he thinks we need the bribe. I mean, we do need the bribe, but what can we help you with? I can't even enter my own building because the chief minister's chamchas are standing outside. That's democracy. Hello, sir.
Kemon ache? Bhalobashi, how are you?
Partha Chatterjee, firstly, what an interesting name, yaar.
You see, what happened is that this name was given to me when I was suffering from very chronic disease.
What disease would that be?
Excessive flatulence, hence Partha Chatterjee.
Such an unnecessary piece of information, but I suppose in terms of embarrassment, not the worst thing. Getting back to Partha Chatterjee.
You see, the fact is that the whole thing is completely unbelievable.
No, 1 second. Are you saying that the fact that he was caught with so much of all this is unbelievable? Unaccounted for cash, gold, cars, that sort of thing?
No. That is believable.
Then what is the unbelievable part?
What is unbelievable is that how she can be having...
Namaste, welcome and a happy Independence Day, ladies and gentlemen. We are celebrating our 75th year of independence, India at 75, and this is an Azadi special. And it's very special for me because it's not just an all-women's panel this evening on this episode, but it's an all-women guest list also, our audience that we have. So this is the generation then, generation now, and the generation next, all of them there. What am I doing here? I'm trying to be a little more inspired by 51% or 50% of our population who have a story to tell, who have broken through, punched through glass ceilings, and for whom the tricolor means something more. So let's try and understand from them at a time when we are celebrating our independence. Also, what does the tricolor mean for us? What does Har Ghar Tiranga as a thought, as a symbol to instill nationhood, what does it mean to them? What has this tricolor given to them, and what have they done for the tricolor? So let's try and understand and then take this entire issue forward, saying what next for the women of India. So I have Charu Pragya ji with me. Charu Pragya is a former India shooter. She's a spokesperson of the BJP. She's a lawyer. She's also part of or an advisor with the NADA or National Anti-Doping Agency. She's also doing a lot of work, social work on ground to try and spread sanitary health, sanitary care. With girls. So a lot of work that you're doing, Charu Pragya. So today it's not the political hat that you're wearing, okay? I have Nirmal Kaurji, the former DGP of Jharkhand, a celebrated top cop, and at a time she's punched through the glass ceiling and her achievements galore, fantastic. Nirmal ji, such a pleasure to see with you. See you here. She's not somebody who comes very often. She doesn't come very often. So she's made the effort this time, so I'm very, very thankful to you, Nirmal ji. And of course, that's Deepa Malik ji. Do you know who she is? Yes or no? Yes. हाँ, अरे आपकी आवाज़ है यार, आपका शो है, आपको बुलंद होना चाहिए. Deepa ji, in the middle of the Commonwealth Games, a lot of work that you're doing, and your para athletes under you have really flown the flag high. And that tricolor that you're wearing on your shoulder, right?
Proudly.
Isn't it very special? So let me ask you first.
Yes.
What does the tricolor mean to you?
I think tricolor
is something which has always been very special, and I have seen it right from my childhood. Coming from an army background, we saw it very proudly, always hoisted. And even if it was a moment when someone came back from the front, from the borders, from the war, wrapped up in a tricolor, that moment was also a moment of valor, courage, patriotism, sacrifice for the nation. So with that kind of teachings and values around tricolor, I have grown up. And of course, when I joined the world of sports, in chest below paralysis at the age of 40 years, tricolor gave me a new identity. Every time I worked hard, I won a medal for my country. I may be paralyzed and not able to stand up for my national anthem or hoisting of the national flag, but when a medal was won, I think 135 crores Indians stood up because the national flag went up and the national anthem was played. So to me, national anthem is my identity. It is my self-confidence. It is my inspiration to give back to my nation and feel proud as an Indian. And I chose to wear my national tracksuit today as I pleasantly give greetings to the entire nation on the 75th Independence Day.
Let me first ask, before I go to Nirmal ji, let me ask you, how many of you know how many colors in our tricolor? Decide कर लो, कोई हाथ ऊपर करके बताओ. हाँ? 3.
Yeah.
You're saying 3.
Sir, 4 colors.
4 colors. Which are the 4?
One is sign. Sir, green, white, orange, and blue.
Blue.
Yes.
Blue. So it's saffron, white, and blue. आपने तो नीचे से ऊपर बताया color. हाँ. Anybody else? You agree, disagree? Yes, ma'am.
So saffron, white, green, and blue.
Blue. Blue. What is blue?
Chakra.
The Ashok Chakra.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know anybody knows how many spokes in the Ashok Chakra?
24.
अरे वाह, सब तैयारी करके आए. ये सब चीज syllabus में था तो पढ़ के आए. Okay. Is there a ratio for the tricolor? What is the ratio supposed to be? What's the shape of our tricolor? Rectangle. So what do you think is the ratio? 16:9. Huh? So 1:2, 2:3, 3:4. What is क्या बोला आपने? 2:3. 2:3. 2:3 is the ratio of our tricolor. Okay. How many of you know about the flag code? What is the flag code? Do you know that there is an act, there is a law which is the flag code? What is the flag code? नहीं पता? Do you know that there was a petition by a Congress leader in 2001 that there was judgment by the Supreme Court? That's what allows us to unfurl the flag in private institutions.
Yeah.
Nirmal ji, you need to tell them about the flag code. Why is it that we need to understand the flag code? And also then I'll ask you more.
Okay. It's our national identity. We are a country with such diversity, so much of plurality, religions, ethnicities, our cultures, name you it, languages. We are such a plural country, such a multiplicity of every shade, every hue and everything of everything we have. That the only binding thing I think we have is our national tricolor and our national anthem. So these are two things which are really marks of identity for me as an Indian. I have a very personal, very poignant, very relatable kind of relationship with the tricolor and the national anthem. Ever since we used to sing the national anthem in our assembly back in school when I must have been 5 or 6, till this date, like when I've retired and I've put in my best years for to the society, whatever I have done. Till this date, whenever the national anthem is played, anywhere, even in a cinema hall, it still gives me the goosebumps. So, that is a thing which that is perhaps the highest value. We are a country, we say we have 4 purusharths. हमारे भारतीय दर्शन में है ना कि 4 पुरुषार्थ है, धर्म, अर्थ, काम और मोक्ष. जी. तो धर्म जो है, धर्म तो बहुत तरह के आपका अपने प्रति धर्म है. Your hygiene, your whatever, your health, your well-being, your good job, your stature in the society. Then you have dharma towards your family, अपने माँ बाप के लिए, बच्चों के लिए, जो भी आप करते हो. Community के लिए, जिस समाज को आप belong करते हो. उसके बाद आप अपने जिस धर्म को belong करते हो, जिस जाति को belong करते हो. पर सबसे ऊपर जो धर्म है वो है राष्ट्र का धर्म. और राष्ट्र के लिए identity we have only, I think, common identity we have is our national anthem, तिरंगा, और हमारा राष्ट्रगान जो कि हमारे पास है, नेशनल एंथम जनगण मन। यही दो है जो कि एकदम डेफिनेटली यूनिफॉर्म आइडेंटिटी मार्कर्स है एनीवेयर, अपार्ट फ्रॉम ऑफ कोर्स हिंदी मूवीज एंड इंडियन रेलवेज which perhaps have contributed to national integration. हमारे पास और नेशनल इंटीग्रेशन या नेशनल यूनिटी के जो सिंबल्स हैं, इसलिए एक बहुत ही अच्छी बात है कि हम अपने फ्लैग को, अपने नेशनल एंथम को प्रॉपर रिस्पेक्ट दें। नेशनल एंथम का भी एक सर्टेन सेकंड्स है, जैसे 52 सेकंड्स 51 पॉइंट समथिंग एग्जैक्टली। और नेशनल कोड, फ्लैग कोड भी है, फ्लैग को किस तरह होइस्ट करना है, किस मौके पे किस तरह करना है। अगर किसी और देश के फ्लैग के साथ अपना कर रहे हैं, किसी और संस्था के साथ कर रहे हैं, तो हाइट और किस साइड में रहेगा अपना नेशनल फ्लैग, किस मौके पे कैसा रहेगा। और ये नहीं कि आपका फ्लैग अगर अभी हमने 15 अगस्त को फहरा दिया, उसके बाद मैला हो गया या फट गया या कुछ कर गया, आप उसको कहीं भी ले जाके फेंक देंगे कूड़े में, ऐसा नहीं। उसको बाइज्जत एकदम अदब के साथ, बहुत सारा सम्मान देते हुए, सम्मान के साथ किस तरह से उसको हैंडल करना है। और राष्ट्रगान बजेगा तो आपको खड़े होना है। प्रॉपर सम्मान हम किस तरह देंगे, प्रॉपर वही हमारा फ्लैग कोड है और हमारे जो राष्ट्रीय सिंबल है उनके प्रति हमारा भाव बनता है
जी। तो और बहुत ज़रूरी बात मैं यहाँ पे जोड़ना चाहूँगी कि वस्त्रों पे आप अपने नेशनल फ्लैग को कैसे पहनेंगे, नेशनल कलर्स को कैसे पहनेंगे। क्या हम अनेक देशों में हम देखते हैं कि आप कहीं भी अपने फ्लैग को पहन लेते हैं, आप उसकी ट्राउज़र भी बना लेते हैं, आप जूतों पे भी लगा लेते हैं, लेकिन हमारे कोड के हिसाब से हम उसको बेल्ट एंड अबव पहनते हैं। तो वो भी एक चीज़ आपको अपने नेशनल कलर्स के बारे में जानना बहुत ज़रूरी है।
कब कैसे डिस्प्ले करना है उसके भी नियम है।
घर में अब जो हम ये हर घर तिरंगा कर रहे हैं, तो जो अभी हमें जो हमारा कोड है उसमें हमको अपने घर में भी तिरंगा लगाने का, कि पहले ऐसा नहीं था, लेकिन अब जो कोड है उसके हिसाब से हम अपने घर पे भी गर्व के साथ अपना तिरंगा लहरा सकते हैं। पहले उसके प्रावधान अलग थे, कुछ सरकारी दफ्तर थे या फौज के कुछ इंस्टीट्यूट्स थे, ऐसे अपने घर के अंदर तिरंगा लगाना इतना नहीं था, लेकिन अब हम अपने घर में लगा सकते हैं। तो मैं यहाँ से आह्वान करूँगी कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा अपने घरों में आप तिरंगा लगाइए, ताकि रोज़ उसे देखिए, यू लुक एट इट एवरी डे, यू रिमेंबर योर ड्यूटी टुवर्ड्स योर कंट्री। टुडेज जनरेशन इज़ ओनली टॉकिंग अबाउट द राइट्स। कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पढ़ लिया, एजुकेशन हो गया, मेरा हक है, मुझे ये मिले, मेरा हक है, बट तिरंगा आपको अपनी ड्यूटी एज अ सिटीजन ऑफ इंडिया भी याद दिलाता है, टू गिव बैक टू योर कंट्री।
एक्चुअली वो साडा हक है, तेरा तो गाना तो है, साडी ड्यूटी करके दिखा, ऐसा भी होना चाहिए। That also needs to be there. Yes, Nirmal.
Very often a mistake is made. People display the flag, but the correct color is not up. Of course, everyone is aware which color has to be up. So lots of time I have seen a flag, you know, which is where the correct color
Which
is
color
not
has to be up?
That everyone knows. But somehow when you display it, sometimes you make a mistake in tying the flag or...
You know, since we are talking about the flag code, I wanted to talk about this observation I had. तो अभी शो शूट होना शुरू हुआ, उससे पहले मैं आनंद जी से बात कर रही थी, and I told him that ओलंपिक्स के समय पे नीरज चोपड़ा ने हमारे देश का नाम रोशन किया, and when he was standing on the podium, there was the national flag, and we could hear the national anthem. I had goosebumps. I don't know Neeraj. I have never met Neeraj. I had tears in my eyes. मुझे ऐसे लग रहा था वो हम सबके सपने सच करके घर लौटने वाले हैं. लेकिन after that minute, you will remember the way he folded the national flag with.
One second. How should you fold the national flag? आप घर पे अपने लगाएंगे ना झंडा? लगाएंगे ना झंडा? तो जब आप झंडा लगाएंगे तो उसको फोल्ड कैसे करेंगे? हाँ, उसका क्या तरीका है, किसी को पता है? हाँ हाँ, सॉरी
जी जी,
टेस्ट करते हैं। हाँ बोलिए
सर। जब फ्लैग को फोल्ड करते हैं, उसको पहले ग्रीन वाले को फोल्ड करेंगे, उसके बाद फिर वाइट वाले को ऐसे जैसे सीढ़ियों का शेप होता है उस तरीके से फोल्ड करते हैं।
हाँ, और सबसे ऊपर क्या, जब आप फोल्ड करेंगे तो फिर सामने क्या देखना? अशोक चक्र दिखना चाहिए, अशोक चक्र दिखना चाहिए। हाँ, यस मैम, आप क्या कह रही हैं?
सर, जब हम उसे फोल्ड करते हैं, पहले ग्रीन साइड को फोल्ड करते हैं, फिर सैफरन साइड को फोल्ड करके, फिर दोनों साइड से फोल्ड करके अशोक चक्र हमारा टॉप पे होना चाहिए।
हाँ, अशोक चक्र हमारा टॉप। नीरज चोपड़ा ने क्या किया था?
he folded our national flag in the style of a true patriot, and he was dear to everyone. वो medal जीत के लौट रहे थे, and like I said, I had goosebumps when I could hear the national anthem. But he became dearer to our nation because of the way he folded up the national flag, and I'm so proud of him for doing that. And अब जब हम हर घर तिरंगा की बात कर रहे हैं, it's a sense of pride, and I think this is a fantastic movement. आनंद, पिछले एक हफ्ते से जब मैं अपना फ़ोन खोलती हूँ एंड मैं अपना व्हाट्सएप का लिस्ट चेक करती हूँ, मुझे किसी को भी मैसेज करना होता है, आप मानेंगे नहीं, सारे के सारे डिस्प्ले पिक्चर्स तिरंगे के हैं. मुझे इतनी खुशी हो रही है इस बात को देखकर.
हाँ, पर ये पता है, ये इंडिपेंडेंस डे तक का फैड नहीं होना चाहिए मैम. But the issue, the challenge is, and this comes from inside the champion of the house. So that's why all women special. That this feeling कि भाई इंडिपेंडेंस डे खत्म हो गया, आप डीपी चेंज कर देते हैं. That is not the thing.
चेंज कर लो पर दिल मत बदलना.
हाँ.
वो बात भी है. Well said.
The other thing is, why is it that Fauji bachas, Fauji families, or you know, those who are in para services or armed uniform services, why should only they know how to fold the flag?
No, I think these girls knew so well, and they don't seem to be from the army background.
Absolutely brilliant.
I think our new generation is quite aware.
And you know, I wanted to mention this. So we all know, because हर घर तिरंगा है, लेकिन उसके अलावा भी देश में लगातार तिरंगा यात्रा निकलती रहती हैं किसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के माध्यम से. मेरी पार्टी के माध्यम से तो हमेशा ही होती रहती हैं. आप जान के खुश होंगे कि in these तिरंगा यात्रास, the number of people who join in who are not from a political party is very big. And it's so beautiful to see, because every time you pass by a village lane holding the tricolor proudly in your hands, there will be people on both the sides and looking at you with so much of pride and happiness, looking at you with pride and happiness because you are upholding the Tiranga and you're giving it the importance and pride it deserves in your life. So I think that is important to note. ये केवल symbolism नहीं है. आज हमारा युवा हमारे साथ जुड़ा है, नेशनल फ्लैग से भी कनेक्ट करते हैं, नेशनल एंथम से भी कनेक्ट करते हैं, एंड दे आर टेकिंग प्राइड इन व्हाट इंडिया स्टैंड्स फॉर, वेयर इंडिया इज हेडेड इन द फ्यूचर. दे अंडरस्टैंड दे हैव अ रोल टू प्ले.
I'll tell you what, where India is headed in the future is up to all of us. That comes from a sense of duty to the country. Correct. So I'm going to ask all of you, how many of you believe that you need to understand what the national flag is, and you need to, you know, somewhere have the national flag around you, or you need to see it every day, to try and instill this concept of nationhood? Or how many of you think, क्या यार ठीक है, साल में 2 दिन कर लिया, बाकी तो हम दिल से हिंदुस्तानी हैं? Where do you stand? Let me ask. What do you think? Tell me. What's your name?
निशा.
Yes, निशा. हाँ, बताइए. आपको क्या लगता है? खुल के बोलिए, कोई बात नहीं. आप उनसे भी पूछ सकते हैं. बोलिए. बोलिए. आप नेशनल फ्लैग लगाएंगी, नहीं लगाएंगी? आपको क्या लगता है कि जरूरत नहीं है? फ्लैग लगाने की क्या जरूरत है?
सर, फ्लैग लगाने की जरूरत तो वैसे 15 और 20 जनवरी को सब लगवाते हैं.
हाँ.
सब लगाते हैं, लेकिन उसको 2 दिन लगाने से जरूरी नहीं कि आपको वो दिख रही है, अपनी नेशनलिटी दिखा रहा है आपको. आपके दिल में होना चाहिए राष्ट्रीयता, और जरूरी नहीं कि आपको 2 दिन लगाने से दिखावा करने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है.
2 दिन लगाने की दिखावे. लेकिन आपको लगता है 365 दिन कहीं ना कहीं तो आपके आसपास जहां आप काम कर रहे हैं या जो आपका जहां पे आप रहते हैं, कहीं ना कहीं झंडा जब आपको दिखता है तो कम से कम एक रिमाइंडर है कि भाई आप इस देश की वजह से हैं और इस देश को आपकी जरूरत है. हाँ, आपको लगता है? ये मानती हैं आप?
हाँ, ये मानती हूँ मैं.
ये आप मानती हैं. ठीक है, वेल डन. व्हाट डू यू थिंक?
आई गेस लाइक हम नॉर्मली भी तिरंगा को देखते हैं, ठीक है, और कार्स में भी लगे होते हैं. आजकल तो काफ़ी स्टैचूज़ भी आ गए हैं, काफ़ी थिंग्स हैं, ठीक है. लेकिन अगर आप उसको फॉलो नहीं कर रहे हो, अपने तिरंगा को ही फॉलो नहीं कर रहे हो, अपनी रूल्स को फॉलो नहीं कर रहे हो, क्राइम्स कर रहे हो या फिर कुछ भी ऐसा कर रहे हो, तो
फायदा क्या?
there's no point.
There's no point.
You know, I want to say something about symbolism. And I know a lot of people think कि 2 दिन तिरंगा लहराने से क्या फ़ायदा है. But if I can ask this, गणेश चतुर्थी भी साल में एक बार आती है. आप उस दिन जाकर एक नई गणपति जी की मूर्ति अपने घर लेकर आते हैं. रामनवमी आती है, दिवाली आती है. तो क्योंकि आप दिवाली के दिन अपने घर में ढेर सारे दिए जलाते हैं, इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि वो एहसास साल भर आपके साथ नहीं रहता. Sometimes symbolism is also very important, and I like the fact that we are so happily wearing the symbolism on our chest with pride or at our homes with pride. This symbolism is equally important. I'm not saying that for the remaining days we can forget about patriotism, nationalism, our national flag, our duties towards the nation. But these 2 days, they go a long way in instilling in us a pride of being an Indian.
Correct, but should it be a switch on, switch off? That's my point, Nirmal ji.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Where I'm coming from is how many of us actually today, or even from your times when you were serving, did they actually do it because मुझे नौकरी करनी है, मैं देश के लिए कुछ कर रहा हूँ या कर रही हूँ? Today also, even today, a lot of people are saying, let's put the tricolor on our DP. Let's put the tricolor here. Let's put the tricolor there. Oh, let's see tricolor everywhere. But how many of them are actually doing it because they feel so much pride about the country, and they will make sure they will not litter, they will not break a signal, they will not go ahead and try and, khule mein, go and defecate in the open. They will not try and throw plastic bottles. They will reduce the plastic footprint. They will start counting their carbon footprint. That is the real service to the country, right? But this nationhood instilling is because you want them to be energized enough to serve the country.
Absolutely, I agree. Totally agree with that.
I'm just going to go to Nirmal ji and then come to you.
Yes.
Diwali. Yeah.
I think it's very important that the symbolism is more like a festival, but you live it through the year. I mean, twice a year maybe you have a symbolic celebration, but you live it for every 24/7 for rest of the days. So symbolism is just symbolism, but it has to be backed by your action in all spheres.
Deepa ji, as you share your thoughts, I also want to understand from you, how has India changed from your perspective? Has it changed for the better for 50% of this country's population, that is the women of our country?
Okay.
So let's get into that now.
Yes. First, definitely I would like to say, charity begins at home. हर घर तिरंगा, जब तक घरों में तिरंगा नहीं आएगा, how do you think the children in the house, little children will look at it, they will see how it is respected and imbibe that love for their tricolor. And again, love for tricolor means that if you are respecting your tricolor, if you love your tricolor, you will always have that sense of discipline of being a good citizen. Now talking about how it has changed, how my India at 75 is my new India, because my new India, my India at 75 talks about inclusion, talks about women empowerment. It has become a world of equal opportunities. We are talking about, आज से अगर मैं एक दशक पहले देखूं तो मैं अपंग कहलाती थी, अब मैं दिव्यांग कहलाती हूँ. मैं एक महिला होकर,
बट वो शब्दावली के साथ साथ एटीट्यूड में चेंज है.
बिल्कुल, तभी तो मैं यहाँ बैठी हूँ आज. आप मुझे एक सशक्त महिला के रूप में इन नन्ही बच्चियों से मिलवा रहे हैं या पूरे देश से मुखातिब करवा रहे हैं, क्योंकि ये वो देश अब बन गया है जहाँ पे एक लकवाग्रस्त महिला 40 वर्ष की आयु में उठकर खेलने का सपना देखकर फिट इंडिया की ब्रांड एम्बेसडर बन जाती है. ये वो भारत बन गया है. यहाँ पे ठीक है, हमारी पॉपुलेशन बहुत है, डाइवर्सिटी बहुत है, देयर इज अ लॉन्ग वे टू गो, but the journey has begun. We are today talking about new India. We are talking about globalization, and at the same time we are reviving our heritage. Honorable Prime Minister Sir has created such a beautiful balance for today, for India at 75, while we are looking at becoming a economic, a sports superpower. We are moving towards futuristic development. At the same time, we are reviving our culture, our heritage, values. This is my new India. हम अपने भारत को स्वच्छ करना चाह रहे हैं, हम अपनी जनरेशन को फिट बनाना, हम फिट तो इंडिया फिट, हम योगा, इंडिजिनस, खो खो, मलखम, कबड्डी, ऐसे खेलों को हम रिवाइव कर रहे हैं, उसमें हम अपना भारत देख रहे हैं. आज आप देखिए टीवी पे कवरेज, आपने कभी क्रिकेट के अलावा कुछ देखा था? आज आप देखिए ढेरों खेल, खो खो लीग तक शुरू हो गई है, कबड्डी लीग शुरू हो गई.
But Nirmal ji, let me ask you, she said about Kho-Kho League, Kabaddi League and women doing so much, but Kho-Kho League, Kabaddi League, even IPL is not there for women yet. So there is a lot of ground that we need to cover. But let me ask you, how has things changed?
I think in the police service which I belong to, things have changed in a big, big way. All uniformed services, in fact. In fact, I would say all services, but right now I'm going to speak only for uniformed services. When I joined service, maybe some 40 years ago, the only women we had in the police were a very few women who were recruited on compassionate grounds. You know, in government there's a rule, if a person dies, the dependent is given an employment. So they were lady wives or somebody, and they would often have their children playing, and everybody, you know, looked down upon them. Uska kya hai, lady police hai, lady constable hai, ya lady wo hai, wo kya karegi? You know, they were like written off. Just because she was a lady, she was written off. कि कुछ नहीं, वो काम नहीं करती, उल्टा शी इज अ लायबिलिटी. अब इनको पहले ड्यूटी पे लाना है तो पहले पहुंच लेनी चाहिए, फिर इनको एस्कॉर्ट बैक कीजिए. क्या होगा? तो ये हमारी क्या ड्यूटी करेगी, हमें इनको ड्यूटी करनी पड़ती है. You know, by the time I came to, you know, things moved, you know. In late, I would say 90s, early, you know, there was a 30% reservation for women in many states, 6-7 states. And by the time I joined Bureau of Police Research and Development, which was 11, we worked on many of these modules, and the Home Ministry announced that there will be a 30% reservation of women not only in police, state police, but also in the Central Armed Police Forces. That was a 2016 announcement of, and today you see BSF mein, CRPF mein, in all the Central Armed Police Forces, there are so many women, and not only they are women numerically, you know, there are these exclusive Mahila battalions. The whole battalion is made up of women, and they are doing so well. Even on a parade ground, the smartest turnout is women. Yeah. So, you know, the girls, and even you see in encounters, our best shooters, we have a role model here. Our best shooters are women. So, you know, जब हम लोग जाते हैं एनकाउंटर के लिए कुछ करते हैं, पहले लेडी है नहीं लेके जाएंगे. Now they say अच्छा अच्छा ओ अच्छा सुधा को दे दो, उसको दे दो. You know, they are such good marksmen, and they are very agile, they are very fit on their duty. So, you know, the whole attitude has changed. So I think that's a very welcome thing. We have some way to go. We have a long way to go, perhaps.
I wanted to mention one word our Honorable Prime Minister uses frequently, that is Jan Bhagidari. So I am so proud of the fact that India has a leader today who can instill this idea of Jan Bhagidari in every single citizen. See, it's important that when we dream of becoming Vishwaguru, this dream is seen by all of us collectively. We have to walk towards that dream together. And this word, Jan Bhagidari, is such a beautiful awakening one. And this is what is making India change at such a rapid pace so positively. So whether it is about keeping our environment clean, whether it is about making efforts to make India plastic free, whether it is about using more and more renewable energy sources, whether it is about inclusiveness in every single field, whether it is about providing equal opportunity, making sure that we become an economic leader in the world, we've come out as a much stronger leader after COVID. So every single thing, it comes down to this one word, Jan Bhagidari, which our Honorable Prime Minister has instilled and reinstilled in us again and again, and that is making India change.
Absolutely, and truly.
So that also comes back to our duties as citizens of this country.
Can we pass a water bottle? Okay.
Well, she's got water there. She's good. They're all self-sufficient. They can take care of themselves. But जाते-जाते I have to tell you कि लोरी कौन सुनाता है? स्त्री सुनाती है as a mother. ठीक है, डांट कौन लगाता है? बीवी लगाती है as a wife. राखी कौन बांधता है? बहन बांधती है. So again the woman. Medal कौन लेके आता है?
And बेटियां wrap their fathers around their little finger permanently.
वो तो है, वो तो हाँ. दौड़ाता कौन है, नचाता कौन है, बेटियां नचाती हैं. वो so सब कुछ हमको पता है. So big shout out to all the ladies. Thank you very, very much. Happy Independence Day, and I'm going to wind up on that note. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Small crime.
Hang on. That crores of unaccounted cash, gold and jewelry found on him is a small crime.
It is, of course, shameful. But that is small crime.
1 second, that he may have hundreds of crores worth of Binami properties. Small crime.
Ekta operad. But that is also small crime. Chota operad.
Okay, in that case, what is the big crime, or rather the biggest crime?
The biggest crime, Bishal operad, Atyant Bishal operad, is he is still in TMC and not in BJP.
Now that's a crime. Now that is really a crime. Yeah.
Otherwise, washing machine would have cleaned up everything. Bishi, washy, clean.
So, Mamata Banerjee's right-hand man, Cabinet Minister and Secretary General of the TMC, Partha, known as the Paratha, Chatterjee, was detained by the Enforcement Directorate after over rupees 50 crore. This is a huge moment. People should be proud when you hear names like 50 crore. In unaccounted cash, gold bars, dollars, cars and property papers were discovered at his and his very intimate friend, I don't know if they're intimate, but they're friends, Arpita Mukherjee's home. Now, he is refusing to cooperate in ED custody. He keeps saying, Mera ghar nahi hai, but with a Bengali accent, so they're not able to understand. Most of them are from the north, so the whole communication is all over the place. But his alleged spokesperson wants to cooperate with us. Joining us now is alleged spokesperson for Partha Chatterjee, who seems to have left the cupboard open there. Maybe he thinks we need the bribe. I mean, we do need the bribe, but what can we help you with? I can't even enter my own building because the chief minister's chamchas are standing outside. That's democracy. Hello, sir.
Kemon ache? Bhalobashi, how are you?
Partha Chatterjee, firstly, what an interesting name, yaar.
You see, what happened is that his name was given to me when I was suffering from very chronic disease.
What disease would that be?
Excessive flatulence, hence Partha Chatterjee.
Such an unnecessary piece of information, but I suppose in terms of embarrassment, not the worst thing. Getting back to Partha Chatterjee.
You see, the fact is that the whole thing is completely unbelievable.
No, 1 second. Are you saying that the fact that he was caught with so much of all this is unbelievable? Unaccounted for cash, gold, cars, that sort of thing?
No. That is believable.
Then what is the unbelievable part?
What is unbelievable is that how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita. She, Partha, how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita, eh?
No, you're confusing us as usual. He, and why can't he be having intimate relations with her?
Because Arpita, he's like film star, so beautiful. And look at Partha, she looks like me. Unbelievable, Baba. Howdy, Baba.
That's okay. My wife is pretty and come on, I mean, these things happen. Let's not get personal. Is Partha guilty of any crimes?
Udi Baba, Partha and Arpita together, it is a crime.
Okay, now look, this is just because you have an open cupboard filled with money doesn't mean you can do what you want in India. Or does it? Okay, let's get serious. He is the foremost leader of the TMC and right hand of Mamata Banerjee, and at this very moment he looks very guilty.
You see, the fact is that he is somewhat guilty of crime.
1 sec, so you are agreeing that he has committed a crime?
Somewhat I agree.
No, so you agree that he may have laundered money?
Very possibly. But that is small crime.
Hang on. That crores of unaccounted cash, gold and jewelry found on him is a small crime.
It is of course shameful. But that is small crime.
1 second, that he may have hundreds of crores worth of Benami properties. Small crime.
Ekta aparad. But that is also small crime. Chota aparad.
Okay, in that case, what is the big crime, or rather the biggest crime?
The biggest crime, Bishal aparad, Atyant Bishal aparad, is he is still in TMC and not in BJP.
Now that's a crime. Now that is really a crime. Yeah.
Otherwise, washing machine would have cleaned up everything. Bishi, washi, clean.
So, Mamata Banerjee's right-hand man, Cabinet Minister and Secretary General of the TMC, Partha, known as the Paratha, Chatterjee, was detained by the Enforcement Directorate after over rupees 50 crore. This is a huge moment. People should be proud when you hear names like 50 crore. In unaccounted cash, gold bars, dollars, cars and property papers were discovered at his and his very intimate friend, I don't know if they're intimate, but they're friends, Arpita Mukherjee's home. Now, he is refusing to cooperate in ED custody. He keeps saying, Mera ghar nahi hai, but with a Bengali accent, so they're not.
Good morning. You're watching News Blitz here at CNN News 18. Very quickly, we're going to walk you through all of the top stories in the country in this moment. Our first story. The Indian Space Research Organization made history as it launched its smallest rocket carrying an Earth observation satellite and a student satellite from the spaceport in Sriharikota this morning. This is the first time that ISRO launched a small satellite launch vehicle. It's called an SSLV. This is going to be used to deploy satellites in the low orbit Earth. Small satellite launch vehicles are carrying, this one in particular is carrying a satellite named Azadi Sat. It's built by 750 schoolgirls to mark, as you might already know, the 75th anniversary of independence.
Maiden flight of SSLV D1 just now completed. The SSLV's all stages performed as expected. Please bear with us that we are currently in the process of analyzing the data to conclude on the final outcome of the mission with respect to a stable orbit achieved or not. Thank you so much once again.
Exciting news. Moving on now, the crucial Niti Aayog meeting as we speak is underway in the capital. It's important because obviously it bolsters communication between the centre and each of the state governments. As you can probably see on your screen, while Prime Minister Modi chaired it, and this is, remember, the first in-person meeting since 2019. What you can also see on your screen is chief ministers, lieutenant governors and union ministers that need to be and are in attendance. There are two important missing faces there today. One is that of Telangana Chief Minister KCR. He wrote a letter to Prime Minister Modi. He said that he will be skipping the Niti Aayog meeting as a mark of strong protest against the present trend of what he calls central government discrimination against the states. Take a look.
The imposition of GST tax on various issues like handloom weaving, milk, crematoriums have to be withdrawn. The poor BD workers are suffering because the BD industry is almost under closure. Niti Aayog has crystal clearly recommended for sanctioning 24,000 crores of grant for both these schemes. For these valid reasons, declaring to the nation that I am boycotting Niti Aayog meeting.
Now, the BJP has, along expected lines, lashed out at the Chief Minister. They've lashed out at him for skipping the meeting and for what they're saying is the levelling of allegations of neglect. Listen in to what prominent leaders of the party had to say.
दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है कि वो अपनी राजनीतिक सोच इससे उजागर करते हैं कि विकास के कामों में देश को प्रगति की ओर लेके जाने के कामों में भी उनको कोई रुचि नहीं रही। हाल में ही जल शक्ति मंत्रालय ने तेलंगाना को भारी संपत्ति अलॉट की, लेकिन उसको भी उन्होंने ड्रॉ नहीं किया।
चंद्रशेखर राव जी का बर्ताव ऐसा है कि जैसे वो तेलंगाना के निजाम, कोऑपरेटिव फेडरलिज्म का एक भाव है जिससे श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी पूरे देश को नेतृत्व दे रहे हैं और इसमें सम्मिलित ना होकर चंद्रशेखर राव जी ने ये दिखा दिया है तेलंगाना की जनता की कोई चिंता नहीं है।
Now, the other very important face missing in the meeting today, Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar has skipped the Niti Aayog meeting. This is his fifth time in a row skipping a central meeting. The reports also indicate that Kumar will be spending at least part of his Sunday inaugurating the foundation day of the Bihar Museum and opening an art exhibition. But what's particularly important to note here is the JDU and the BJP continue to remain allies, but speculation of a rift between them only keeps growing. And now moving to the centre, Delhi Chief Minister and Aam Aadmi Party National Convener Arvind Kejriwal is, as we speak, on a two-day visit to Gujarat. Remember, elections in Gujarat are also a few months away. Kejriwal has made a promise regarding power supply to the people of Gujarat. He said people in Gujarat are in misery. Their bills are simply too high. Take a look.
पहली गारंटी हमने दी बिजली की। बिजली को लेके हम जब गुजरात में घूम रहे हैं, लोग बहुत परेशान हैं। तो गुजरात में हमारी सरकार बनेगी तो गुजरात के लोगों के भी जीरो बिजली के बिल आया करेंगे। उसके लिए 300 यूनिट तक बिजली फ्री करेंगे। दूसरी गारंटी थी 24 घंटे बिजली देंगे और तीसरी गारंटी थी कि 31 दिसंबर 2021 तक के आपके जो पुराने बिल हैं वो पुराने बिल हम माफ़ करेंगे, ये सबके लिए।
And NDA candidate Jagdeep Dhankar has been elected as India's new Vice President. Dhankar defeated the opposition's Margaret Alva, the senior leader, with a huge margin. Dhankar bagged 521 votes. Alva managed 182. The swearing-in ceremony will be held next week. Prime Minister Modi met the newly elected Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar, congratulated him on his massive victory. The Prime Minister also presented a flower bouquet. The Prime Minister was accompanied in that entire movement by the BJP chief, JP Nadda.
He has a very good vast knowledge about the constitution and law, and also quite witty. I'm quite confident that he will handle the situation in the Rajya Sabha very well, and I'm also so happy that it is a very, very decisive victory, and he is also an eminent lawyer, a very eminent lawyer, and a farmer also. This is a rare combination.
And long expected line celebrations began last night at Dhankar's hometown in Jhunjhunu in Rajasthan and in Delhi to mark his thumping victory.
किठाना गांव का ये जो मकान है, ये जगदीप धनखड़ का आवास है। यहाँ पर पूरे ग्रामीण हैं, वो उनकी जीत का सेलिब्रेशन मनाने के लिए इकट्ठा हुए हैं। ग्राम में उनके आवास पर जीत की तैयारी को लेकर जो जश्न मनाया जा रहा है, उनकी परिवार की महिलाएं हैं, वो सुबह से ही उनकी जीत के प्रति आश्वस्त है और गाँव के जो मंदिरों में है वो हवन और पाठ का दौर चला है।
Moving on to different stories now. Tokyo Olympic silver medalist Ravi Kumar Dahiya has bagged a gold medal by thrashing his Nigerian opponent Wilson Ebike Bumino 10-0 in the men's freestyle 57 kg final in the ongoing Commonwealth Games. This is in Birmingham on Saturday.
बहुत खुशी का वो है, मौका है और सभी का योगदान है, गाँव का, उनके गुरुओं का, उनको पुत्रा का, सभी का आवाज निकला थी पूरे देशवासियों के। अब भाई ये पूरा गोल्ड मेडल लिया हुआ, तो इसमें भी और अब भी कॉमनवेल्थ में गोल्ड ले आएगा। और वहाँ थोड़ी चूक रह गई थी, ओलंपिक में वहाँ रजत पदक आया। आशीर्वाद है उनके गुरुओं का, पुत्रों को।
Wrestler Vinesh Fogart completed a hat-trick of Commonwealth Games gold medals by winning the women's 53 kg freestyle wrestling on Saturday. She beat Sri Lanka's Chamodia Keshani Madhura to visit and come on top of the podium as India continued their dominance in wrestling. This is at the Birmingham Games. Vinesh had won the gold in the previous two editions at the Gold Coast in 2018 and in Glasgow in 2014. Wrestler Naveen Kumar won the gold medal for India after the win over Pakistan's Mohammad Sharif Tahir in the men's 74 kg final. This was on Saturday. Naveen beat Mohammad Sharif Tahir 9-0 to add another gold medal to India's tally to extend the country's domination in wrestling.
बहुत अच्छी तैयारी थी, मैंने जैसी प्रैक्टिस की थी, जैसे ट्रेनिंग की थी, बहुत अच्छा रिजल्ट दिया और खरे उतरा ट्रेनिंग के। बिल्कुल टेंशन फ्री था आज और कोई भी प्रेशर नहीं था। मैंने बहुत अच्छी बाउट लड़ी और पाकिस्तान को हराकर बहुत होता हूँ। जो भी मैंने करने की चाहती, जो सब कुछ हुआ है और बहुत ज़्यादा प्राउड फीलिंग हो रही है। और मैंने अपने देश के लिए गोल्ड मेडल जीता और इंग्लैंड में झंडा लाया, बहुत अच्छा लगा मुझे।
India's Bhavina Ben Patel won the gold medal in the para-table tennis women's singles classes on Saturday. Bhavina Hasmukh Patel beat Ifechuk Wadde Christiana of Nigeria 12-10, 11-2, 11-9 to win the gold medal.
ऐसा लग रहा है कि मेरा जो मैं हर दिन ट्रेनिंग करती हूँ वो आज निखर के आई है। मुझे तो रोना भी आ रहा था, मतलब समझ में नहीं आ रहा था कि मतलब वो फीलिंग्स कैसे मैं शब्दों में बयां करूं। ये मेडल मैं खास करके मेरी फैमिली को, मेरे कोच सर और मेरे जो फ्रेंड्स हैं उनको, पूरी भारत वासियों को मैं इसका क्रेडिट देना चाहती हूँ।
Priyanka Goswami bought India another medal in the Commonwealth Games. She won a silver medal in the women's 10,000-meter race walk. Priyanka notched up her personal best, covering the marathon distance in 49 minutes and 38 seconds to join Murali Sri Shankar and Tejashwin Shankar as India's third medalist in track and field at CWG 2022. Avinash Sable won India's first ever CWG medal. This is in the men's steeplechase. He won the silver medal in the men's 3,000-meter steeplechase.
काफ़ी खुशी हो रही है जैसे लॉन्ग डिस्टेंस में स्टीपल चेस में हमने मेडल जीता है तो पहला ही हमारा इस इवेंट में मेडल है मेन फोकस मेरा ये था कि अगर मुझे मेडल जीतना है तो मुझे केनियंस को बीट करना ही पड़ेगा तो मैं उसी हिसाब से प्लान कर रहा था कि मुझे जैसे जाना है
India clinched a silver in the lawn bowl men's fours category after suffering an 18-5 defeat to Northern Ireland in the final match. It was India's second medal in the sport of lawn bowls, as earlier, remember, the women's team, this was huge, won the gold in the category event. After continuing outstanding performance by our athletes, you have Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He congratulated all the medal winners, including Ravi Dahiya, Vinesh Fogart, Naveen Kumar, Bhavina Ben Patel, Pooja Gehlot, and the Indian lawn bowling men's team. Now, India's won 13 gold, 11 silver, and 16 bronze medals as we speak. Indian wrestler Pooja Gehlot won the bronze medal in the women's freestyle 50 kg category. She defeated Christine Lemofak of Scotland. This is 12-2. Pooja Gehlot won on the basis of a particularly important technical superiority.
मैं सेमीफाइनल कुश्ती हार गई थी बहुत दुख है और मैं देशवासियों से माफ़ी मांगती हूँ कि विश थी कि मैं यहाँ राष्ट्रगान बजवाऊँ बट फिर अभी तो ब्रोंज ही मिला कुश्ती में जो गलती हुई उस पर काम करूँगी बस यही है कि लास्ट में हार गई इस पर मुझे ज़रूरत है काम करने की
After Gehlot expressed disappointment on failing to win the gold, she actually received an outpouring of support for her efforts. You had Prime Minister Modi leading from the front. He sent an encouraging message to the wrestler saying your medal calls for celebrations, not an apology. He further added that your life journey motivates us, your success gladdens us. You are destined for great things ahead. The Indian women's team will be taking on Australia in the final of the inaugural cricket event at the Commonwealth Games. The women in blue entered the gold medal fight after defeating England by 4 runs in a closely contested semi-final. Remember, women's cricket is featured at the CWG for the first time. As we speak, protests are underway at RA over the metro shed issue. At the forefront of the stir are Aam Aadmi Party workers who've been joined by locals as well. The protest came just days after Mumbai Metro Corporation informed the Supreme Court that no trees were felled for the project.
As you can listen to the slogans that are going on, RA Hamari Jaan hai, Mumbai ki shaan hai, and that's why again today outside the car shed there is a lot of protests from people and supporters of environment as well as political parties. In fact, the AAP party is here. They are tying rakhis to the tree, very symbolic.
And an incident was reported linked to the Nupur Sharma Prophet Rao case in Maharashtra. However, it has been clarified by police. This was a 23-year-old man who was attacked by sharp weapons by a mob in Ahmednagar district on August 4th. The 4 main accused have been arrested, but as per the most recent revelations, police are now investigating and saying that there may have been personal enmity that pre-existed between the victim and his assailants. Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot stoked a massive controversy with his recent remarks. The Congress leader said that post the Nirbhaya verdict and the death penalty for rapists, the murder of girls after rape has actually increased.
अशोक गहलोत जी को रेपिस्ट की भाषा बोलना बंद करना चाहिए। जो निर्भया का उन्होंने मजाक उड़ाया है उससे कहीं ना कहीं पूरे देश में जितनी रेप पीड़िताएं हैं उनकी सेंटिमेंट्स को हर्ट हुआ है, उनका हौसला टूटा है। ऐसे में राजस्थान के मुख्यमंत्री का काम है कि वो इस कानून को कड़ी तरीके से लागू करवाएं जिससे कि रेपिस्ट के अंदर एक डर बैठे, ना कि फालतू की बयानबाजी करें।
The BJP has trained guns on the Rajasthan Chief Minister. They're saying he is blaming the strict laws and not the rapists for the crime. The BJP further questioned the Congress General Secretary Priyanka Gandhi's silence on Gehlot's remarks. This is what Shahzad Poonewala had to say. Take a look.
Once again, the Congress party is doing Balatkari Bachao Andolan. Mr. Ashok Gehlot, where he blames the strict rape laws and not the rapists for the murders that take place after rape, shows the mindset of the Congress party. Why is their heart beating for the rapists? and not for the women who are suffering. And women today are saying that forget ladki hu lad sakti hu. The slogan in Rajasthan is ladki hu kya bach sakti hu.
Okay, and moving on. After a van was reportedly set ablaze by 3 to 4 youths suspected to be of one community, this was in Manipur's Bishnupur, Section 144 has been imposed. Mobile data services have been suspended in the entire state for 5 days. There is an effort to calm tension between communities. The crime has created a tense situation in the state. And now to Kathua, where a police team was attacked by certain elements in Jammu and Kashmir's Kathua. It led to a law and order situation. Miscreants were having what they had was sharp-edged weapons. 2 Jawans actually got injured in that entire process. Police fired 2 rounds in the air. And a big catch for the NIA ahead of Independence Day is how the NIA is putting this next news forward. A suspected, according to the NIA, ISIS sympathizer was arrested last night by the agency. Now, this young man is accused by the NIA of carrying out suspicious activities for ISIS. We'll bring you more information on this story in a bit. In West Bengal, 1 person was killed, 1 critically injured after CISF Jawan opened fire inside the Indian Museum in Kolkata. This was around 6:30. The injured was shifted to the SSKM hospital. The Jawan, named Akshay Kumar Mishra, was questioned all night but didn't give out any information as to why he carried out the attack. And now moving to Faridkot, where an assistant jail superintendent who allegedly supplied drugs inside the prison premises in Punjab's Faridkot has been arrested. The official was reportedly caught with a new mobile phone and 8 small packets containing heroin. Now, there are more investigations going on. The accused is identified as Binitang. He was booked under Section 21B. This is of the Narcotics, Drugs and Psychotropic Substances Act.
Binitang. ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਜੇਲ੍ਹ ਅਥਾਰਟੀਜ਼ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਨੇ ਚੈਕਿੰਗ ਦੌਰਾਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਨਸ਼ੀਲਾ ਪਾਊਡਰ ਚਿੱਟਾ ਬਰਾਮਦ ਕੀਤਾ 78 ਗ੍ਰਾਮ ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਕ ਮੋਬਾਈਲ ਫੋਨ ਸੀਗਾ ਵੀਵੋ ਦਾ ਨਵਾਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਅੰਦਰ ਦੇਣ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਸੀਗੇ ਔਰ ਮੁਕੱਦਮਾ ਦਰਜ ਹੋਣ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਡੀ ਦੀ ਸਰਚ ਕੀਤੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਪੈਸੇ ਕਰੀਬ 67000 ਰੁਪਏ ਔਰ 3 ਮੋਬਾਈਲ ਫੋਨ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਹੋਰ ਮਿਲੇ ਆ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਹੁਣ ਮੁਕੱਦਮਾ ਦਰਜ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਇਹ ਤਫਤੀਸ਼ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ.
And China has to some degree suspended its cooperation with the United States after House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. The Chinese foreign minister has put the onus on the escalation on the United States by saying that the White House should have stopped the speaker from visiting. Quick sports updates for you before we let you go. Shifting focus to football first. Chelsea defeated Everton 1-0 in a close, contested first fixture for the 2 sides in the new season of the Premier League. Now, we'll bring you more details about it, but this was all after Ben Chilwell was brought down inside the penalty box. And the Tottenham Hotspurs kicked off their new Premier League season. This is in fine fashion, defeating Southampton 4-1 at home. It was the visitors who took the lead early in the first half through captain James Ward-Prowse, but Spurs immediately fought back, scoring 2 goals within 10 minutes to take the lead. They then added 2 more in the second half to add loss to the scoreline. And Liverpool avoided a massive embarrassment in their first game of the new Premier League season as they somehow managed to grab a point against Fulham at Craven Cottage. The hosts took the lead in the 32nd minute before the new Liverpool boy Darwin Núñez equalised at the stroke of the hour. Now, these are all big developments for the team, which was able to equalise in the 80th minute. And lastly, on Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav in Delhi, during the celebrations, veteran Bollywood actor Anupam Kher met the megastar of the South, Rajinikanth. Kher took to his Instagram to express his satisfaction on meeting the Southern superstar. He also paid tribute to Rajinikanth by saying, "There's no one like him, there is no one like him, and there will never be anyone like him." Now, those are all the stories we have for you right now on News Blitz. Thank you so much for watching the show.
Why are you skirting my straightforward question, Dr. Sunil Singh? You are saying the unwritten law is because they are Muslim majority students, they want holiday on Friday. So I am asking you, in schools where majority of the students are Christian, will you decide that they can take their holiday on Sunday? Can the world afford another one? And this time, even if it's going to be between China and Taiwan, what lessons has the world drawn, if any, from the war between Russia and Ukraine in a way that we can prevent another one?
What is being promised here is irrational freebies, which influences voters, completely vitiates the entire process.
It is a good example for the rest of the world that the fight against terror must continue.
Refusing to cooperate in ED custody, he keeps saying "Mera ghar nahi hai," but with a Bengali accent, so they are not able to understand. Most of them are from the north, so the whole communication is all over the place. But his alleged spokesperson wants to cooperate with us. Joining us now is alleged spokesperson for Partha Chatterjee, who seems to have left the cupboard open there. Maybe he thinks we need the bribe. I mean, we do need the bribe, but what can we help you with? I can't even enter my own building because the chief minister's chamchas are standing outside. That's democracy. Hello, sir.
Kemon ache? Bhalobashi, how are you?
Partha Chatterjee, firstly, what an interesting name, yaar.
You see, what happened is that this name was given to me when I was suffering from very chronic disease.
What disease would that be?
Excessive flatulence, hence Partha Chatterjee.
Such an unnecessary piece of information, but I suppose in terms of embarrassment, not the worst thing. Getting back to Partha Chatterjee.
You see, the fact is that the whole thing is completely unbelievable.
No, 1 second. Are you saying that the fact that he was caught with so much of all this is unbelievable? Unaccounted for cash, gold, cars, that sort of thing?
No. That is believable.
Then what is the unbelievable part?
What is unbelievable is that how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita.
She?
She, Partha, how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita, eh?
No, you're confusing us as usual. He, and why can't he be having intimate relations with her?
Because Arpita, he's like film star, so beautiful. And look at Partha, she looks like me. Unbelievable, Baba. Howdy, Baba.
That's okay. My wife is pretty and come on, I mean, these things happen. Let's not get personal. Is Partha guilty of any crimes?
Udi Baba, Partha and Arpita together, it is a crime.
Okay, now look, this is just because you have an open cupboard filled with money doesn't mean you can do what you want in India. Or does it? Okay, let's get serious. He is the foremost leader of the TMC and right hand of Mamta Banerjee, and at this very moment he looks very guilty.
You see, the fact is that he is somewhat guilty of crime.
1 sec, so you are agreeing that he has committed a crime?
Somewhat I agree.
No, so you agree that he may have laundered money?
Very possibly. But that is small crime.
Hang on. That crores of unaccounted cash, gold and jewelry found on him is a small crime.
It is of course shameful. But that is small crime.
1 second, that he may have hundreds of crores worth of Binami properties. Small crime.
Ekta aparad. But that is also small crime. Chota aparad.
Okay, in that case, what is the big crime, or rather the biggest crime?
The biggest crime, Bishal aparad, Atyant Bishal aparad, is he is still in TMC and not in BJP.
Now that's a crime. Now that is really a crime. Yeah.
Otherwise, washing machine would have cleaned up everything. Bishi, washi, clean.
So Mamta Banerjee's right-hand man, Cabinet Minister and Secretary General of the TMC, Partha, known as the Paratha, Chatterjee, was detained by the Enforcement Directorate after over rupees 50 crore. This is a huge moment. People should be proud when you hear names like 50 crore. In unaccounted cash, gold bars, dollars, cars and property papers were discovered at his and his very intimate friend, I don't know if they're intimate, but they're friends, Arpita Mukherjee's home. Now, he is refusing to cooperate in ED custody. He keeps saying, "Mera ghar nahi hai," but with a Bengali accent, so they're not able to understand. Most of them are from the north, so the whole communication is all over the place. But his alleged spokesperson wants to cooperate with us. Joining us now is the alleged spokesperson for Partha Chatterjee, who seems to have left the cupboard open there. Maybe he thinks we need the bribe. I mean, we do need the bribe, but what can we help you with? I can't even enter my own building because the chief minister's chamchas are standing outside. That's democracy. Hello, sir.
Kemon ache? Bhalobashi, how are you?
Partha Chatterjee, firstly, what an interesting name, yaar.
You see, what happened is that this name was given to me when I was suffering from very chronic disease.
What disease would that be?
Excessive flatulence, hence Partha Chatterjee.
Such an unnecessary piece of information, but I suppose in terms of embarrassment, not the worst thing. Getting back to Partha Chatterjee.
You see, the fact is that the whole thing is completely unbelievable.
No, 1 second. Are you saying that the fact that he was caught with so much of all this is unbelievable? Unaccounted for cash, gold, cars, that sort of thing?
No. That is believable.
Then what is the unbelievable part?
What is unbelievable is that how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita.
She?
She, Partha, how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita, eh?
No, you're confusing us as usual. He, and why can't he be having intimate relations with her?
Because Arpita, he's like film star, so beautiful. And look at Partha, she looks like me. Unbelievable, Baba. Howdy, Baba.
That's okay. My wife is pretty and come on, I mean, these things happen. Let's not get personal. Is Partha guilty of any crimes?
Udi Baba, Partha and Arpita together, it is a crime.
Okay, now look, this isn't... Just because you have an open cupboard filled with money doesn't mean you can do what you want in India. Or does it? Okay, let's get serious. He's the foremost leader of the TMC and right hand of Mamta Banerjee. And at this very moment, he looks very guilty.
You see, the fact is that he is somewhat guilty of crime.
1 sec, so you are agreeing that he has committed a crime?
Somewhat I agree.
No, so you agree that he may have laundered money?
Very possibly. But that is small crime.
Hang on. That crores of unaccounted cash, gold and jewelry found on him is a small crime.
It is of course shameful. But that is small crime.
1 second, that he may have hundreds of crores worth of Binami properties. Small crime.
Ekta aparad. But that is also small crime. Chota aparad.
Okay, in that case, what is the big crime, or rather the biggest crime?
Hello and welcome to yet another edition of Bits to Billions. It's 7 a.m. on a Friday morning in Bengaluru. We're in a setting that's very unlikely for a startup, unusual, lots and lots of trucks as you can see, and we have a startup right here that's trying to simplify trucking for India. Rajesh Yabaji, the co-founder and CEO of Blackbuck, which became a unicorn recently. Thank you very much for joining us on Bits to Billions. So as I said, what Blackbuck tries to do is it tries to match demand and supply when it comes to truckers and shippers across India. Rajesh, did you spend the first few years of Blackbuck just in locations like this, hitting up truck operators, fleet operators, asking them if they want to come on your platform? What was it like in the beginning?
Yeah, first of all, thanks Chandra for having us over this show. So I think, while I was just driving into this truck terminal today morning, so Bangalore is where we started back in the groundwork started in 2014, the company was founded in 2015. So this was the first truck terminal which was our adda. So almost all the lanes I would have definitely had chai over here. All the lanes I would have some of the other meals. Because coming here, like you throw stone, you'll either have a transporter, a truck operator, a shipper, you'll get everybody over here. So yeah, so I think even today, I think, because we're present right now almost in all the districts across the country. So, even today, these zones are our like farming zones. So we get into this and we, go truck by truck, sign up people, help them understand our services, onboard them and help them like have a good life using BlackBuck. Yeah.
Right. So how many truckers now technically on the BlackBuck platform, and how many clients do these, truckers service?
So roughly we've about, about over 1 million truck operators who transact with us on a monthly basis. And we have about roughly 45,000 shippers all across the country, big companies, small companies, which request for a load on the platform and get their, trucking requirement fulfilled. Yeah.
Right. So when you talk about these companies, 45,000 companies, so these would be what, FMCG companies or automakers, which sectors?
Yeah. So basically, we do within shippers, there are two kinds of shippers. I think the names you took are the enterprise shippers, and then the small and medium scale enterprises, right? Under enterprise shippers, there are FMCG companies, there are chemical companies, there are infrastructure companies. So every sector, which is basically transportation dependent, uses our services. On the SME side, that's interesting because enterprise shippers probably would be about 200 and 230, roughly that would be the number range. Rest all, the 45,000 are literally the, SMEs of the country, the, traders, the wheat traders, the rice millers, a mandi agricultural trader, a transporter, out there who wants a truck to sort of ship excess goods, whatever he has. So those are the entire 45,000. So it's a mix of anyone who wants to find a truck, comes to the BlackBuck platform, posts his requirement and gets a truck and gets his service fulfilled.
So in a sense, is this like the Uber or Ola of trucks? I mean, would that be a fair way of understanding BlackBuck?
Yeah, so I think that's how it started. That it was merely like a matching platform where a trucker could get a load, and a shipper could get a truck, right? But as we kept solving, right, what is really important, for the trucking ecosystem, I mean, one thing which is the base of the trucking ecosystem is that 80–90% of these guys own like between 1 and 5 trucks, right? And the entire industry is about more unlocking these guys, right? So what we realized by year 3, year 4 of building this journey, so we started in 15, now we're in 22. So by 2018, what we realized is that if it is just about aggregation, it is not going to work. What was really needed was more rolling up the sleeves, getting down to the life of these truck owners and unlocking that. By that, what I mean is not only that they need loads which will help them earn more, in their lives, their entire payments, paying to the driver, receiving money, paying for fueling, paying for tolling, all that had to be like opened up and organized. Second thing was that they had very little control on truck operations, where the truck is, where is it loading, where is the driver driving right now. So that took us to the entire area of telematics, right? And fourth was more in the area of like, there's a trucker, aspiring trucker has 2 trucks, wants to buy a third one. There is an owner driver wants to buy another truck. Financial services to buy a truck, right? So basically what started off as just an aggregation platform, right? And and also the revenue from just aggregation for us is like less than 20%, right? And 80% of the revenue of the company comes from enabling truckers do business, right? So we had to mutate from just, I think when you and I last spoke, it was just an aggregation platform. From there, we had to mutate into a platform which is essentially like driving and championing the need for truckers to get organized, get more efficient, earn more money. To do that, we do loads, we do payments, we do telematics, we do financial services. So that's the new avatar of BlackBuck, and that's what that avatar had actually come in by the time the last round also had happened, and we continue to execute on that story and help the truckers of this country like get more efficient.
Right. Talking about avatars, I remember the last time you met, you were still, a few years, someone who had graduated from IIT Kharagpur a few years ago with short hair and all. And now literally you have become like from Yabaji to Babaji with this new hairstyle. So is this what entrepreneurship does to you in 5-6 years, I must ask you.
Yeah, so I think the short hair was largely the peppy style of wanting to become an Air Force pilot.
Okay.
All throughout my life, right?
Because
and
you also have an armed forces
yes,
background.
and
Yeah.
my father was a soldier, so I used to see these officers in the army who were like very young, and my father was this middle-aged guy giving so much of respect to this young 21-year officer, right? So I wanted to be that, right? And lifelong, because of an army family and wanted to be that, hair was always short. So except the last 2 years when I did not cut my hair, it was always short, and this is like just one more attempt to see what's out there. So exploration is like the key to entrepreneurs and building something.
You also have an athletic background. I read somewhere that you're a pole vaulter. Do you still do pole vault?
So I think it looks like you've done a lot of study and your questions are like so yeah, so I think sprints, long jumps, long distance running, and pole vault. So there were a lot of chops in athletics which I used to do. Pole vault last I did probably was 13-14 years back.
Oh, okay.
And
we thought we could make you do one on the
over the truck. So I think so pole vault career got over then, but I then continued my long distance running career. And yeah, so I still do marathons.
Yeah. In a sense, Rajesh, trucking is indexed directly to the economy, in terms of the movement of trucks or the loads that you see. So based on the current economic scenario, I mean, India is probably the only country, a recent study said, which has zero probability of slipping into a recession.
Yeah.
But we are seeing weakness in consumption. I think Unilever already spoke about, how they are seeing that trend.
Yes.
E-commerce platforms are talking about discretionary spend coming down.
Yes.
So, what is the sense that you're getting, considering, trucking is a very good proxy for what's happening in the economy?
So basically, I think we probably get a much more advanced information of what's really going to happen, like in the economy, right?
Yeah, it is like a lead indicator.
It's a leading indicator, right? Because any FMCG sales is happening probably on the end consumer, whatever the reporting is happening. But if factory is making goods, we get to know, right? So broadly, first metric, right? Are trucks traveling enough, right? In terms of distances, right? When we ended, so the full data of June and the full data of March, trucks are riding the maximum ever in the last 3 years. That's point number one, right? So that gives us very good optimism into what essentially is happening in the core economy. Second, our data is very secular because we don't have one, like let's say, roughly the number of trucks which are on our platform are like 40% of India already. And we're not secular to either one sector. So a truck, wherever it's traveling, it's on our platform, right? So from that point, large part of India's material movement is in the core movement, agriculture, minerals, right, metals, right? So most of those sectors are doing fantastically well, right? And third thing is that I think, not my view, it's more a red view. I think what people are talking about is more a shift from a consumer spending cycle. So hence maybe the points which you said may be true, right? To a more capex spending cycle where impetus on infrastructure, capex is going to be very high, right? Fourth very important indicator is that how, like, one is if existing trucks in the economy are fully utilized, typically it should drive a demand for new trucks.
Yeah.
Year on year, right, trucks are being sold 3 to 5 times more. So we have a 300 to 500% growth in the sale of new trucks in every segment of trucks. SCV, ILCV, LCV, MNHCV, which is MNHCV is big trucks, SCV is a small Chota, Tata Ace, etc. All these trucks, depending on categories, have grown. The sales has grown by like 3 times to 5 times year on year, right?
So that's a good
so it's
sign.
A very good indicator from a perspective of what the core of the economy is. So I'm very optimistic, probably for the next like 3-5 years of our economy and specifically for the trucking sector.
Got it. Why the name Black Buck?
I think this name was given by one of my co-founders, Chanakya, right? And obviously we were brainstorming. We had all types of like very weird names, gadibook.com, like getagadi.com, abhigadi.com, all of that we tried, but it was looking pretty bad. we were mapping one company. The name of the company was Coyote in the US. Right? They were not like, you know, they're not like us, the Avatar, but they were doing very cool stuff back then. It was on 14 like days, right? So Coyote is again a name of an animal, right? And hence, like, black buck is also the name of the animal, and black buck is one of the fastest 10 animals, native Indian animal, and that's why black buck. Yeah.
Okay.
Nothing to do with Salman Khan.
We are currently on an upsurge, right? So we are in this phase where we are expanding tremendously, and therefore we are currently in a phase we are hiring, and hiring a lot.
Now that's a crime. Now that is really a crime. Yeah.
Otherwise, washing machine would have cleaned up everything. Bishi, 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 washi, 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 clean.
So Mamata Banerjee's right-hand man, Cabinet Minister and Secretary General of the TMC, Partha, known as the Paratha, Chatterjee, was detained by the Enforcement Directorate after over rupees 50 crore. This is a huge moment. People should be proud when you hear names like 50 crore. In unaccounted cash, gold bars, dollars, cars and property papers were discovered at his and his very intimate friend, I don't know if they're intimate, but they're friends, Arpita Mukherjee's home. Now, he is refusing to cooperate in ED custody. He keeps saying, "Mera ghar nahi hai," but with a Bengali accent, so they are not able to understand. Most of them are from the north, so the whole communication is all over the place. But his alleged spokesperson wants to cooperate with us. Joining us now is alleged spokesperson for Partha Chatterjee, who seems to have left the cupboard open there. Maybe he thinks we need the bribe. I mean, we do need the bribe, but what can we help you with? I can't even enter my own building because the chief minister's chamchas are standing outside. That's democracy. Hello, sir.
Kemon ache? Bhalobashi, how are you?
Partha Chatterjee, firstly, what an interesting name, yaar.
You see, what happened is that his name was given to me when I was suffering from very chronic disease.
What disease would that be?
Excessive flatulence, hence Partha Chatterjee.
Such an unnecessary piece of information, but I suppose in terms of embarrassment, not the worst thing. Getting back to Partha Chatterjee.
You see, the fact is that the whole thing is completely unbelievable.
No, 1 second. Are you saying that the fact...
Shilpi, let me start with you. You know, we are talking in an environment where people are counting job losses and not the number of unicorns and how many people are getting fired. What's the scene like at Black Buck? You know, will you also have to take some of these tough calls, or are you hiring? Where are you placed?
So I think first thing first, we are very fortunate. We are not in any of those scenarios. Not even a thought of saying that, you know, we need to fire people or anything. On the contrary, we are currently on an upsurge, right? So we are in this phase where we are expanding tremendously. We would want to be present in every nook and corner of India, every village where we are, which requires people, and therefore we are currently in a phase we are hiring, and hiring a lot.
Right, and in a sense, is this a good environment to hire because salary inflation, you know, will not be as crazy as last year, for example?
I think both things. So it's not just so much about what you can offer to people. I think it is more important that whether you are getting the return on that investment, you know, because if I'm getting return on the salary, it's just good to hire more people, have more people, because you're not burning over there. So currently we have figured it out in a way that we are not really burning cash, and it's anyway generally, yes, as you called out, it's a good environment to hire.
Right. Chanakya Subbu, you know, Black Buck has seen like various twists and turns, ups and downs in the last 5-6 years. How did COVID really impact you guys, and you know, how did you kind of back from that? Because everything virtually came to a standstill, you know, forget about trucks flying, nothing was happening. We were in complete lockdown. How did that impact you?
I think the first month of COVID, April 2020, was very scary because everything came to a standstill, right? I think everybody at loss on what to do next, right? Including the government there. So trucks were at a standstill, right? The entire interstate movement was at a standstill. But I think very quickly the industry has recovered, right? Even during COVID, essential goods were of course very, very critical. The entire movement was critical. Trucking being the bloodline of the country, right, did not get affected after that as much as the other industries there, right? So we saw the truck industry opening up quickly after that, right? I think the last 2 years, even through COVID, right, trucking is something that is necessary. It has to happen, right? Without that,
virtually the
nothing,
lifeline of.
It is the lifeline of the country, right? And without that, nothing will sort of move in the country, right? And that's where we see trucking has recovered. For Blackbuck, I think it was also a blessing in disguise because truckers have realized the importance of technology as well, right? During this entire COVID phase, right? They understand the importance of being able to use technology to see where their trucks are, to use technology to make payments online, right? Since everything has become more and more digitized over the last 2 years as well. So I think for us, it has also been a blessing in disguise. We have been able to digitize the trucking ecosystem to a large extent, right? And I think the journey goes on.
Right. So,
yeah, I think, as Chanakya said, except for the initial few days, we were able to bounce back. There were lots of good things that we didn't expect to happen in a short time, that COVID kind of altered and then allowed us to move forward. Customers, for example, Indian customers, shippers, moving to digital mode, it was taking a lot more time than what we were expecting. Even the intermediaries getting into technology, as Chanakya was highlighting, using digital options to transact, do their day-to-day business, that kind of accelerated because of COVID. So I think in our case, we have gained quite a lot. We also learned few things as how to work from home and how to now bring them back and then do this as a hybrid. Quite a bit of learning, but overall, touchwood, for Blackbuck, it has been an important journey.
What in your mind was the lowest point for you in the last 6 years when you thought we are not going to make it and you managed to bounce back?
I think once probably where we really thought that we had hit the bottom.
When was this?
It was in 2016, but never, and that's the beauty of actually being together with 3-4 people. You derive strength from each other, and then there is a larger core team and so on. So I would say, first of all, never it has been a case that we had to literally go down and feel that we are done, right? It was not the case, but in 2016, after having raised 2 rounds of equity, we hit a bottom because of excessive focus on growth and really not aligning the processes. That was an awakening call for us, and from that point onwards, all of us committed to the cause and also to the team, entire organization, that we would never allow ourselves to get into that kind of a situation ever again, right?
So Rajesh, we were also talking about how Blackbuck kind of bounced back post-COVID. But when do you see this bounce back translating to revenue and loss numbers? Because you're still posting significant losses. I think the FY20 numbers that I saw, there was some 240 crore of loss. And that's really high considering, you are a B2B player and, it should be far lesser. So what are you doing to bring down your losses?
Yeah, exactly. I think you use the right words. I think there is like users who come to the platform, and there is engagement, and then typically is the revenue phase, right? So where we are today is like roughly 1 in 3 truckers in the country is like our monthly transacting customer. He does something or the other on the platform, taking a load or doing a payment transaction, taking a loan, right? Or using a GPS device on the platform, right? So where we've been able to demonstrate a lot of growth is on people engaging with us, right? Number 1. Number 2 is that if you look at it, this particular engagement quotient is built by, let's say, a combination of Salesforce, right, which is, let's say, on the ground, tele, digital. So that's where the entire investment is happening, right? And as we speak today, we've been trying to so truck owners are everywhere. There are probably about 6-7 lakh candidate villages where there are truck operators. We probably have about our access between about 110,000 villages roughly. So that's where we are investing money into, like building, the entire acquisition pipeline channel for truckers, right? Now, if you look at, the areas from which we monetize, right? So the verticals of payment, verticals of telematics, verticals of loans, right? Largely start with, like the first step is also monetization, right? Loads is a vertical which is heavily unmonetized for us. That's point number one. And we would probably look at, a 12 months to 24 months kind of an outlook to start monetizing that, right? So that's where engagement will start translating into revenues, right? Number two is that multiple different areas which are potential revenue sources for us, right? Which is financial services, right? Which today is just a vertical which we launched this year, right? That monetization plan is like over the next 5 years, it will become a significant revenue source for us. Today it's close to 0%. So I think, distribution is where you're investing, a lot of money, and that comes first, right? Which is happening. That typically translates into users transacting on our platform, retaining and using. When they start using one service, and then over a period of time they use the second and the third service, and then the services like marketplace and financial services are on the horizon of the next 12 months to like 36 months from monetization perspective.
Got it. And a few months ago, you also said that BlackBuck wants to get into consumables in the e-commerce space. I mean, you would supply, for example, grease or paint or tires or other things for your constituents. Is that again something that you've already launched? You're in the process of launching?
Yeah. So basically, I mean, as a company, like we keep doing multiple pilots, right? And some pilots succeed, some don't, right? So
has this one succeeded or not?
No. So under the consumables umbrella, under the financial services umbrella, we've been trying out multiple pilots, right? So so largely, I think some of these verticals succeeding is also dependent on other verticals succeeding. Assuming that you want to sell tires, right? And selling tires typically is a sort of a credit product, right? So you're selling tires, you give a loan for tires for like 6 months because the truck owner is hand to mouth on working capital. So tires, which is a consumable, succeeding is dependent also on financial services, right? So I think we do, as mentioning, we do multiple experiments, right? So I think the good work is happening on the consumable sector, right? Very good work is happening on the financial services space, right? And I think 6 to 12 months is when we would know how these verticals sort of stabilize and like build up.
Right. Rajesh, BlackBuck's been through many changes in the last 5 years, but in the next 5 years, if one has to visualize BlackBuck in terms of what else you will do or expand to or scale up as, what framework should one look at?
I think again, very simple access, right? How many truck operators are we helping and enabling in the country? I think that's like our North Star metric. That's where most of our discussions start within the company, outside the company. That's number one. Today, that number, as I was mentioning, on a monthly basis, about 30 to 33% of the truck operators in the country use us, right? Which is about 1.1 million truck operators, right? Second metric is that while they are doing business, be any of the verticals we are present in, right? How much of that they're doing with us, right? So we enjoy very high wallet shares in payments, telematics, right? We still have, like, let's say, we are seeing more around today 20 to 30% kind of wallet share on the marketplace vertical. So a trucker who's depending on probably, let's say, 2 trips out of his 6 trips in a month, can he depend more? So as our network starts expanding to like all the industrial hubs, more shippers get signed up on the platform. We have all demand of all the various truck types, right? Various different commodities, right? At all times which is needed for a truck operator, that wallet share penetration will increase.
Got it. Any entrepreneur who you look up to for advice when, during the tough times or the low points in your journey?
So I think in my life, there are 3 people who play different roles, and there are different genres, for which I just inbound into them, and generally I can inbound into them anytime.
Who are these 3 people?
First is we got very lucky with partnering with Flipkart during our early stages, and at that time the investments were led by Binny as part of Flipkart. So he's always been a go-to man, like any crisis he's been there. And I've never seen, like, because I also don't bug him much, but whenever I bug him, he's like there in few seconds, number one, right? Number 2 person, again, whom I met pretty early on in my building the company was Raghu. Taxi for Sure founder and CEO, right, Raghunandan. He's been very kind, very like, let's say I think availability is like blessing, because let's say they are so busy, so just stepping out of their own course and helping others is a very good thing, right? So I think second is Raghu, right? And third, as I was mentioning, we have a coterie of Anand's angels. So Anand Angels is a term we name, but it's the seeds which he has done in every different year, right? So this three firepower, which is, you know, Harsha, Vamshi, Neeraj, Vivek, right? Sumit, all of them are like just available whenever I need. So I think these are the three, like, you know, my sources whenever I'm down or I need any advice, any help, I just bounce in. They just bail me out.
Okay, on that note, thank you very much, Rajesh, for talking to us on Bits to Billions. Great to have you on this show.
Thank you so much, Chandra.
And come on, I mean, these things happen. Let's not get personal. Is Partha guilty of any crimes?
Udi Baba, Partha and Orpita together, it is a crime.
Okay, now look, this is just because you have an open cupboard filled with money doesn't mean you can do what you want in India, or does it? Okay, let's get serious. He is the foremost leader of the TMC and right hand of Mamta Banerjee, and at this very moment he looks very, 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 very guilty.
You see, the fact is that he is somewhat guilty of crime.
One sec, so you are agreeing that he has committed a crime?
Somewhat I agree.
No, so you agree that he may have laundered money?
Very possibly, but that is small crime.
Hang on. That crores of unaccounted cash, gold and jewelry found on him is a small crime.
It is of course shameful, but that is small crime.
1 second, that he may have hundreds of crores worth of Binami properties, small crime.
Ekta oparad, but that is also small crime, chota oparad.
Okay, in that case, what is the big crime, or rather the biggest crime?
The biggest crime, Bishal oparad, Atyant Bishal oparad, is he is still in TMC and not in BJP.
Now that's a crime. Now that is really a crime. Yeah.
Otherwise, washing machine would have cleaned up everything. Bishi, washi, clean.
So Mamta Banerjee's right-hand man, Cabinet Minister and Secretary General of the TMC, Partha, known as the Paratha, Chatterjee, was detained by the Enforcement Directorate after over rupees 50 crore. This is a huge moment. People should be proud when you hear names like 50 crore. In unaccounted cash, gold bars, dollars, cars and property papers were discovered at his and his very intimate friend. Okay, I don't know if they're intimate, but they're friends.
Good morning, good afternoon. You're watching the news with me, Toya Singh. We're walking you through all of the country's top stories. But right now we have some breaking news coming in that is particularly important. It seems that the rift between the JDU and the BJP is only widening with each passing day. JDU Chief Nitish Kumar has skipped, as you already know, the Niti Aayog meeting in Delhi. But he's attending other events in his own state. This isn't the first instance. There were other times in the past few months that this has happened. 5 at last count. Kumar has not attended either a central or BJP event now in a few weeks. Now, just to bring you more developments here, you must understand he also skipped the swearing-in ceremony for the new president, Draupadi Murmu. Nitish Kumar has had rumors swirling around why this possible rift could exist for a while now. It seemed earlier that there were reports that he was offended that he was not properly invited to an event. Now we see this rift seeming to have grown in the current action, with Kumar choosing not to come to the, as you can see, meeting that's taking place on your screens right now. Still, there were some reports that this was going to take place yesterday itself. This was not entirely surprising. Initially, though, reports were pointing to the fact that it was possible that Nitish Kumar Jha's team would say that it was because he was still recovering from COVID-related symptoms. That itself does not seem to have happened. As you can see over here, the rift between the two only widening, but Nitish Kumar is seen attending other events in his own state through the day today, which is why this is being looked at as it is. Now remember, the JDU is going through power churns of its own in the last few days. The a party leader who used to be second in command a few years ago has just been removed. At the same time, questions still stand. The BJP just had a meeting, as you might remember, a few days ago within Bihar. During that meeting, it said, at least according to multiple reports, that the BJP made it very clear that they would very much be keeping their tie-in with Nitish Kumar, that wasn't going anywhere. I'll be very specific with you. A delegate who attended the meeting said that the message was clear: to keep expanding and energizing the party, but to not do anything to disturb the winning BJP-JDU combination. Now, my colleague Saurabh Rathore is with us to tell us a lot more on this story. Saurabh, we spoke earlier in the day and you were pointing out the sheer number of events that we've seen the Chief Minister skip that are BJP or government events. But walk us through the possible causes here. Do we have any inkling? What are your sources telling you?
See, Toya, I'm getting a bit disturbance in the voice, but as far as we have received the information, there's no such reasons given by Nitish Kumar as to why he is not attending the Niti Aayog meeting which is right now going on. But it must be noted that this is the 5th time in 2 months that Nitish Kumar is unable to, attend meetings called by the center. In fact, 4 times. The 5th time is today, and the 4th time when Amit Shah came last week, he couldn't meet because he was suffering from COVID. But now, because now he is recovered and he's attending a National Handloom Day meeting in Patna itself, but he didn't go to Niti Aayog. There could be several reasons behind this as to why he couldn't. We can only speculate because no official words have come from any of the, in fact, the CM has not commented on that. But there could be some reasons because as we see the major events that in the past 2 months, whether it was Agnipath protest, after that the BJP leaders of the state, they commented that the state government failed to maintain law and order in the state. There were several other reasons which could be a possibility, such as the JDU has always demanded the special status to Bihar, which was denied by the center, saying that the funds that the state gets is more than needed. In fact, if we talk about the political aspect, the BJP leaders have always commented on the state government, whether it was the speaker when he was in Lakhisarai. He had a scuffle with the police official there, and then
Saurabh,
again
I'm
they
so
raised the
sorry.
question
We do have some voices coming in from Bihar right now, political voices, and I'd actually like to go over to them right now. We have Naval Kishore from the RJD in the state of Bihar. Let's go over to him to understand more. Sir, thank you so much for joining CNN News 18 this afternoon. Sir, this development taking place, on one side the Chief Minister skipping the Niti Aayog event and also being seen publicly out attending events in Bihar. So it's not, that he simply chose to stay home. Sir, what do you make of this development?
What is going on in BJP, what is going on in Bihar is everything but the governance. I think BJP is trying, it seems that BJP is not letting him work. That is what it can be said. Because if BJP is continuously attacking a partner who is leading, it means something. That they are not interested in development of Bihar, they are interested in making the government. And Nitish Kumar must have seen the development in other states, that how BJP has eaten up their partners who were in power. So it might be, I do not know, I can only comment that what could come out of it. And it's only suggest that BJP is interested only in diluting and eliminating the partner. And every partner will have to take a call on this situation, that they want everything in India, nothing else.
Sir,
nothing for others.
In your
even for their partners.
Sir, in your estimation, is this a rift that's only going to grow wider?
Well, it is there in public domain. I don't think I have to comment on that. what is going on, because the state president is attacking the chief minister, who is himself in alliance with the partner. So what can be made out of it?
Okay, and so one last question for you.
Look, they have also seen, the JDU have also seen that how LJP has been diluted, eliminated, how Mukesh Sahni was eliminated, whose number is next.
Okay, all right. Mr. Kishore, can I please ask you to stay with us, because we actually have Sunil Singh from the JDU with us right now. Sir, thank you so much for joining CNN News 18 this afternoon. Sir, big news coming in there, where first the Chief Minister skips the meeting, the Niti Aayog meeting, and then we're also seeing visuals of him attending a handloom event. So it's not as if, you know, he was ill and he had to stay at home. These are very public visuals of him choosing to attend a different event instead, sir. Could you give us an explanation? Why did the Chief Minister skip the Niti Aayog meeting?
I think I made it clear that Honorable Nitish Kumar has just recovered from corona, and as a doctor, I can tell you, it's a recovery phase. You cannot exert yourself. But that is not going to the Niti Aayog meeting. There's nothing much should be attached to it. And as for what you have to hear about.
Sir, are you able to hear me? Sir, your voice is cutting out slightly. All right, we'll try to re-establish that connection with Dr. Sunil Singh. I'll go back to my other guest right now, Mr. Kishore. Mr. Kishore, are you still with us?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Kishore, we weren't fully able to hear what Dr. Sunil Singh was trying to say, but I think part of what he said was that Mr. Nitish Kumar is recovering from COVID symptoms, and that is something that is a publicly stated fact. It is a known fact. At the same time, questions are being asked on why he was attending an event in his own state at the same time. You know, if he had the strength to do that, why not attend the Niti Aayog meeting? Sir, do you agree with that sentiment?
No, see, if he is going through the corona and health issue, I wish him good luck. He must get well soon.
Of course.
But this is not a matter of one thing. You look at the event that has been taking place past since the government has been made, and after that you will find that so many things happen in Bihar, in which you can say that there are contradictions. Latest, if you look at the event of RCP also, there was some certain kind of conflict. Whether BJP agree, JDU agree or not, there is a way of reading the public event which is going on in Bihar, and it suggests that everything is going in the ruling party except the interest of what matters to the Bihar people. Like if you see the employment issue, the BJP has said that 19 lakhs this employment will be provided in the state. What happened to that after 19 months? Today only we are raising our voice on the road with Pratirod March. That let us question, let us ask the government what has it done in around 2 years they have been in power. Anything that has been done on the issue of unemployment, anything that has been done on the issues of what matters to the people of Bihar? No. What is going on and what is seen, that how LJP was finished, how Mukesh Sahni was finished, how the other partners who are there and with him also are feeling scared of their political move, and how things are taking place, that is making more matters, and it is becoming concern to the people even with and partners who are there with the BJP. That is what we can do, and as a not only as an opposition party, also as a observer on the politics of Bihar.
All right, Mr. Kishore, thank you so much for providing us with your perspective. We'll try to bring a voice from the JDU back on the show so we can provide you, our audiences, with more perspective. For now, though, let's go over to my colleague Saurabh. Saurabh, I want to hear from you here. So we just heard from a JDU leader, and he said that Nitish Kumar is very much recovering from COVID. So any of these conclusions are unfair. Saurabh, there I want to ask you, on one side we are seeing Nitish Kumar attending events at the same time. The doctor said, that he is able to do light amounts of work, but again, he is recovering. Is that something that you buy? Is that something that we should just take at face value?
I don't think this can be bought, because it was a matter of state, and it was a big event for the states to address its problem. If you need any kind of help from center, any sort of funds from center, you can discuss in this Niti Aayog meeting. So this was a big meeting, and Nitish Kumar has surely missed that meeting today. And it was the statements coming from JDU that Nitish Kumar is recovering is can't be bought, because it's been four days that he recovered, and after that he has been going for surveys in this nearby districts from Patna. He has been traveling, and today also he is attending a meeting for past 2 hours. This raises eyebrows of the relation with JDU and BJP in the state. Today we have meeting in the he has a meeting in evening also. So he's been attending meetings constantly. And if we talk about the reasons behind, we can only speculate, because Nitish Kumar, when he comes out and open in public, he tries to show that there is a bonhomie between JDU and BJP. But behind the pictures, he has been the fact is he has been missing the events called by the center, which raises these eyebrows. Now, if we talk about several meetings that was called, the reasons behind it, if we discuss, can be one, that the Agnipath scheme, the state BJP leaders, they started commenting on the state's law and order situation. BJP has been there's always a rift between BJP and JDU when it comes to special status of state Bihar, and many other issues. So these could be a reason. Also, when Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited in Bihar on 12th of July, his picture was not in
If
the
I may, Saurabh, if I
footlight.
may ask you to stay with us. Thank you for bringing us those details. Stay with us. We have Madan Mohan Jha. He is the Congress state president in Bihar. He's with us right now. Sir, thank you so much for joining us here at CNN News 18. Sir, this development has come in. Obviously, we all saw the Chief Minister skip the Niti Aayog meeting. But the development that's just happened is visuals coming in of Nitish Kumar very much attending an event in the state. सर, आप अभी तक समझ पाए हैं? मैं फिर से प्रश्न दोहराऊं हिंदी में क्या आपके लिए?
हाँ, हिंदी में।
सर, मैं बस आपसे ये पूछना चाह रही थी, एक तरफ तो हम ये देख रहे हैं कि जो मुख्यमंत्री हैं उन्होंने जो मीटिंग था नीति आयोग का वो स्किप कर दिया एक तरफ, दूसरी तरफ ये फोटोज़ आ रहे हैं कि जो चीफ मिनिस्टर हैं वो बाहर हैं, वो लोगों से मिल रहे हैं अपनी स्टेट के अंदर ही एक इवेंट के लिए। सर, कहा जा रहा है कि ये एक साइन है कि एक रिफ्ट एग्जिस्ट करता है भाजपा और जेडीयू के बीच में। आपसे बात करने से पहले हम जेडीयू के एक स्पोक्सपर्सन से बात कर रहे थे, उनका ये कहना था कि नहीं, नीतीश कुमार जी का कोविड रिलेटेड सिम्टम्स की वजह से वो ट्रैवल नहीं कर पा रहे थे। सर, आप इस स्टेटमेंट में आप सपोर्ट करते हैं? आप कहाँ पे, आपकी क्या प्रतिक्रिया है?
देखिए, बीमारी का जो मामला है ये तो अलग है।
बिल्कुल।
और किन्हीं को कोविड हो गया, नहीं गए, तो ये कोई ऐसी बात नहीं होगी। लेकिन आप जितने दिन से सरकार चल रही है, मुझे तो नहीं लगता ये एक दिन के लिए भी दोनों में सामंजस्य है। दोनों का इशू अलग अलग है, दोनों एक दूसरे के खिलाफ बयानबाजी कर ही रहे हैं। तो जिसका कि सीधा असर एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन पर पड़ता है, चाहे मुख्यमंत्री के स्तर पर शिकायत करने की बात हो, चाहे अन्य स्तर पर। मैं समझता हूँ ये राज्य के लिए तो कभी भी भला नहीं हो रहा है, क्योंकि दोनों एक दूसरे को नीचा दिखाने का एक भी मौका छोड़ते नहीं है, चाहे वो चुनावी मौका पर हो, हराने की बात हो, या एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में दखलबाजी का बात हो। मैं समझता हूँ ये राज्य के लिए शुभ संकेत नहीं है। और जहाँ तक मेरे समझ की बात है, मैं तो यही समझता हूँ ये दोनों में कहीं से भी कोई अंडरस्टैंडिंग नहीं।
सर, मैं इसी बात पे आपसे एक और प्रश्न पूछना चाहती हूँ। सर, आपके एनालिसिस में क्या आपको लगता है कि ये जो अलायंस है इन दोनों दलों के बीच में, ये बना रहेगा?
देखिए, अब सत्ता का खेल में कौन किसके साथ रहेगा ये नहीं ना है। दोनों का जो माने संविधान है या उनका बायलॉज है, दोनों का मेल भी नहीं खाता है कहीं। दोनों का जो बनावट है, दोनों की बनावट में भी अंतर है। लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी इतना दिन से सरकार चला रहे हैं। तो मैं समझता हूँ यह बनावट सरकार चलाने का सिर्फ एकमात्र उद्देश्य है, सरकार को घींच घाट के चलाया जाए। चाहे जनता जो त्रस्त हो रही है, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का जो स्थिति है, महंगाई जो चरम सीमा पर है, और आज भी हम लोग अभी महागठबंधन के साथ ही महंगाई के खिलाफ आंदोलित हैं, अपना निकाले हैं प्रदर्शन।
Okay.
तो मैं समझता हूँ जो दोनों की अंडरस्टैंडिंग अच्छी नहीं है, और कब क्या हो जाएगा बिहार में कहना मुश्किल है।
अपनी प्रतिक्रिया देने के लिए धन्यवाद। CNN News 18 पर आने के लिए धन्यवाद सर। All right, we have Neeraj Kumar. He's a former minister. He's also JDU spokesperson. He's with us right now. Sir, CNN पे आने के लिए धन्यवाद। सर, हम आपसे यहाँ पे आपकी प्रतिक्रिया चाहते हैं सर। एक तरफ तो विजुअल्स आ रहे हैं हमारी नीति आयोग की मीटिंग में जहाँ पे मुख्यमंत्री प्रेजेंट नहीं हैं। दूसरी तरफ दिख रहा है कि वो घर से बाहर जा रहे हैं, वो लोगों से मिल रहे हैं इवेंट्स में। सर, नीतीश कुमार जी से क्या एक्सप्लेनेशन आया है? उन्होंने नीति आयोग की मीटिंग जो बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट है ये क्यों स्किप की?
हेलो।
हाँ जी सर।
जी
सर, आप मेरे प्रश्न
पहली
को
बात
सुन
तो कि मुझे उसके बारे में कोई अपडेट जानकारी नहीं है कि माननीय मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी जो नीति आयोग की बैठक है उस संबंध में जो सरकार का नजरिया है वो तो जरूर रखा जाएगा। किस रूप में रखा जाएगा, कौन रखेंगे, इसके बारे में मुझे कोई जानकारी नहीं है।
हाँ जी।
दूसरा कि अब आपने यह कहा कि पटना के कार्यक्रम में हेल्थ प्रोटोकॉल अब क्या कहता है, हम आई डोंट नो, हम नहीं जानते। लेकिन मैं महत्वपूर्ण विषय है कि जो आज हथकरघा दिवस उस कार्यक्रम में भी है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो पटना संग्रहालय की चर्चा की है, कि उसकी प्रशंसा की, इसका अवलोकन वो खुद करने गए थे, आज उसका भी कार्यक्रम है। तो वो कार्यक्रम में माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जा रहे हैं।
राइट।
लेकिन अब वहाँ की बैठक जी
नहीं,
इसके राजनीतिक निहितार्थ कोई निकाल रहे हैं तो मैं नहीं जानता उस पर।
ओके सर, आपसे यहाँ पे एक आखिरी प्रश्न फिर। सर, कई रिपोर्ट्स आ रहे हैं आज का जो इवेंट है जिसके बारे में हम आपसे पूछ रहे हैं, ये सर आई थिंक हमारे संवाददाता हमें बोल रहे थे कि ये 5वां ऐसा इवेंट है जो सेंटर का हुआ है या भाजपा का हुआ है जिसमें मुख्यमंत्री नहीं आए हैं। इसलिए ये रिपोर्ट्स आ रहे हैं कि क्या भाजपा और JDU में कोई रिफ्ट है? सर, इस पे आपकी क्या कॉमेंट है?
कल ही तो उपराष्ट्रपति का चुनाव हुआ है, महामहिम राष्ट्रपति का चुनाव हुआ।
हाँ जी।
तो ये इवेंट नहीं था, पॉलिटिकल इवेंट नहीं था। JDU ने अपना पक्ष नहीं रखा, JDU ने वोट नहीं डाला। मैं बता रहा हूँ ना कि जब जो चीज जानकारी नहीं हो तो मीडिया को विश्लेषण करने का पूरा अधिकार है।
ओके।
अब मुझे इस पर कोई टिप्पणी इसलिए नहीं करनी है कि मैं आपके अधिकार क्षेत्र को चुनौती नहीं दे सकता।
ठीक है।
लेकिन मैं चंद उदाहरण दिया कि महामहिम राष्ट्रपति का चुनाव, उपराष्ट्रपति का चुनाव, जनता दल यू का समर्थन हासिल, तो फिर ये कहाँ से विमर्श का विषय आ रहा है?
ऑल राइट सर, हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए धन्यवाद, अपनी प्रतिक्रिया देने के लिए धन्यवाद, थैंक यू। All right, my colleague Nikhil is also present. He's with us live right now from outside the Rashtrapati Bhavan Culture Center. Remember, that's where the Niti Aayog meeting is taking place right now. Chief ministers from across the country, except for 2 chief ministers. Remember, Nitish Kumar and from Telangana, KCR, both are absent. But apart from that, every other chief minister is present at the Rashtrapati Bhavan Culture Center. As we speak, my colleague Nikhil is with us live right now to bring us an update. Nikhil, we're checking in with you, I think, after a little while. Can you bring us updates from inside the meeting?
Well, today, as per the details, all the CMs of different states, they are given chance to, actually tell and discuss as to what their issues are in context to the states where they belong to. And now the details are coming in from the opposition party side, where the Congress-ruled state, Chhattisgarh. So, CM of Chhattisgarh, Mr. Bhupesh Baghel, he has raised his concerns during the meeting of the Niti Aayog of the Governing Council. He has clearly said that, in fact, he has urged for the revision of the royalty rates for the main minerals, including coal. And also he has said that he has demanded refund of deposits in the new pension scheme in the interest of employees. This is the one such concern which has been raised by Bhupesh Baghel, who is the Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh State. So one by one, all the Chief Ministers, and this is the idea of the Niti Aayog meeting, that the discussion should take place, smooth discussion as well. Some directions are given from the center side, some statement and some advices are taken by the state. So there is mutual collaboration. But on the other side, we know that 2 of the chief ministers are already abstaining from this particular meeting. So these are the details which are coming in, and we have been told that close to 3 or 4 p.m. this meeting will take place, and about 5 p.m. in the National Media Center, the CEO of the event, he is going to do a presser as well, where they are going to put forth in front of the media as to what were the points which were discussed. And to reiterate, for all those viewers, Toya, who are now joining us on CNN News 18, various agendas are on the cards, on the list, including the self-sufficiency of oil seeds, crop diversification, new education policy, its implementation in context to the secondary education and higher education as well, apart from urban diversification. And as mentioned earlier by Maria Shakil as well, in the next year, that means in the year 2023, our country is going to host G20 summit as well. So this is also which becomes even crucial as to how these states can contribute for the G20 summit and how can they work as a single player, as a team India. So various of the discussions are on the cards, and we have mentioned earlier as well that since this time we are celebrating 75th year of independence, the Amrit Mahotsav, so it becomes overall important, and this is the first ever meeting after July 2019 which is being chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Back to you, Toya.
Nikhil, thank you so much for giving us all those details. For our audience, it's time for a short break. We're going to see you on the other side of this bulletin, on the other side of the break with more updates. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
She, Partha, how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita, huh?
No, you're confusing us as usual. He, and why can't he be having intimate relations with her?
Because Arpita, he's like film star, so beautiful. And look at Partha, she looks like me. Unbelievable, Baba. Howdy, Baba.
That's okay. My wife is pretty and come on, I mean, these things happen. Let's not get personal. Is Partha guilty of any crimes?
Udi Baba, Partha and Arpita together, it is a crime.
Okay, now look, this is just because you have an open cupboard filled with money doesn't mean you can do what you want in India. Or does it? Okay, let's get serious. He is the foremost leader of the TMC and right hand of Mamta Banerjee, and at this very moment he looks very guilty.
You see, the fact is that he is somewhat guilty of crime.
One sec, so you are agreeing that he has committed a crime?
Somewhat I agree.
No, so you agree that he may have laundered money?
Very possibly. But that is small crime.
Hang on. That crores of unaccounted cash, gold and jewelry found on him is a small crime.
It is, of course, shameful. But that is small crime.
1 second, that he may have hundreds of crores worth of Binami properties. Small crime.
Ekta oparad. But that is also small crime. Chota oparad.
Okay, in that case, what is the big crime, or rather the biggest crime?
The biggest crime, Bishal oparad, Atyant Bishal oparad, is he is still in TMC and not in BJP.
Now that's a crime. Now that is really a crime. Yeah.
Otherwise, washing machine would have cleaned up everything. Bishi, washi, clean.
So, Mamta Banerjee's right-hand man, Cabinet Minister and Secretary General of the TMC, Partha, known as the Paratha, Chatterjee, was detained by the Enforcement Directorate after over rupees 50 crore. This is a huge moment. People should be proud when you hear names like 50 crore. In unaccounted cash, gold bars, dollars, cars and property papers were discovered at his and his very intimate friend, okay, I don't know if they're intimate, but they're friends, Arpita Mukherjee's home. Now, he is refusing to cooperate in ED custody. He keeps saying, Mera ghar nahi hai, but with a Bengali accent, so they're not able to understand. Most of them are from the north, so the whole communication is all over the place. But his alleged spokesperson wants to cooperate with us. Joining us now is the alleged spokesperson for Partha Chatterjee, who seems to have left the cupboard open there. Maybe he thinks we need the bribe. I mean, we do need the bribe, but what can we help you with? I can't even enter my own building because the chief minister's chamchas are standing outside. That's democracy. Hello, sir.
Kemon ache? Bhalobashi, how are you?
Partha Chatterjee, firstly, what an interesting name, yaar.
You see, what happened is that this name was given to me when I was suffering from very chronic disease.
What disease would that be?
Excessive flatulence, hence Farta Chatterjee.
It's such an unnecessary piece of information, but I suppose in terms of embarrassment, not the worst thing. Getting back to Partha Chatterjee.
You see, the fact is that the whole thing is completely unbelievable.
No, 1 second. Are you saying that the fact that he was caught with so much of all this is unbelievable? Unaccounted for cash, gold, cars, that sort of thing?
No. That is believable.
Then what is the unbelievable part?
What is unbelievable is that how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita.
She?
She, Partha, how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita, eh?
No, you're confusing us as usual. He...
Why are you skirting my straightforward question, Dr. Sunil Singh? You are saying the unwritten law is because they are Muslim majority students, they want holiday on Friday. So I am asking you, in schools where majority of the students are Christian, will you decide that they can take their holiday on Sunday?
Can the world afford another one? And this time, even if it's going to be between China and Taiwan, what lessons has the world drawn, if any, from the war between Russia and Ukraine in a way that we can prevent another one?
What is being promised here is irrational freebies which influences voters, completely vitiates the entire process.
It is a good example for the rest of the world that the fight against terror must continue.
It is, of course, shameful. But that is small crime.
1 second, that he may have hundreds of crores worth of Benami properties. Small crime.
Ekta aparad. But that is also small crime. Chota aparad.
Okay, in that case, what is the big crime, or rather the biggest crime?
The biggest crime, Bishal aparad, Atyant Bishal aparad, is he is still in TMC and not in BJP.
Now that's a crime. Now that is really a crime. Yeah.
Otherwise, washing machine would have cleaned up everything. Bishi, washi, clean.
So Mamata Banerjee's right-hand man, Cabinet Minister and Secretary General of the TMC, Partha, known as the Paratha, Chatterjee, was detained by the Enforcement Directorate after over rupees 50 crore. This is a huge moment. People should be proud when you hear names like 50 crore. In unaccounted cash, gold bars, dollars, cars and property papers were discovered at his and his very intimate friend, I don't know if they're intimate, but they're friends, Arpita Mukherjee's home. Now he is refusing to cooperate in ED custody. He keeps saying, "Mera ghar nahi hai," but with a Bengali accent, so they are not able to understand. Most of them are from the north, so the whole communication is all over the place. But his alleged spokesperson wants to cooperate with us. Joining us now is alleged spokesperson for Partha Chatterjee, who seems to have left the cupboard open there. Maybe he thinks we need the bribe. I mean, we do need the bribe, but what can we help you with? I can't even enter my own building because the chief minister's chamchas are standing outside. That's democracy. Hello, sir.
Kemon ache?
Hello everyone. In this journey of the nation, women, right from the birth of the country till now, have played a crucial and decisive role. These are women who have shaped the nation. They are involved in nation building. And today I have with me some phenomenal women right here, and it gives me immense pride to say that out of 15 districts of the capital city of India, that is Delhi, 6 are policed by women. What does their journey mean to them? Because this image of women in khaki, women policing districts of Delhi, what does it mean for them as they inspire one and all? Let me begin with you, Ms. Rangnani. 75 years, how do you look at your journey, women's journey, and also the journey of India?
75 years since independence. It has been a wonderful journey. Since the day we got independence until today, I see many women coming up in all walks of life. They have created dent in the professions which were traditionally considered to be the domain of male. They have created a space for themselves in the social ecosystem, in the professional ecosystem, and yes, they have proved their mettle that they are no way behind the men, and a more equitable system has developed in the country. And I feel proud to be part of the country where women are giving equal responsibility in decision making, in execution, and also in planning.
Execution, planning, policing, running after robbers, chasing them, does it make it any difference? I mean, is there any difference between a male DCP or a woman DCP, Ms. Kashyap?
No, absolutely not. I think that's what even Usha was referring to. The lines of separation are thinning down, and what you see here probably wasn't a imaginable scenario a couple of years ago. So I guess we are arriving at that spot wherein we could say that even in terms of policing, which is our profession, we don't see those lines of separation anymore. I think we could possibly be outperforming the men as well. So there is no separation.
And Ms. Amrita, when we look at some data, it is interesting that the proportion of women IAS officers stands at 17%, but women in IPS is further low at 9%. Do women opt more for IAS than IPS, and why is it?
Going by the data that you've just mentioned, it appears to be so. But if you see the trajectory of the women who are opting for IPS has also risen. It was much less before, and slowly the figures are improving. So as said earlier, I think women are also opting for IPS. They now no longer consider it to be a domain of only male personnel, and that I think is improving, and that mindset of people around, not just the women but the people around is also changing. Because of that, I think the figures would also improve further.
Also, I think a far more conducive environment and a more enabling environment in services like ours is also being focused at. So we have much more, I would say, gender sensitized environment to work with. So I'm sure, like Amrita has just mentioned, we're probably going to see better, entrance figures in our service.
Does it really come as a surprise to you that when we are looking at 75 years of independence, there are women DCPs, policing the capital, or would you have expected it better, or perhaps this figure could have come in much earlier?
I think it's great. It's great to see women going out and working in all fields, including policing. So it really inspires parents, it inspires young women, and for girls who are getting an education now, they don't see themselves as handicapped in any way. So it's an enabling environment. I think it's very good. I think it's welcoming. It should have come earlier, but if it's happening now, it's very good. It's great, and I think it improves further. So
देर आए दुरुस्त आए.
Yes, of course, yes.
लेकिन देर से आए.
नहीं, उतना देर भी नहीं है. देखिए, if you look at it, see internationally also, it's in some countries you see a 50% even more participation, but in most of the countries, women have really worked hard to come here. In our country, generations of women have worked hard.
Ms. Pandey, give me a sense of the challenges that women face in policing.
Well, you chose the right question for me. Anyways, as an officer, when we join the academy, we are treated equal. We get the same training that our men counterpart get. Some of us have, less protein when we are growing up. So many of the things, physical activities that we are doing is a little bit of a challenge. I wouldn't say that it is not. But the ustads, our teachers who are there, our seniors guide us through it, pep us up, our diet is looked after, and when we pass out, we are equals. When we join the service and we start taking on the roles of additional SP, ACP, DCP, and further, many challenges that come across us, one of them, a very important one, is raising a family as well. Because we are young, we are getting married, we are bringing children in this world, and it's an important social responsibility which we cannot get away from. So one of the basic challenges that I think all our seniors have faced is raising a good family, happy children, while giving 100% of ourselves to the nation. In that, an enabling environment comes very handy. Presently, our families, our husbands, friends,
and everybody
sisters,
has to understand.
No, understanding though they already do, but they pitch in as well.
They pitch in.
Yeah. I hope that there is a time, and it is increasing, it is, you know, every day improving, that there is a system which sustains women to go out and work worry free as the men do. Sometimes I, you know, end up saying that I don't have a wife, you know, so, and that kind of, you know, holds me back, and it enables me also, but it does hold me back as well. So since you've asked me this question, I want to answer it very truthfully, that systems are required not only for me at this level, but for also for women at constabulary, at inspector level. They require it much more than us.
Does it also have to do with the mindset that women have this mother's guilt?
No, I don't think so. None of, I mean, personally, if you ask me, my children are well taken care of by the support system that I have, my extended family.
So tell me, I mean, I want to understand from you, what is it like being a cop and a mother and multiple roles that you play?
So let's put it this way. So when you come to a field posting and when your children are small, for instance in my case, so the first night that I had to spend outside, which was probably the first or second day because some incident happened. So the time I had my child howling and crying and almost clinging to me like anything, to today when he says, "Mama, aapki night round kab hai? Mera TV party hone wala hai." So that's how we, you know, how the children evolve with us as well. They learn to, you know, take up the roles of their mothers also. And like she rightly said, I think the biggest takeaway from this would be this, that finally you do give the children a sense of having empowered women around them, which is I think what we badly need to change the attitudes in the society, which has been so far not very encouraging for the women per se.
Yes.
So I think that's something.
Yes, and Amrita, have there been instances where your subordinates have called you sir, and what your reaction has been?
Yeah, there are many instances when they have called us sir, I think every one of us, and the reaction was just normal because I think they are calling sir just out of respect. It's not that they are showing any kind of disparity that you are female, but even then you are being called sir instead of madam. But I think in their mind it all, what they meant was to respect the officer and not that to show some gender disparity there.
Okay, what are your thoughts? Please go ahead.
I correct people if they call me sir. I am madam and I am proud madam, and I correct them, and I want them to understand that a sir in sir's role is sir, a madam in any role is madam. So I like to correct them.
Okay, DCP Chauhan, Delhi has seen several moments which have shaped the city or union territory. How do you look at those moments in the sense that Nirbhaya incident, for example? Did you get emotional while you were looking at those stories when it emerged, those protests that all of us participated in? I was reporting and participating in protests because those were defining moments in the journey of a nation, you know, because the bills that came after that, the law changed.
So it was a watershed moment for many of us, and especially for women in this country, because see, these kind of incidents of assault upon women happen everywhere, all across the world. But in India, it is not only the physical assault or the sexual assault, it is an emotional assault, and moreover there is an element of stigma which was attached to it. So that makes it the worst. In other countries, it might happen to a woman, but there is an emotional trauma and there is a physical trauma. But the element of stigma that was attached, I think that kind of changed it in our psyche. Now we don't see a woman responsible if something happens to her. We see the society responsible. We see the systems responsible. So we feel that it has to be, it's emotional for all of us because completely changed the way you look at women and women in society, and you know, as people who have a choice, who have their own life to, you know, look after, and it is not only one moment that defines her rest of her life. So even though she kind of fought and she lost her life, and we are all very sad about it, but it made the discussion brought it in mainstream, and it showed the kind of support that it has, you know.
Yes, and women officers perhaps bring in that compassion better than male counterparts. DCP Rangnani, what has been the turning point in your policing tenure?
See, I joined, it was my first day of posting. I joined as ACP Kalkaji. So I was to go to meet my DCP for calling on. We have to call on our seniors. So I called sir, said that I was seeking time from him, but then he said, no, you go straight away to the police station. A minor girl has been violated and you go there and attend her, because it is a very, very sensitive issue. So I immediately went there, and I was very, very disturbed by the incident that happened. Just an 8-year-old girl was violated, and we were completely clueless who has done it. And so this was first day of my joining, and it shook my conscience. It caused me a lot of emotional pain, and I was really perturbed with the pain of that girl. She was in physical pain, her family was also undergoing trauma. So my first priority was to console them, to counsel them, to ensure that she gets the best possible medical treatment. And yes, the biggest challenge was to nab the culprit. We worked extremely hard over this case because there was no clue. The girl was very small. She wasn't able to tell us much about the assailant. Yes, she was very intelligent, very smart. She gave us some small clues which helped us a lot. And we were finally, after around 3 months, yes, 3 months, we were able to nab that culprit. And it bring me lot of satisfaction in my mind, in my heart. Yes, that now I am finally putting that person behind the bars, and I am able to do the justice to the girl, to her parents. And then since then I have been working very, very hard for the empowerment of girls, for the safety and security. As I have earlier also said, that women's safety and security has always been the top priority of Delhi Police, not only after Nirbhaya but before Nirbhaya also. This was one of the very sad moments that happened in Delhi, sad incident that happened in Delhi. But the Delhi Police is extremely sensitive towards women's issue, their safety, their security, as well as their empowerment. And we have been organizing so many programs for their awareness, so as to make them aware about their rights, how to fight, and also to equip them with the trainings of self-defense, which is very, very important. We don't train them to fight, but to flight in the situation of emergency, how they have to act. So this was one incident that has motivated me to work extremely hard for women's safety and security.
In terms of new age crime, we have seen internet play a role. The nature of crime has changed, the nature of harassment has changed because of social media. Is there a sudden rise in those cases of women reporting more about it?
Most certainly, yes. Yes, there has been quite an infusion of internet, you know, when you talk about cyber crimes, especially, you know, against women and children, sadly, also, they fall prey. So a lot of times I find that I would think that the ratio of sextortion, you know, crimes being reported, or cyber bullying, you know, or cyber stalking, or, you know, a lot of times blackmailing, you know, by their own known and, you know, close family, friends, all of them are really misusing the internet and the social space to, you know, do all sorts of anonymity, yes. And there's been quite a rise.
DCP Amrita, turning point in your policing career. Any incident, any case that you remember and you would like to share with us?
There are many cases actually. One can't be just pinpointed and told that this has been the turning point, but every day is a learning, every case is a learning, every workout or not working out of a case is a learning. So I would say there are many cases. I can straight away remember the first case which really moved me very early in my career. I was under training. I was in district posting as an under trainee, and we were on a night raids to GB Road. So GB Road is a place where you find women and who are involved in, who are the victims, actually the victims who are in flesh trade. They are victims of flesh trade. So we were on a raid. The raid is one part, but the other part which moved me very much was the conditions that they were living, the conditions that they were provided, the inhuman conditions that they were forced to live in. That was one thing that troubles me throughout. And in similar cases, there are many cases, like Usha said, there was an 8-year-old. In my case, there is a 2-year-old where she has been violated by some known person. He has been a small hawker kind of a person, and he just saw the girl, lured her by giving small candy, and then the girl went and he took advantage of the situation. And these kind of instances really trouble us, but finally we try our best, ensure that the culprit is behind bars, and everything is a learning, everything is a turning point.
And DCP Pandey, do you all chat at the end of the day? Do you guys get time to share your experiences and learn from each other's way of handling cases?
Definitely. Each one of us is doing very well. Ma'am, Usha, Shweta, Amrita, they are all pioneers in their own fields. So I definitely learn from each one of them. Each case that they work out, and it is covered in the media, it is discussed in our meetings, and we learn from their learnings. So
is there a lot of sisterhood that happens, or we have seen boys club everywhere, it happens everywhere in every profession. So is there some kind of sisterhood?
Definitely.
Meeting regularly, let's share notes.
Even if we don't meet, we ensure that we have each other's back. We don't do backbiting. We understand that boys have come this far only by supporting each other, and we are ensuring that the younger generation who is following our footsteps will also have that kind of support from us, and also a lot of hand holding from the seniors, officers who are in the services has helped us, and we ensure that for the juniors who are joining now.
And women cops in other states, is there some regular interaction that all of you have?
Yes, we have. I would not like to talk too much about it, but we do have an informal group where we can share our angst, we can share our happiness, we can share our pride, we can share our issues, and even the retired officers are there in that group, and they help us out.
Delhi recently has seen several incidents, protests rising as well. Farmers' protest is one example. We did see communal violence happen in part of Delhi. Protests happening on campuses as well. Do you see these as challenges, or are these protests which are part of the ecosystem that we see? It's a nation which will have democratic protests.
No, of course. See, in a democracy, there will always be a discussion, and there will be protests. There will be always, and this is how you grow as a society. Because if everybody agrees to the same thing, then there is no discussion and there is no growth. So of course there will be, this is a part of our democratic system, there will be protest. Of course they shouldn't go out of hand. For as a police personally, you always see that yes, this shouldn't go out of hand, there should be law and order at the end of the day, and there shouldn't be any kind of violence involved. So me being in Central District, it is like my bread and butter, it happens every day.
Yes.
So every day I have several protests. So there are sites where I have protests and there are police arrangements every day.
So Ms. Rangnani, when you first wore this uniform, first day when you wore this khaki, what was the reaction of your parents, if you remember, and what was so special about it?
They were very proud to see me in this uniform. I still remember my father was very, very apprehensive. He was very reluctant to send me to Delhi for studies also. I was never allowed to step out of my city, Agra. I was born and brought up in Agra only. So he never allowed me to go for even studies in Delhi. I always wanted to go there. He said, no, I feel that Delhi is unsafe for women. That is the opinion with many people. He also felt the same. So he said, no, I won't allow you to go to Delhi. If you want to crack this exam, just sit in home and study. I'll bring you all the books and do it. So, and he didn't trust me that much that I'll be able to clear this exam. When I cleared this exam and I got Agmut card at Delhi itself, so he was still very, very apprehensive. So I said, if you trust your values that you have inculcated in me, then allow me to go. And then he trusted his values, and I have been performing to the best of his expectation.
And DCP Amrita, have there been some moments in your life and your entire career where you would have thought that shayad ye nahi karna chahiye tha, I would have given more time in other things and maybe have had a family life? Or, you know, women make choices, and this is a choice that you have made.
I think every one of us have their own bunch of regrets in life. So, but definitely this is not one of them. There are other things, but in my career so far, there are certain instances where I felt I could have done something much better, in a much better way, but not regret the entire thing totally. But yeah, I had times when I felt that I should have done it in a much better way, so that it could have been much better. So those are always there, and I think the self-assessment is the best thing to improve one's performance and one's attitude. So I think that will continue.
What is this attitude that you need, DCP Isha, to look in control? Do you think you have to really have that attitude, which is needed? You have to send a message that I may be a woman cop, but I am in charge and in control.
Nobody cares if you are a woman cop when you are a DCP. You are a DCP, you are in charge for a district, a protest is happening, there are 2,500 people who are looking up to you to give them command. They don't care if you are a woman, your boss doesn't care if you are a woman. You are a DCP, and even if there was a man DCP, he would be expected to do the same things that a woman DCP is expected to do. So there is no distinction as far as the post of DCP is concerned. So that is the attitude, survive and never say never. That is what it needs to be.
Let me start wrapping this discussion, and I'm going to ask all of you to share your thoughts about what do you think will be primary going ahead when India achieves 100 years. What do you think should be seen on that day?
More women in public roles, of course. So more women in politics, in decision-making places, more women in maybe bureaucracy, policing, and a society which is truly equitable.
Yes, and when you entered police, you had fewer role models, and all of you are role models to all the girls out there watching this show.
That's exactly, I think we're on the right path right now, and if we continue to stay consistent with this, I think the 100th year will probably have I guess 10 out of 15 is, you know, women DCPs.
No, I think when India reaches 100 years, one thing I would like to see is the change of perception in the society. Right now, the perception is very far from what it is. It has to achieve. Even today, the perception still exists that woman is supposed to take care of the family, take care of the children, take care of the household, sit in the household, not work too much like any other male counterpart from morning till evening. They are expected that they restrict themselves to one kind of work and not do the other kind of work. And women still, as Usha was also mentioning, that they are not allowed to go far off places, but the male kids are allowed, the boys are allowed, the girls are not allowed. If they want to pursue careers or studies in abroad, then mostly they are felt unsafe and they are not allowed to go there. So I think that perception has to change, and that perception will change only when things at the ground level are changed.
DCP Isha, your final thoughts and final words. Would you say that perhaps on 100th year, you would not want a show like this, where we are talking about with only women DCPs?
No, we would always want a show like this because we really enjoyed it. So yeah,
thank you. Yes, please.
See, my thought is that two-pronged, agency and choice. So women should have choice to choose whatever they want to choose and not be judged for it, and agency to achieve what they want to achieve and not be judged for it. That is what I dream for India at 100.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. Thank you so much. It's an honor and pleasure to meet all of you women in Khaki. Absolute lovely image, and what you symbolize, what you inspire, it's even phenomenal. Thank you so much. Thank you, and thanks for watching.
Partha, how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita, eh?
No, you're confusing us as usual. He, and why can't he be having intimate relations with her?
Because Arpita, he's like film star, so beautiful. And look at Partha, she looks like me. Unbelievable, unbelievable, Baba. Howdy, Baba.
That's okay. My wife is pretty and come on, I mean, these things happen. Let's not get personal. Is Partha guilty of any crimes?
Udi Baba, Partha and Arpita together, it is a crime.
Okay, now look, this is just because you have an open cupboard filled with money doesn't mean you can do what you want in India. Or does it? Okay, let's get serious. He's the foremost leader of the TMC and right hand of Mamta Banerjee. And at this very moment, he looks very, 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 very guilty.
You see, the fact is that he is somewhat guilty of crime.
One sec, so you are agreeing that he has committed a crime?
Somewhat I agree.
No, so you agree that he may have laundered money?
Very possibly. But that is small crime.
Hang on. That crores of unaccounted cash, gold and jewelry found on him is a small crime.
It is, of course, shameful. But that is small crime.
1 second, that he may have hundreds of crores worth of Binami properties. Small crime.
Ekta oparad. But that is also small crime. Chota oparad.
Okay, in that case, what is the big crime, or rather the biggest crime?
The biggest crime, Bishal oparad, Atyant Bishal oparad, is he is still in TMC and not in BJP.
Now that's a crime. Now that is really a crime. Yeah.
Otherwise, washing machine would have cleaned up everything. Bishi, washi, clean.
So, Mamta Banerjee's right-hand man, Cabinet Minister and Secretary General of the TMC, Partha, known as the Paratha, Chatterjee, was detained by the Enforcement Directorate after over rupees 50 crore. This is a huge moment. People should be proud when you hear names like 50 crore. In unaccounted cash, gold bars, dollars, cars and property papers were discovered at his and his very intimate friend, I don't know if they're intimate, but they're friends, Arpita Mukherjee's home. Now, he is refusing to cooperate in ED custody. He keeps saying, "Mera ghar nahi hai," but with a Bengali accent, so they're not able to understand. Most of them are from the north, so the whole communication is all over the place. But his alleged spokesperson wants to cooperate with us. Joining us now is alleged spokesperson for Partha Chatterjee, who seems to have left the cupboard open there. Maybe he thinks we need the bribe. I mean, we do need the bribe, but what can we help you with? I can't even enter my own building because the chief minister's chamchas are standing outside. That's democracy. Hello, sir.
Kemon ache? Bhalobashi, how are you?
Partha Chatterjee, firstly, what an interesting name, yaar.
You see, what happened is that this name was given to me when I was suffering from very chronic disease.
What disease would that be?
Excessive flatulence, hence Partha Chatterjee.
Such an unnecessary piece of information, but I suppose in terms of embarrassment, not the worst thing. Getting back to Partha Chatterjee.
You see, the fact is that the whole thing is completely unbelievable.
No, 1 second. Are you saying that the fact that he was caught with so much of all this is unbelievable? Unaccounted for cash, gold, cars, that sort of thing?
No. That is believable.
Then what is the unbelievable part?
What is unbelievable is that how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita. She, Partha, how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita, eh?
Hello and welcome, Shilpa Ratnam, and you're watching the afternoon news on CNN News 18. Starting off with some breaking news coming in over the Niti Aayog politics. After BJP slammed the Telangana CM KCR for skipping the ongoing Niti Aayog meet, the CM's son and state minister has taken a dig at the Saffron party. KTR has tweeted, and let me quote here, he said, Sunday pop quiz,
An advisory body formed with a lot of pomp a few years ago, but neither PM nor his cabinet care or heed to their advice and show utter contempt and disregard. Can you name that entity? So we know that KCR has skipped that meet because he said the PM doesn't care for the actual needs of the states. And now KTR has tweeted this, but also he had sent a letter to the Union Minister of Textiles, Piyush Goyal, yesterday. I'm joined by my colleague Swastika with more on this. Very good afternoon to you, Swastika. So his tweet making it clear that despite the BJP slamming them, both KCR and KTR will continue to not just boycott Niti Aayog, but KTR on his Twitter has also questioned the PM and Piyush Goyal for skipping various other meetings in the past and saying counter questioning them. Does that mean that they didn't care about those meetings?
Could you repeat your question, please? There was a break in the audio.
All right, Swastika. I hope the audio is better now. I was saying KTR there continuing to take pot shots at the PM and the party. He has highlighted some meetings that the PM and Piyush Goyal have missed, such as the all-party meeting that was once skipped by the PM, and also a meeting that was skipped by Piyush Goyal in the past because BJP has asked KCR, is he too great to attend the Niti Aayog meet? So KTR, they're counter-questioning the party.
That's right. And in fact, Mr. KTR, who is the Telangana Minister for IT as well as Municipal Affairs Minister, has been retweeting a lot of TRS workers' tweet on the same issue. And it has become a tit-for-tat war of sorts, really, between the centre and the Telangana government. Right now, the KTR on his Twitter handle has tweeted questioning, was it okay for the Prime Minister to skip an all-party meeting in Pulwama? Then there was National Integration Council meeting, and he skipped from all-party meeting ahead of the Parliament session. So, as I was mentioning, the TRS has really escalated its attack on the central government, which of course a big political movement on that front was when KCR yesterday held a press conference announcing that he would boycott all Niti Aayog meetings because he thinks that it is a useless body. I quote him saying that it is being led by a dictatorialship mode of mechanism, hitting out at Prime Minister Modi. Now, the reason why the TRS has gone all out is two counts. One, back home, remember, with elections around the corner next year, it has become an all-out war between the TRS and the BJP, which is constantly trying to expand itself here in the state. Now, on account why KCR
Swastika, I request you to stay on with us because we're also joined now by Krishank Mane, a TRS member. Very good afternoon to you, sir. I understand KCR wants to make his stand clear and by all means of protest available to him. But perhaps attending the meeting would be more beneficial to the state. Would you agree?
Not at all. Has it benefited us, the Telangana state, in over the period during the previous meetings which we have participated? No, it hasn't. Niti Aayog has given several recommendations to Government of India, but Government of India doesn't care about those recommendations. So when it hasn't benefited, our Chief Minister feels that yes, the Government of India itself is not serious about Niti Aayog. When they do not care about the recommendations of Niti Aayog, why should the state governments believe in it? There is no Team India, there is no cooperative federalism. Hame chhodiye. This own double engine ki Bihar Sarkar, where Bharatiya Janata Party is an alliance, Nitish Kumar ji also is not attending. So probably first the Bharatiya Janata Party or the Government of India should first please their own alliance partners that Niti Aayog is really serious about something. So today we do not believe in this Niti Aayog or in that fake Team India's campaign which Narendra Modi ji is doing. There is no Team India. We are many finance ministers across India, be it Telangana or Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, they have put their opinions that the GST hike should not be raised, and particularly like products on milk. But what did Nirmala Sitharaman ji do? She said there was consensus. From unanimous, they have come to consensus today. So one thing is very clear. We in fact even condemn the statements of Piyush Goyal ji against our Chief Minister KCR, because there were numerous meetings which PM Modi also has not participated. The recent all-party meet of the Parliament, of leaders of the Parliament, Modi ji did not participate. Does that mean that Modi ji thinks that he is beyond the Parliament, he is beyond all parties? Is he so great? So there are many instances where Modi ji
Mr. Krishank Mane, also the Niti Aayog has responded to you. They've said with reference to water sector, over the last 4 years, Government of India has allotted almost 4,000 crores under the Jal Jeevan mission for the state of Telangana. So, do you agree with this statement that's come in? Is that a number that's and they've also given more numbers. They've put in their overall allocation under centrally sponsored schemes. How they've gone up to 4,42,000 crores over the last few years. So they've put out some tangible numbers, sir. Are you disputing these numbers? Are you saying Telangana has not received the kind of support that they're claiming that they've given?
Yes, we did not, because when Har Ghar Nal Ka Jal was started by Government of India in 2019, by then 90% of our mission Bhagirath, the pipe water supply, was over. That was what even Government of India appreciated in the Parliament. The Mission Bhagirath was a model to Har Ghar Nal Ka Jal, and that is why we've asked their support for the maintenance of it, because by then the whole project was over. And their numbers are totally distorted. They haven't given us, and they say that we haven't received the amount. The allocations are big, the releases are small. Okay. But one thing we understand.
Okay, so I take your point. I take your point, and we're also joined by Krishna Sagar Rao of the BJP. Let me take your point across to him, sir. I request you to stay on with us. Let me take your point across to him. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Krishna Sagar Rao. You heard what Krishank Mane is saying. He's saying the numbers that are put out are not true, that perhaps greatly exaggerated is what he says. And he says attending these meetings have not been beneficial to them, which is why they've not attended this one.
See, whether it is my friend Krishank, who is trying to represent TRS, or KCR himself, they have this habit of mixing up governance with politics. They cannot draw a line. That's what happens with family enterprises, which are running political organizations and also governing. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is not the president of my party to attend an all-party meet. If at all he wishes to, then that's his discretion. It is not about government, it is about the party. Krishank has to understand all-party meeting is not equal to a Niti Aayog meeting, which is purely a governance agenda. And then if CM KCR wants to disapprove it and wants to showcase symbolically or optics-wise that he wants to, question the government, he can very well do so. But the similarity between a governance meet and that to a planning commission kind of a governance meet, which is chaired by Prime Minister and also participated by the CMs of all the governments, is a governance decision. It's a government body. So it has nothing to do with all-party meeting of the parliament. That's number one. Number two, KCR is making political statements that has nothing to do with his governance capability. He has failed in governing the state for the last 2 terms. Now he wants to go ahead of the election schedule, and I foresee that he will go before the December of this year. He will probably dissolve the state government in about a few weeks' time, and I'm very sure about that. And that is what he's looking for, is an excuse to dissolve the state government and dissolve the assembly. So he's looking for opportunity. He's trying to flare up the tensions between BJP and TRS. He's looking for a escape route to go for a full-blown election. So in that conquest, in that attempt, he's trying to rake up all these issues and trying to show that the central government is against the state government and it is denying him the opportunities and rights. So this is all a political game, we understand it, and the people of Telangana will see through this game.
So let me take that across to Krishank Mane. How do you counter this allegation from Krishna Sagar Rao. He says that the people of Telangana will see through these games, but in these games are the people losing out, Krishank? Be it, in politics, is the common man once again suffering? Because even you're saying you've not received the kind of support that you need.
See, however, the government of India has not been supporting. Now, it is really good to listen to Bharatiya Janata Party preach, but they hadn't practiced. The same Narendra Modi ji as Chief Minister boycotted the NIC over national security. So today they are preaching us about how Chief Minister should participate in Prime Minister chaired meeting. It's really hilarious. But coming to the point of a common citizens, yes, what are we asking for? Why GST on milk? This was what even Modi ji spoke. Modi ji ने कहा कि अरे भाई पहले तो दूध के ऊपर टैक्स रहता था, आज नहीं है. But sir, today it is there. So how is it serving the purpose for people? You are talking about elections, you are talking about votes. Bharatiya Janata Party is always desperate about taking over states. But what we are asking today is, sir, your Niti Aayog meeting is not about Telangana state polls or any other state polls or searching for Eknath Shinde's. We are asking that we want results. We have put up across all the states of chief finance ministers have been saying, every state is saying, do not put GST on milk, do not put GST on packed food items. That is the solution what people want. But what are they doing? That now the desperation is, I think they should first try to please their own Nitish Kumar first. They should try to understand why Nitish ji did not come. Earlier also many chief ministers did not come. So when we are not convinced, when Telangana state is not convinced today, definitely our KCR ji has stood by it that this Niti Aayog is only for the whims and fancies of the Modi ji and his Sarkar, which doesn't want to listen. Please, at least by this, Modi ji should come out and speak to the media. Let him address a press conference, it would be nice. The nation would want to see some question and answers between the media and Modi ji.
Okay. Mr. Krishna Sagar Rao, Krishank Mani there again saying that, if we are to come to these meetings, then we don't want one more Eknath Shinde to be, cropping up. We don't want yet another Operation Lotus on our states. That's the allegation of Krishank Mani. That's why he's skipping. That's why they're skipping these meetings.
See, basically, the issue here is why is CM not attending the Niti Aayog meeting? That is the issue. So let's not skirt the issue by what Krishank is talking about. If you want to express dissent, which other platform is much better than where the Prime Minister himself is sharing that particular session? Why don't KCR come, sit in the session, whenever he gets an opportunity, he can express his dissent, he can talk about the issues which he is facing, and if there is any discrimination, he can highlight that, then he'll be a hero. He'll be a hero in the eyes of the Telangana people. But if you're trying to be an escapist,
teaches
if you are trying to, Krishank, let me finish.
No, my straight point is,
we
have to learn how.
See, what I'm saying is, I didn't
dissent has
obstruct
to be
when you're
practiced.
speaking. Let me ask you a few questions. Which other platform can he express the dissent other than where the Prime Minister himself is sitting? So when you can do that, why are you losing that opportunity in the name of, you just don't want to face him? That's the question here. So why does CM KCR doesn't want to face Narendra Modi ji, the Prime Minister of this country? I can understand if he doesn't want to face Nadda ji as the president of our party, but as the Prime Minister, why cannot Chief Minister face him and ask him the same questions he is doing in the press conferences for 2 hours? Let him do it in that 5-10 minutes he's given. But he's trying to avoid these, and he's trying to avoid not just one opportunity, all opportunities as a CM he gets to interact with the Prime Minister. When the Prime Minister visits Hyderabad, he doesn't want to meet him. When he comes to Delhi, he doesn't want to meet Prime Minister. So this is the question we are raising as BJP. We are not worried about the election.
I don't think Prime Minister ji visited to Telangana.
So we will have to wrap up. But Krishank Mani, just the last word. Do you want to answer what he said? Go ahead.
Yeah, Modi ji did not visit Hyderabad or Telangana in the capacity of Prime Minister. He has visited here every time in the capacity of Bharatiya Janata Party leader for the political purposes only, not to do some openings or give us some welfare funds or some schemes or any central projects here.
Okay.
Every time he has come here only for politics, be it for NEC or be it for a public meeting at the airport. Modi ji or Bharatiya Janata Party wants politics out of everything. They want Niti Aayog under their pockets. They want ED, IT under their pockets. It's only politics for them. So enough. We are tired of their political stunts. We do not want to be a part of their political tamasha on the name of Niti Aayog.
Okay. So I don't think I can bring a resolution to this. So I'm going to have to wrap this here. But thank you two very much for joining me this Sunday afternoon. Also, we have some breaking news coming in regarding Niti Aayog. CNN News 18 now brings you the inside track of that Niti Aayog meet. Chhattisgarh CM Bhupesh Baghel raised the issue of GST compensation in the meeting. All right, now we're joined by my colleague Nikhil Lakwani, who's live from the RBCC office in Delhi. Nikhil, so this is the latest that we have. What exactly did the CM say at the meeting? Do we know?
So Shilpa, as per the details, all the CMs of different states, they are one by one raising their concerns to Prime Minister Narendra Modi and to the members of Niti Aayog, and now Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh from the Congress party, he has raised different demands from the central government. The first demand he has put forth is that the revision of the royalty, particularly on the main minerals including coal, should now take place. Also some of the relief he wants in the new pension scheme. Apart from it, he has raised his big demand where CM Baghel has said that reimbursement of expenditure of close to 12,000 crore rupees which was spent on central security forces deployed for Naxal eradication, this should also take place. So he is seeking clearly the reimbursement of 12,000 crore. So these are some of the demands which have been put forth by Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, and all the CMs are keeping one by one raising their points. We know that there are 2 to 3 Chief Ministers who have skipped the meeting. Apart from the many of the, if we talk about who all are present inside the meeting, so Prime Minister Narendra Modi is chairing the meeting. All the Chief Ministers of different states, they are present, and the special invitees, it has been sent out to Union Ministers as well. So from the Union Ministry, Union Home Minister Amit Shah is also sitting there, nearby Chief Minister and nearby Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and also Nitin Gadkari is there, Ashwani Vaishnav is there, who is the Railway Minister. And there are different high-profile ministers as well, including Nirmala Sitharaman, Finance Minister, because they are going to lead the meeting as Team India. The other point as well, if we talk about the agendas which needs to be discussed inside the meeting, first is that the crop diversification. This is the leading point. Apart from it, there is this self-sufficiency of oil seeds as well. Then the new education policy which has to be implemented both on the secondary education and higher education as well. So there are different topics, including G20 summit which is going to take place next year. So they have to perform the task. How can these states contribute to the same? These are some of the discussions which are to take place in the meeting. Shilpa.
Thank you, Nikhil, for all those details. We'll keep coming back to you, but that's it for now. Thank you for joining us from there. Let's take a look at what's taking place in Rajasthan, in fact. Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot has garnered controversy after saying that after the law to hang the rape accused came into force, the incidents of murder after rape have increased across the country. Gehlot said that after the Nirbhaya rape case, the central government made a provision to hang the accused in the rape cases, and ever since the law has been passed, incidents of murder after rape has only increased. He's added that according to him, the rapist feels that the victim will become a witness against him, and due to this makes a decision to kill the victim. Meanwhile, the BJP has hit out at the CM Gehlot, saying that he is putting the blame on laws and victims and not the rapists themselves.
निर्भया के बाद में जो कर दिया कि आपको फांसी सजा मिलेगी, ठीक है, उसके बाद में हत्याएं बहुत ज़्यादा होने लग गई बच्चियों की। रेप करने वाला देखता है कि ये तो गवाह बन जाएगी कल मेरे खिलाफ में, तो वो रेप भी करते हैं और हत्या भी कर देते हैं बच्चियों की। ये बहुत बड़ी चलन पूरे मुल्क में मैं देख रहा हूँ, जो रिपोर्ट आ रही है वो बहुत खतरनाक ट्रेंड है।
Once again, the Congress party is doing Balatkari Bachao Andolan by Mr. Ashok Gehlot, where he blames the strict rape laws and not the rapists for the murders that take place after rape shows the mindset of the Congress party. Why is their heart beating for the rapists and not for the women who are suffering?
Okay, now a Congress reaction coming in despite the outrage that CM Gehlot's remarks have caused. Congress has refused to criticize the Rajasthan CM. Party spokesperson Rashid Alvi has asked people to understand the context of Gehlot's comments before reacting.
के बयान पर विचार करना चाहिए। सीनियर लीडर है, कितनी बार मुख्यमंत्री रहे। रेप की सजा मौत है और कत्ल की सजा भी मौत है। एक आदमी को आप दो मौतें नहीं दे सकते। जो आदमी रेप कर रहा है वो ये सोचता है कि अगर हत्या कर दी गई तो शायद उसकी जान बच जाएगी, चूंकि सजा तो एक ही मिलेगी। यही मकसद है अशोक गहलोत का कि बजाय इसके कि विपक्ष पे उंगली उठाए, उनके विचारों पर विचार करे।
Now we're joined by my colleague Bhavani Diora for more on this. Good afternoon to you, Bhavani ji. ये जो गहलोत जी ने बोला है रेप के बारे में, पर स्टैटिस्टिकली भी दिखाया गया है कि डेथ पेनल्टी अच्छा डेटरेंट नहीं है कोई भी क्राइम का, और पहले डेथ पेनल्टी सिर्फ रेयरेस्ट ऑफ रेयर केसेस में था। पर इनकी जो स्टेटमेंट थी शायद उन्होंने ठीक से अपनी बात नहीं कही, इसकी वजह से काफ़ी लोग चौंक गए और ऐसे उन्होंने इंटरप्रेट किया कि वो रेपिस्ट को स्लैम नहीं कर रहे हैं बल्कि वो रीजनिंग दे रहे हैं इसके पीछे।
देखिए, जो चीफ मिनिस्टर अशोक गहलोत का जो स्टेटमेंट है ये पहली दफ़ा इस तरीके से नहीं है। इससे पहले उन्होंने एक दफ़ा ये भी कहा था कि राजस्थान के जो आंकड़ों को गिनाते हुए कि जो रेप के आंकड़े जो दर्ज होते हैं, एफआईआर दर्ज होती है, उसमें से 60 से 70% फर्जी होती है, फेक होती है इन्वेस्टिगेशन के अंदर। यानी ये कहने की कोशिश की जो फिगर्स जो बताए जाते हैं, खासतौर पर जो एनसीआरबी के फिगर हैं, जो स्टैटिक्स पूरे ऑल इंडिया बताए जा रहे हैं, उसके अंदर राजस्थान का पिछले काफ़ी साल से ये आ रहा है कि जो महिलाओं के साथ बलात्कार के अंदर सबसे ज़्यादा राजस्थान के अंदर हो रहे हैं। और ये जो मौत के आंकड़े हैं, खासतौर पर माइनर्स के बच्चियों की हत्या के भी राजस्थान के अंदर सबसे ज्यादा है। तो अशोक गहलोत ने सफाई देने की कोशिश की कि हत्या इसलिए ज्यादा हो रही है क्योंकि दोनों के अंदर ही मौत की सजा है। तो उससे क्योंकि उसको हत्यारे को लगता है कि ठीक है कि हत्या कर दी जाए जो रेप करने वाला, लेकिन ये बचाव अपने आप में कई सारे सवाल इसलिए खड़ा कर रहा है। बीजेपी सवाल उठा रही है, बीजेपी 3 सवाल उठा रही है। ये कह रही है बीजेपी कि राजस्थान के अंदर लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को कंट्रोल नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, राजस्थान के अंदर लगातार जो बलात्कार हो रहे हैं उस पर बतौर चीफ मिनिस्टर, बतौर होम मिनिस्टर भी है, तो वो ये नियंत्रित नहीं कर पा रहे हैं और अब इसके लिए इस तरीके की सफाई दे रहे हैं। जी।
Alright, thank you very much for joining me with those details, Bhavani ji. Appreciate your time. But with that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. But do keep watching CNN News 18 News and updates continue right here.
Such an unnecessary piece of information, but I suppose in terms of embarrassment, not the worst thing. Getting back to Partha Chatterjee.
You see, the fact is that the whole thing is completely unbelievable.
No, 1 second. Are you saying that the fact that he was caught with so much of all this is unbelievable? Unaccounted for cash, gold, cars, that sort of thing?
No. That is believable.
Then what is the unbelievable part?
What is unbelievable is that how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita. She, Partha, how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita, eh?
No, you're confusing us as usual. He, and why can't he be having intimate relations with her?
Because Arpita, he's like film star, so beautiful. And look at Partha. She looks like me. Unbelievable, Baba. Howdy, Baba.
That's okay. My wife is pretty and come on, I mean, these things happen. Let's not get personal. Is Partha guilty of any crimes?
Udi Baba, Partha and Arpita together, it is a crime.
Okay, now look, just because you have an open cupboard filled with money doesn't mean you can do what you want in India. Or does it? Okay, let's get serious. He's the foremost leader of the TMC and right hand of Mamta Banerjee. And at this very moment, he looks very, 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 very guilty.
You see, the fact is that he is somewhat guilty of crime.
One sec, so you're agreeing that he has committed a crime?
Somewhat I agree.
No, so you agree that he may have laundered money?
Very possibly. But that is small crime.
Hang on. That crores of unaccounted cash, gold and jewelry found on him is a small crime.
It is of course shameful. But that is small crime.
1 second, that he may have hundreds of crores worth of Binami properties. Small crime.
Ekta oparad. But that is also small crime. Chota oparad.
Okay, in that case, what is the big crime, or rather the biggest crime?
The biggest crime, Bishal oparad, Atyant Bishal oparad, is he is still in TMC and not in BJP.
Now that's a crime. Now that is really a crime. Yeah.
Otherwise, washing machine would have cleaned up everything. Bishi, washi, clean.
So, Mamta Banerjee's right-hand man, Cabinet Minister and Secretary General of the TMC, Partha, known as the Paratha, Chatterjee, was detained by the Enforcement Directorate after over rupees 50 crore. This is a huge moment. People should be proud when you hear names like 50 crore. In unaccounted cash, gold bars, dollars, cars and property papers were discovered at his and his very intimate friend, I don't know if they're intimate, but they're friends, Arpita Mukherjee's home. Now, he is refusing to cooperate in ED custody. He keeps saying, Mera ghar nahi hai, but with a Bengali accent, so they are not able to understand. Most of them are from the north, so the whole communication is all over the place. But his alleged spokesperson wants to cooperate with us. Joining us now is alleged spokesperson for Partha Chatterjee, who seems to have left the cupboard open there. Maybe he thinks we need the bribe. I mean, we do need the bribe, but what can we help you with? I can't even enter my own building because the chief minister's chamchas are standing outside. That's democracy. Hello, sir.
Kemon ache? Bhalobashi, how are you?
Partha Chatterjee, firstly, what an interesting name, yaar.
You see, what happened is that his name was given to me when I was suffering from very chronic disease.
What disease would that be?
Excessive flatulence, hence Partha Chatterjee.
Such an unnecessary piece of information, but I suppose in terms of embarrassment, not the worst thing. Getting back to Partha Chatterjee.
You see, the fact is that the whole thing is completely unbelievable.
No, 1 second. Are you saying that the fact that he was caught with so much of all this is unbelievable? Unaccounted for cash, gold, cars, that sort of thing?
No. That is believable.
Then what is the unbelievable part?
What is unbelievable is that how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita. She, Partha, how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita, eh?
No, you're confusing us as usual. He, and why can't he be having intimate relations with her?
Because Arpita, he's like film star, so beautiful. And look at Partha, she looks like me. Unbelievable, Baba. Howdy, Baba.
That's okay, my wife is pretty and come on, I mean, these things happen. Let's not get personal. Is Partha guilty of any crimes?
Udi Baba, Partha and Arpita together, it is a crime.
Okay, now look, this is just because you have an open cupboard filled with money doesn't mean you can do what you want in India. Or does it? Okay, let's get serious. He's the foremost leader of the TMC and right hand of Mamta Banerjee. And at this very moment, he looks very, 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 very guilty.
You see, the fact is that he is somewhat guilty of crime.
1 sec, so you're agreeing that he has committed a crime?
Somewhat I agree.
No, so you agree that he may have laundered money?
Very possibly. But that is small crime.
Hang on. That crores of unaccounted cash, gold and jewelry found on him is a small crime.
It is of course shameful. But that is small crime.
1 second, that he may have hundreds of crores worth of Binami properties. Small crime.
Ekta oparad. But that is also small crime, chota aparad.
Okay, in that case, what is the big crime, or rather the biggest crime?
The biggest crime, Bishal Oprad, Atyant Bishal Oprad, is he is still in TMC and not in BJP.
Hello and welcome, Shilpa Ratnam, and you're watching Entertainment T20. Now, things have almost gotten back to normal after COVID, but you know our stars, they are never normal, only extraordinary. So, we have a very special show lined up for you today. On the latest buzz, Salman Khan steps up his security, Priyanka Chopra continues her Ukraine outreach, and BTS Army might get a whole new meaning. Kareena Kapoor Khan spills the beans on Shah Rukh and Salman Khan's cameo in Lal Singh Chaddha. And Arjun Kapoor on bringing audiences back with Ek Villain returns. Bond has license to kill, but our Sallu Bhai is not far behind. He has license to own a firearm now. Salman Khan has been issued a weapons license after he requested for the same in the wake of death threats that he received recently. This comes after Salman met newly appointed Mumbai Police Commissioner Vivek Phansalkar at the latter's office in South Mumbai a few weeks ago. In June, Salman and his father, screenplay writer Salim Khan, received a letter threatening that the father-son duo would meet the same fate as Punjabi singer Sidhu Moosewala, who was killed in May. Following the threats, Salman stepped up his security and also bought a Toyota Land Cruiser that's bulletproof. Now, Lal Singh Chaddha is one of the biggest films this year, starring Amir Khan, Kareena Kapoor, and mounted on a massive budget, but it's facing the same boycott trend that big-ticket Bollywood films have been facing of late. Amir Khan has requested audiences to not believe the lie that he's unpatriotic, and he has asked them to watch the film and make up their minds. Milind Soman also backed the film, posting, "Trolls can't stop a good film." But Kangana Ranaut has slammed this boycott trend, saying it's engineered by Amir himself to justify what she feels will be the film's eventual box office failure. Kangana has also called for a boycott of Akshay Kumar's film Raksha Bandhan that releases on the same day as Lal Singh Chaddha, because she believes that the writer of the film, Kanika Dhillon, has allegedly made some Hindu-phobic statements. Earlier this year, Kangana had infamously made a post about 200 crores being burnt at the box office, which was a veiled remark about Alia Bhatt's Gangubai Kathiawadi, a film which ironically went on to be a hit, while her own film Dhakad flopped. It's a wrap on Karan Johar directorial Rocky Aur Rani Ki Prem Kahani, starring Alia Bhatt and Ranveer Singh in the leads. Veteran star Dharmendra also shared a video of the wrap party. To make his last day on the sets of the film special, Dharmendra was paid a visit by son Bobby Deol and grandson Arman Deol. Saif Ali Khan's son Ibrahim is an assistant director on this film that also co-stars Jaya Bachchan. Ranveer Singh and Deepika Padukone walked the ramp for the first time as husband and wife for B-Town's favorite designer Manish Malhotra. The power couple celebrated the designer's 10-year association with Mizwan Welfare Society at the Geo World Convention Centre in Mumbai. The Mizwan Couture show was attended by the who's who of Bollywood, including Gauri Khan, Karan Johar, Bidya Balan, Asha Bhosle, Janelia and Ritesh Deshmukh, Nora Fatehi, Ishan Khattar, Dia Mirza and more.
Please welcome Kareena Kapoor Khan and Amir Khan to the show.
Kareena Kapoor Khan and Amir Khan graced the coffee couch this week and had a lot of fun but at the expense of host Karan Johar.
Quality sex after babies, myth or reality?
You won't know.
My mother's watching this show. You're talking badly about my sex life.
Your mother doesn't mind you talking of other people's sex life.
The Khan duo ganged up against Karan for asking stars details about their sex lives.
Babe, coffee tonight?
Tell me how it was. Kareena brought back her poo avatar while Aamir retained his signature style.
I'm actually friendly type का आदमी हूँ.
You're more friendly, but they probably like me more.
Everyone likes you more यार. इतना insult कर रही है, मतलब एक sentence में दो बार insult कर दिया.
Priyanka Chopra Jonas is continuing her outreach program with UNICEF. As UNICEF's Goodwill Ambassador, she interacted with children who were brought under special care due to the ongoing Russia and Ukraine war in Poland. Priyanka met the children in care under the Unbreakable Ukraine program by UNICEF and other foundations.
It is even easier. I hear from there and we can take them also here.
BTS Army might get a whole new meaning altogether. Military service may not prevent BTS from performing, the South Korean defense minister has said. Normally, all men in the country must serve in the military between the ages of 18 and 28 for about 20 months. In 2020, exceptions were made for BTS members to delay their service until they were 30. With the oldest member of the K-pop band Jin turning 30 next year, the issue has come into focus in South Korea. Thai rapper singer Lisa of Blackpink is the first female artist to rule Billboard's Hot Trending Songs chart, powered by Twitter, as La Lisa jumps to the #1 spot on August 6th.
Baby, get the microphone, put it on speaker. I said I can't hear you, so you need to speak up.
The song's gain can be attributed in large part to its nomination for Best K-pop at the 2022 MTV Video Music Awards.
Bam, 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 hit after hit, the rocks in my wrist, so I call him the Flintstones.
Kareena Kapoor Khan spoke to me about Lal Singh Chaddha in this newsmaking interview. The actress called Forrest Gump an elitist and classist film, and while it may have just been a slip of tongue, many have been trolling her for it. But as later on in the interview she tells me, these controversies don't affect her one bit. Listen in to the candid star who weighs in on every new-gen actress trying to sound like her. It's been years since I spoke to Kareena Kapoor Khan, but it feels like I speak to her every day because a new generation of actresses talk exactly like her. But this is the OG. Hi, Kareena.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Good.
So all these girls that you're very fond of, when they meet you and they talk like you, how do you react?
I don't know. Do they really? I don't know. I think everybody today has such individual personalities, that do they? I don't know.
You don't feel that way, okay? Because a lot of us feel that they base them all on poo
Oh,
and they
no.
worship poo.
Oh, God.
You don't feel that happens?
I mean, I think it's an iconic character that I think somehow is just related to the Gen Z generation a lot more than even then.
Yeah.
Because a character that was played 20 years ago, I think people still talk about it, which is so nice. But but I'm not too much like that.
You're not like that, is it? Okay. Contrary to popular belief, she is not Pooh. This is Kareena.
Yeah.
And Kareena has been missing from the big screen for 2 years. So when this was delayed for quite some time, how did you feel as an actor?
I mean, I think we were in a global pandemic. It was no one's fault. I mean, people were without work. People were sitting at home for almost a year and a half. And then the second lockdown. So 2 years, people have been without work. People have been sitting at home, not knowing which direction their life is going. But now finally, at least, we're happy that Lal Singh Chaddha is hitting the theatres and people will get to see, the kind of love and dedication that Aamir and Advait and everybody has put in.
Talking about the passion and dedication that the team has and Aamir has, he gets emotional even watching his own film. Are you that kind of actor or viewer?
I don't watch my own film, I watch it after the release. Because I think before that it kind of gives me anxiety.
Oh.
So then I like to just like, leave it to the audience also to kind of relish it and decide. And then after like 2-3 months, then I watch it.
So when it came to Lal Singh Chadda, were you already convinced or did you have to be convinced?
No, I think the fact that the way Atul has adapted it, I think it's absolutely beautiful. And Rupa is the soul of the film, like Jenny was in Forrest Gump. I mean, I think it's an iconic character again. Because it's pretty grey, it's flawed. So, people are, I think they're waiting to see me and Aamir together in this kind of a film. And everyone has seen Forrest Gump, but the way he's adapted it is something very, very different.
Rupa, मेरे साथ ब्याह करेगी?
तुम मुझे बहुत अच्छे लगते हो लाल, लेकिन हमारा कुछ नहीं हो सकता.
Now we've seen you and Aamir before in Talash, in 3 Idiots, which set such a great record. What is your feeling about this one?
I think all the films I've done with Aamir and had the opportunity to, learn so much from Aamir throughout my career, like whether it was, I mean, I've known him since he was working with Lolo in Andaz Apna Apna. I mean, he's just grown from strength to strength. I mean, I can't put the guy in Talash and Lal Singh Chadda or Lal Singh in 3 Idiots. I think that's the fact that only Aamir Khan can manage that. So all the films we've done together are very different from one another.
And we know you're the Khan's favorite actress.
I mean, I think that it's just, there was a time, they had a lovely time where I was working with everyone, and I'm happy I had that opportunity. And but I think with Aamir it's been special because somewhat I feel that, he's a different kind of actor. He's very methodical and he likes to be, prepared. I'm very spontaneous. So somewhere I think, like our chemistry really comes on screen.
So is it true that we have Shah Rukh and Salman in Lal Singh Chadda?
I don't know about Salman, but I mean, I think Shah Rukh is there, but not Salman.
We did catch him in the film. So you, Mona Singh and Aamir Khan were very famously part of 3 Idiots.
Yeah.
And now we see Mona Singh playing his mother. Now if you were ever offered such a role, depending on the actor or the role, would you ever take it up as the mother of an actor?
I think that it depends on the story. And Mona is like, I mean, she's a wonderful actor and I think she's suited the part and the way she's played the part, because also she's had to play the part when she was young as well. And then go into the old. When you see the film, you understand, because everyone's started young and growing old in the film. It's a journey of 20-30 years. So
now I know there's some de-aging in this. We've seen that in the trailer. We know you love yourself as you are. What do you feel about the VFX in this?
They had to do it because we had to show us that we are in college. So the idea is that they have to show a young Aamir and a young Kareena, because in the end you're going to see us at 45, 50.
My mom always said life was like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get.
No, this is a film that everyone has watched, Forrest Gump, right? So when you signed it on, did you ever think, oh, maybe it's a film everyone would have seen? Did you ever have that apprehension?
No, because it's an original adaptation in a different language. And our language and our sentiments and emotions are very different from theirs also. So we've adapted it for our Indian screens, and I'm sure people would enjoy it. But there are still a lot of people who haven't seen Forrest Gump, because the masses would not have seen Forrest Gump.
That is true.
It's an elitist kind of classist film, I mean, it's a film that the mass people, so I mean, they haven't seen, so they'll see it for a story. They're not going to see it because it's the remake of Forrest Gump. And I mean, of course, Aamir has made it for that, but it's also a story that people would like to see.
Well, yes, it is a very desi adaptation. You play Rupa in this film. A lot of your characters, as I mentioned, people have internalized themselves. What about you when it comes to your characters? You feel detached. Are you detached?
Yeah, I mean, like because I'm a very spontaneous actor, I go with the flow. I live with the film and the character at that time, and then kind of, because we do multiple films, we go into multiple things, we have our life as well. So it's all different, but a lot of actors, I think everyone functions and operates differently. But I'm very at that moment.
In this film, we also have one of your family members, which is Jay. He was part of, some schedules, because I think you were pregnant for some of the schedules. So yeah, so I can say this is his on-screen debut.
Yeah, I mean, I think the pandemic, the pregnancy, I think because we had so much time that, you know, we were at home, and then when I got pregnant, then we tried to shoot the film. So, but it was wonderful because, you know, it's just like made it even more special.
मेरी मम्मी कहती थी कि जिंदगी गुलगप्पे जैसी होती है, पेट पले ही पर जावे, मन नहीं परता.
Arjun Kapoor has finally had some respite at the box office. His latest release, 8 billion returns, has got decent collections, especially at a time when audiences are reluctant to venture into cinema halls for typical Bollywood fare. The return of this franchise also starred Disha Patni, Tara Sutaria and John Abraham. Arjun Kapoor spoke to me about the year he's having.
तू हीरो, तो मैं तेरी कहानी का विलेन.
Arjun Kapoor, welcome back to the theatres.
Thank you so much for welcoming me back to the theatres, and thank you to the audience for welcoming me back to the theatres.
They really did. You know, they have welcomed you back to the theatres at a time when films of big stars have not worked. Your film, which is the return of a franchise, has managed to bring audiences back to the theatres. How do you feel?
I feel really nice at a personal level because nobody's above or below the audience at the end of the day, you know. So when the industry is going through a vulnerable phase, we all want to do well, but at the same time, you also want the audience to come back to theatres. It's not only about just making the money and getting the cash registers ringing. You also want to kind of make sure that the right audience is coming in. I'm really happy that we've hit the spot with the right audience, and specifically for me, to reconnect with an audience that somewhere I'm very, very fond of. I want to work in mass cinema. I want to do that kind of cinema. I started out my career doing Gunde, Tevar, Rishabh I've never shied away from that space, even a Mubaraka for that matter. So for me, this film is a immediate validation that I need to head in that direction because the audience does like watching me in theatres.
Yeah, you know, I was going to ask you, was it validation, but you answered it.
Well, it is, in a strange sort of way. That's all. You know, when you do films for OTT, the validation seeps in slowly. Different audiences, different mindsets, they see it aram se. When you see a theatrical business, it's immediate. So you know, okay, this audience has latched on, or that audience, or sometimes everybody latches on. So of course, it's immediate validation at a time, like you said, where other films have not panned out as well as people would have liked. For this film to punch above its weight at this point in time, with the circumstances, I'm very, very happy about it.
Now, when I saw your character in this film, I was thinking, you know, Arjun already gets trolled for being the son of a rich father.
Not really. I mean, I've not been trolled for being I've just been trolled for being my father's son.
So when you signed on to this, you were like, do I really want to be again, this guy is also being like, you know, whatever, chastised for it, do I want to do it? Did that ever occur to you? No.
I mean, I don't know what, I did the role, so then how am I supposed to answer that?
No.
Nobody sits in their house, thinks about this word that is magnified by the media. Please understand, it's only a media-made thing. It's a myth. The fact that the film is doing business in itself explains to you that that word that you're using again and again repeatedly over so many months that we've been using it is something that is created at a very low level on Instagram. And those comments are picked up at a very low level for creating clickbait conversation. The fact that when a film does well, despite having me in it playing a role that you would assume that I would have to worry about, and I'm appreciated for it, is an answer in itself that it has no relevance and bearing to the audience that actually pays money to watch it. If that makes any sense. If the fact that you would think that I would have to worry about something that actually is not a serious issue.
Okay. You think it's a non-issue.
Of course it is. The business of the film.
Script, you don't think, okay, there's an issue. You think, no. You know, it has no bearing on anything.
That's what I'm telling you.
Okay.
It is a myth that an actor will have to ever worry about trolling when they select material. It is about the fact that the film has done business, hence proves that trolling is not relevant to box office business.
Okay. But when you saw the script, were you ever offered both the roles of John
No.
and
I was
yours?
very clear I wanted to do this role because I've not played an urban action character ever. I've always done, I would say, small town or you know, the Gunde, I was a 70s gangster, Tevar, I was a small town boy. So I've never done an urban action film. So I wanted to be stylish doing action, and this film gave me that opportunity.
You also, all these fight scenes with John Abraham, I know you've been asked a lot about it, but I saw it. Now I saw it on screen. There was that train wala fight
the subway,
scene.
The metro fight,
There were quite a bit of fight scenes with John. Like
that's the fun, like where do you get to do stuff like this? I think post-pandemic, I had been craving to do something like this, and the whole fun is sometimes you fight the fighters, and you got to look like a hero, and you got all that, but then to fight a fellow contemporary or a fellow actor or a fellow star, you got to take it up a notch because the audiences does get excited about stuff like that. So I think for me that was one of the bigger ingredients to say yes, is to go man to man versus John Abraham and stand on my own feet. Not about how many punches you give or get, it's just about the visual posturing of two guys are going to take on each other, you know. So that's a lot of fun to watch. Like, I love watching stuff like that on screen. So I just wanted to do something. In Gunde, we didn't really have a face-off except one scene. Here, there's a lot more animosity. So for me, that was very, and I love doing action. I've always loved it. I think I'm slightly gifted that way, that even the way I look, action comes naturally to the physicality. So I really enjoyed myself, and John made it much more simpler.
मार दूंगा सबको या खुद मर जाऊंगा मारते पर मैं उठता रहूंगा आखिरी सांस तक.
Legend has it that this is everybody's favorite segment. It's called the commercial break, and I will catch you on the other side.
Shalaprad is he is still in TMC and not in BJP.
Now that's a crime. Now that is really a crime. Yeah.
Otherwise, washing machine would have cleaned up everything. Bishi, 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 washi, 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 clean.
So Mamata Banerjee's right-hand man, Cabinet Minister and Secretary General of the TMC, Partha, known as the Paratha, Chatterjee, was detained by the Enforcement Directorate after over rupees 50 crore. This is a huge moment. People should be proud when you hear names like 50 crore. In unaccounted cash, gold bars, dollars, cars and property papers were discovered at his and his very intimate friend, I don't know if they're intimate, but they're friends, Arpita Mukherjee's home. Now, he is refusing to cooperate in ED custody. He keeps saying, Mera ghar nahi hai, but with a Bengali accent, so they're not able to understand. Most of them are from the north, so the whole communication is all over the place. But his alleged spokesperson wants to cooperate with us. Joining us now is alleged spokesperson for Partha Chatterjee, who seems to have left the cupboard open there. Maybe he thinks we need the bribe. I mean, we do need the bribe, but what can we help you with? I can't even enter my own building because the chief minister's chamchas are standing outside. That's democracy. Hello, sir.
Kemon ache? Bhalobashi, how are you?
Partha Chatterjee, firstly, what an interesting name, yaar.
You see, what happened is that this name was given to me when I was suffering from very chronic disease.
What disease would that be?
Excessive flatulence, hence Partha Chatterjee.
Such an unnecessary piece of information, but I suppose in terms of embarrassment.
Vineet Kumar Singh's latest series, Rangbaz 3, that is streaming on Z5, is creating all the right buzz. My colleague Vishal Chatkara spoke to Vineet about playing this gangster-turned-politician in this drama series.
हम आपकी पार्टी से चुनाव लड़ना चाहते हैं।
ये मछली नहीं है, ये मगरमच्छ है।
Vineet, you'll be next seen playing the character of Sahib in the third season of Rangbaz Dar Ki Rajniti. So please tell us more about your character and the series.
मेरे किरदार का नाम है हारून शाह अली बेग, जिसे प्यार से लोग साहिब बुलाते हैं। इसके कई शेड्स हैं और ऑन स्क्रीन मुझे एक अपॉर्चुनिटी थी। कुल ऑलमोस्ट 3 डिकेड्स 30 इयर्स की जर्नी है ऑन स्क्रीन। किरदार एक बिहार में एक फिक्शनल प्लेस से बिलोंग करता है। ये किसी के आगे झुकने के लिए तैयार है, जिसकी वजह से इसके क्लैशेस होते हैं। बाद में एक पॉइंट ऐसा आता है जहां ये पॉलिटिक्स में कदम जमाता है।
आपको लगता है कि कैन एक्टर्स बी पॉलिटिकल एंड हाउ पॉलिटिकल आर यू?
उत्तर प्रदेश और बिहार में पैदा हुआ आदमी ये बोले कि मुझे राजनीति नहीं समझती, तो मुझे लगता है वो झूठ बोलता है या फिर वो रहा नहीं उत्तर प्रदेश और बिहार में ठीक से। जैसे बनारस में काशी का 80 जो किताब लिखी काशीनाथ सिंह जी ने, उसमें आप देखेंगे कि चाय की दुकान हो, उसमें देश विदेश की जो राजनीतिक स्थिति परिस्थिति है और जो उस समय के नेता हैं उनके बारे में बहुत मुखर होके खुल के बातें की जाती। तो कहीं ना कहीं वो एक असर तो होता है।
गैंग्स ऑफ वासेपुर को 10 साल हो गए हैं रिलीज हुए इस साल जून में। आपने उस फिल्म में दानिश खान का किरदार प्ले किया था, जो कि सरदार खान के फेवरेट बेटे थे। सो व्हाट इज दैट वन थिंग आपके ध्यान में आती है जब आप गैंग्स ऑफ वासेपुर के बारे में सोचते हैं?
वासीपुर एक ऐसी फिल्म थी जिससे मुझे एक एक्टर के नाते पहचान मिली। हाँ, वासीपुर के बाद मेरे साथ के सारे लोग विशाल बहुत आगे चले गए। मेरे साथ कुछ ऐसा मैजिक नहीं हो रहा था जैसा मैं सोचता था। तो मैंने ये डिसाइड किया कि भाई अगर दूसरे मेरे लिए नहीं सोच रहे हैं, मैं तो सोच सकता हूँ। मैंने मेरी बहन के साथ मिलके मुक्काबाज की स्क्रिप्ट लिखी।
Billy McKay is the first master chef to win the show twice. She emerged the winner of the latest season of MasterChef fans and favorites.
10.
That means Billy McKay, you're the winner of MasterChef Australia 2022!
You know, the fantastic thing about your journey, both times, is so many people have ups and downs. I feel you only have ups, and then the judges give you slight criticism, like your dish may go off a little bit here, but it's been such easy, smooth sailing for you.
Oh gosh, I wish I could say it felt like that. But yeah, look, I think I had a pretty good season, but there were certainly some downs as well as the ups. You know, you never know what sort of day you're going to have in that kitchen.
But I think you thrive on the slight downs that you get, because then you get to go into the pressure test, which I think is your favorite part, because you just excel at it. Who loves pressure tests except Billy?
Yeah, I know. It's so funny. I think people often ask what my favorite challenges were, and they were the pressure tests, which may sound crazy, but I think I guess I can say that now because I got through all of those pressure tests. But yeah, there's something about being under huge time constraints and just having that recipe in front of you as well. I loved not having to think too much about it. I just had to sort of get the job done. So yeah, very much enjoyed those.
What were your favorite dishes out of everything that you made? I still remember your cauliflower dish from season 7, the stem beef. That was incredible. What have been your favorites through both seasons?
Yeah, in fact, that was probably one of my favorites as well, that cauliflower dish. And I almost brought that back and did a second version of it, because I did really love that dish, and I love that style of cooking as well, where you use the entire part of the vegetable. But I think this time around, I really loved doing desserts. I surprised myself a bit there, but I think I realized I could do desserts in a quick time frame. And I guess not having Reynold, the dessert king, there as well really helped me with my confidence a bit. I could sort of go down that avenue and not worry too much about it. So cooking desserts with different flavors was my favorite thing to do.
I want to try your lamington with the coconut snow and those coconut bits.
And with that, it's a wrap on this edition of TV's best show. And for the next edition, you have to tune in next weekend. Until then, remember to stay safe and stay entertaining.
Sambhat guilty of crime.
1 sec, so you're agreeing that he has committed a crime?
Sambhat, I agree.
No, so you agree that he may have laundered money?
Very possibly. But that is small crime.
Hang on. That crores of unaccounted cash, gold and jewelry found on him is a small crime.
It is, of course, shameful. But that is small crime.
1 second, that he may have hundreds of crores worth of Binami properties. Small crime.
Ekta oparad. But that is also small crime. Chota oparad.
Okay, in that case, what is the big crime, or rather the biggest crime?
The biggest crime, Bishal oparad, Atyant Bishal oparad, is he is still in TMC and not in BJP.
Now that's a crime. Now that is really a crime. Yeah.
Otherwise, washing machine would have cleaned up everything. Bishi, washi, clean.
So Mamata Banerjee's right-hand man, Cabinet Minister and Secretary General of the TMC, Partha, known as the Paratha, Chatterjee, was detained by the Enforcement Directorate after over rupees 50 crore. This is a huge moment. People should be proud when you hear names like 50 crore. In unaccounted cash, gold bars, dollars, cars and property papers were discovered at his and his very intimate friend, okay, I don't know if they're intimate, but they're friends, Arpita Mukherjee's home. Now, he is refusing to cooperate in ED custody. He keeps saying, "Mera ghar nahi hai," but with a Bengali accent, so they're not able to understand. Most of them are from the north, so the whole communication is all over the place. But his alleged spokesperson wants to cooperate with us. Joining us now is alleged spokesperson for Partha Chatterjee, who seems to have left the cupboard open there. Maybe he thinks we need the bribe. I mean, we do need the bribe, but what can we help you with? I can't even enter my own building because the chief minister's chamchas are standing outside. That's democracy. Hello, sir.
Kemon ache? Bhalobashi, how are you?
Partha Chatterjee, firstly, what an interesting name, yaar.
You see, what happened is that his name was given to me when I was suffering from very chronic disease.
What disease would that be?
Excessive flatulence, hence Partha Chatterjee.
Such an unnecessary piece of information, but I suppose in terms of embarrassment, not the worst thing. Getting back to Partha Chatterjee.
You see, the fact is that the whole thing is completely unbelievable.
No, 1 second. Are you saying that the fact that he was caught with so much of all this is unbelievable?
Hello and welcome, Shilpa Ratnam, and you are watching CNN News 18. Starting off with the shocker of a remark from Rajasthan CM Ashok Gehlot, which has garnered a lot of controversy. He said that after the law to hang the rape accused came into force, incidents of murder after rape have increased across the country. Of course, for our viewers, we would like to tell you that there is no such law that came into effect. Gehlot said that after the Nirbhaya rape case, the central government made a provision to hang the accused in the rape case, and ever since the law has been passed, incidents of murder after rape has only increased. Again, we're reiterating that no such law was passed after Nirbhaya. Gehlot also added that according to him, the rapist feels that the victim will become a witness against him and due to this makes the decision to kill the victim. Meanwhile, the BJP has hit out at the CM, saying he is putting the blame on laws and victims and not the rapists themselves.
निर्भया के बाद में जो कर दिया कि आपको फांसी सजा मिलेगी, ठीक है। उसके बाद में हत्याएं बहुत ज़्यादा होने लग गई बच्चियों की। रेप करने वाला देखता है कि ये तो गवाह बन जाएगी कल मेरे खिलाफ में, तो वो रेप भी करते हैं और हत्या भी कर देता है बच्चियों की। ये बहुत बड़ी चलन पूरे मुल्क में मैं देख रहा हूँ, जो रिपोर्ट आ रही है, वो बहुत खतरनाक ट्रेंड है।
A chief minister of a state needs to use his police force for protection of the women, protection of the citizens, and also creating an atmosphere of safety and security, rather than try and become a psychologist for rapists and give these statements. So what does he mean to say that a strict action, a punishment like hanging should be taken off?
BJP IT Cell Chief Amit Malviya has lashed out at Ashok Gehlot's comment, tweeting that it is this mindset of blaming the stringent anti-rape laws and not the rapists that has turned Rajasthan in a state that has become completely unsafe for women. He blames his pertinent crimes against women on Rajasthan's CM being an apologist for delinquent men. We're joined by Bhavani Diora on the phone line. He has been reporting on this story. Bhavani ji, अब अमित मालविया ने भी बोला है कि इनकी जो स्टेटमेंट है वो विक्टिम पे वो रेपिस्ट को ब्लेम नहीं करती है बल्कि लॉ को ब्लेम करती है और ये वैसे भी ऐसा कोई लॉ नहीं है। वो कठुआ उन्नाव के बाद पॉक्सो को चेंज किया गया था और जो बच्चे थे उनका जब रेप हो रहा था उसके लॉज को चेंज किए गए थे। तो ये कौन से लॉज के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं और जैसे कि आप पहले भी बोल रहे थे, ये लगातार ऐसे स्टेटमेंट्स करते आ रहे हैं रेप के बारे में। पहले उन्होंने बोला है कि मर्दों का प्रदेश है तो रेप होगा, और उन्होंने बोला कि 90% रेप केसेस फेक हैं, और अभी भी उन्होंने ऐसा एक शॉकिंग रिमार्क बोला है।
देखिए शिल्पा, राजस्थान के अंदर क्योंकि जो रेप के मसले हैं वो सबसे ज्यादा हैं एनसीआरबी के आंकड़ों के मुताबिक भी, और खासतौर पर जो माइनर बच्चियों के साथ रेप के मसले ज्यादा हैं। उसके बाद में जो उनकी हत्याएं हैं वो भी काफी ज्यादा बड़ी है। तो एक लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की बड़ी चुनौती है। राजस्थान में चीफ मिनिस्टर अशोक गहलोत होम मिनिस्टर है और लगातार इसको लेकर वो कटघरे में रहे हैं। बीजेपी लगातार आरोप लगाती रही है कि राजस्थान में महिलाएं सुरक्षित नहीं है और लॉ एंड ऑर्डर मजबूत नहीं है। ये सवाल लगातार उठते रहे। अब ये जो जिसको लेकर उन्होंने सवाल उठाया है, अब दो सवाल खड़े हो रहे हैं। एक तो ये है कि आप कैपिटल पनिशमेंट, खासतौर पर जब ऐसे मामले आते हैं तो लगातार ये मांग होती आई है, और राजस्थान में इवन कांग्रेस भी मांग करती आई है कि जो आरोपी है, जो माइनर के साथ रेप करता, बच्चियों के साथ करता, उसको जल्दी से जल्दी उसकी ट्रायल हो और उसके बाद में उसको फांसी की सजा मिले। फांसी की सजा की मांग अक्रॉस द पार्टी सभी लोग करते आए हैं आज तक कि इस तरीके की हो। और अब क्योंकि जब अशोक गहलोत ने ये स्टेटमेंट दिया, अब कांग्रेस सफाई ये दे रही है कि उन्होंने जो कहा गया उसको गलत कॉन्टेक्स्ट में समझा गया, वो फिगर्स के आधार पर बात कर रहे हैं। लेकिन ऐसा पहली बार नहीं है। अशोक गहलोत ने कुछ वक्त पहले ये भी कहा था कि जो रेप के मामले हैं जिसके अंदर जो फर्जी ज्यादा एफआईआर होती है, उन्होंने कहा कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन के अंदर आया तकरीबन 60 से 70% मामले फेक भी पाए गए। तो वो उन्होंने जस्टिफाई करने की कोशिश की कई बार। पहले ये जस्टिफाई करने की कोशिश की कि रेप के मामले जितने दिखाए जाते हैं उतना हो नहीं रहा। अब ये कहने की कोशिश की कि अगर कैपिटल पनिशमेंट, फांसी की सजा जो दी जा रही है, उससे इस तरीके की जो हत्या की घटनाएं बढ़ रही है। दोनों को लेकर चीफ मिनिस्टर इस वक्त जो विपक्ष के निशाने पर है।
जी, और और क्या रिएक्शंस आ रहे हैं, पॉलिटिकल रिएक्शंस ये स्टेटमेंट के बाद? क्योंकि अब तक कांग्रेस ने ये स्टेटमेंट को क्रिटिसाइज़ नहीं किया है, पर हमने देखा है कि बीजेपी ने लगातार इस स्टेटमेंट को स्लैम किया है, और अभी लेटेस्ट अमित मालवीय ने भी ट्वीट किया है इसके बारे में।
देखिए, बीजेपी लगातार ये राज्यवर्धन सिंह राठौड़ हो या बीजेपी के तमाम नेता, अमित मालवीय ने बोले हैं, और लगातार वो सवाल उठा रहे हैं, मुख्यमंत्री पर अटैक ये कर रहे हैं कि क्योंकि आप जो एक आपकी प्राइमरी ड्यूटी थी कि महिलाओं को सुरक्षा दी जाए, राजस्थान के अंदर महिलाओं में डर नहीं हो, और जिस तरीके की हिमाकत की जा रही है, जो लगातार जो बलात्कार की घटनाएं बढ़ने जा रही है, वो रोकना पुलिस का काम है। वो पुलिसिंग होनी चाहिए प्रॉपर, वो नहीं हो रही। राजस्थान में महिला आयोग, वुमेन कमीशन का जो काम है, वहां पर अपॉइंटमेंट्स पूरे नहीं है, वो ठीक से काम नहीं कर रहा। तो तमाम जो मशीनरी जो सरकार को, बीजेपी का आरोप है कि जो सरकार को करना चाहिए था वो आप नहीं करके, और क्योंकि आप फेल्योर हो रहे हैं इस मामले में महिलाओं को सुरक्षा देने में, इसलिए आप इस तरीके के जवाब दे रहे हैं जो ठीक नहीं है। जी शिल्पा।
भवानी जी, बीजेपी बोल रही है कि राजस्थान में सबसे ज़्यादा रेप के इंसिडेंट्स हो रहे हैं, और लास्ट ईयर भी रिपोर्ट्स आए हैं कि राजस्थान रिकॉर्डेड द हाईएस्ट नंबर ऑफ रेप्स, और वो सेकंड ईयर रनिंग था। इस ईयर का रिपोर्ट अब तक आया नहीं है।
बिल्कुल, जो एनसीआरबी के जो डेटा रिलीज होते हैं उसके मुताबिक जो अभी तक के पिछले डेटा आए उसमें 20,000 से ज्यादा इस तरीके के मामले आए हैं सामने। अब क्योंकि जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद में बाकी चीजें आती है, जो हालांकि राजस्थान सरकार की सफाई अलग है, उसमें भी चीफ मिनिस्टर अशोक गहलोत ये कहते हैं कि क्योंकि राजस्थान के अंदर उन्होंने कंपलसरी एफआईआर कर दी, जो बाकी स्टेट्स में उनका ये कहना है, दलील है कि सब जगह ये है नहीं, कि राजस्थान के अंदर हर थाने को ये निर्देश है कि अगर कोई भी विक्टिम महिला अगर इस तरीके का केस दर्ज कराना चाहे कि उसके साथ रेप हुआ या मोलेस्टेशन, छेड़छाड़ की घटना हुई है, वो दर्ज करा सकती है। इस वजह से फिगर के अंदर राजस्थान की संख्या ज्यादा आ रही है, वो उनकी ओर से सफाई दी जा रही है। लेकिन सवाल बीजेपी उठा रही है कि ये तो प्राइमरी ड्यूटी है कि अगर किसी के साथ में अगर ऐसी घटना हुई है तो वो मामला दर्ज करना पुलिस की जिम्मेदारी है, उसकी जांच करना, इन्वेस्टिगेशन करना। तो इसको लेकर राजस्थान में काफी वक्त से कई तरीके की डिबेट चल रही है, और चीफ मिनिस्टर अशोक गहलोत कई सारे इस मसले को लेकर ऐसे सवाल पहले भी खड़े करते आए हैं। वो खुद इस तरीके से इवन जो रिव्यू मीटिंग्स हो रही थी इस मामले को लेकर, तब उन्होंने यहाँ पर भी खुद रिव्यू मीटिंग ले रहे थे, उसमें भी उन्होंने कई सारे सवाल खड़े कर दिए। उन्होंने कहा कि राजस्थान ही ऐसा है जो आंकड़े सब ज्यादा केस दर्ज कर रहा है। तो कई सारे सवाल हैं, इसलिए ये काफी कंट्रोवर्शियल है और बीजेपी लगातार इस पर सवाल उठा रही है कि सबसे बड़ा मसला राजस्थान के अंदर बीजेपी की नजर में उनको कहना है कि बीजेपी कई बार इस पर आंदोलन भी कर चुकी है कि राजस्थान के अंदर लॉ एंड ऑर्डर, खासतौर पर महिलाओं की सुरक्षा से जुड़े हुए मसला है, वहां पर सरकार फेल रही है और खासतौर पर सर्टेन पॉकेट्स है राजस्थान में जहां ऐसी घटनाएं ज्यादा हो रही है। जी शिल्पा।
Thank you, Bhavani ji, for those details. Appreciate your time. Now, also, let's take a look at the political reactions that have been coming into this statement, starting off with Congress's Rashid Alvi.
अशोक गहलोत के बयान पर विचार करना चाहिए। सीनियर लीडर है, कितनी बार मुख्यमंत्री रहे, रेप की सजा मौत है और कत्ल की सजा भी मौत है। एक आदमी को आप 2 मौतें नहीं दे सकते। जो आदमी रेप कर रहा है वो ये सोचता है कि अगर हत्या कर दी गई तो शायद उसकी जान बच जाएगी, चूंकि सजा तो एक ही मिलेगी। यही मकसद है अशोक गहलोत का कि बजाय इसके कि विपक्ष पे उंगली उठाए, उनके विचारों पर विचार करे।
Once again, the Congress party is doing Balatkari Bachao Andolan by Mr. Ashok Gehlot, where he blames the strict rape laws and not the rapists for the murders that take place after rape, shows the mindset of the Congress party. They want less strict laws, less stringent laws, gentler laws for the rapists. Why is their heart beating for the rapists and not for the women who are suffering? And women today are saying that forget ladki hu lad sakti hu. The slogan in Rajasthan is ladki hu kya bach sakti hu.
Prime Minister Modi is chairing the in-person Niti Aayog meet, which is being held for the first time since 2019 due to the pandemic. Chief ministers, lieutenant governors and union ministers are in attendance, but there are some notable missing faces such as Telangana Chief Minister KCR, he isn't there, and neither is Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar. KCR wrote a letter to Prime Minister Modi saying that he is skipping the meeting as a mark of strong protest against the centre. The Niti Aayog has called the situation unfortunate. In response, KCR's son, KT Rama Rao, has lashed out, saying that neither the Prime Minister nor his cabinet heed the advice of the Niti Aayog anyway. All right, we also know that KCR did not receive the Prime Minister last month, very notably when he was there for the BJP party meet. Also stating that the BJP meet was constituted as not one of a national importance, but a personal one, considering it was in his party's favor anyway. And that was the explanation given in by KCR, but that definitely put the spotlight on TRS. And now the BJP alleging that KCR doesn't want to come face to face with the Prime Minister. All right, now we're joined by Nikhil Lakwani, who's actually at in Delhi reporting about the Niti Aayog. Nikhil, this has stirred up quite a bit of controversy. You know, every time KCR stares down PM Modi, you know, it definitely is, it makes headlines because he has been continually avoiding the PM, and he's been giving his reasons as well. But how is it being received at the Niti Aayog?
Well, Shilpa, as per the details, the meeting of the Niti Aayog is currently underway. It started at about 10 a.m. And how well the members of the Niti Aayog or the CMs are receiving this is yet to come out, because as I have mentioned earlier as well, the meeting is underway, and till about 4 p.m. the meeting will take place. But it is not just about TRS chief and Telangana chief minister, Mr. KCR. There's this another chief minister as well from the state of Bihar, Mr. Nitish Kumar. He is also abstaining from this particular meeting. So both have decided their own reasons, own actual that why they have not been able to come. Yesterday as well, there was a strong worded letter which was written by Chief Minister of Telangana saying that the actual intention of which the Niti Aayog was formed by the government, by the central government, it has not been able to achieve those particular goals, and no brainstorming is currently taking place. So it is not useful to even participate in that particular meeting. And also he has some of the concerns with regards to the state from the central government as well. He clearly mentioned in his letter as well that in last fiscal year, the government of Telangana spent close to 1,90,000 crore, out of which only 500 crore has been given by the central government. These are some of the claims which have been made by Mr. KCR, but it has a political angle as well. Because next year the state is set to go in the polls, and if we talk about the overall perspective, Shilpa, here, few months back, Mr. KCR, he staged a huge protest over the procurement of the paddy, which was not being done by the central government. So he staged a huge protest in the national capital, in the Telangana Bhavan, where he himself delivered a speech. And if you remember, Shilpa, it's been close to 5 to 6 times when Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited his state, the state of KCR, but he did not even receive the Prime Minister Narendra Modi as per the protocol. So it is seen in a wider perspective that he has now come out with all guns blazing towards the central government. Back to you, Shilpa.
Absolutely, Nikhil. We'll keep coming back to you for details. Thank you so much for joining us. Maharashtra cabinet expansion soon, says Devendra Fadnavis in Delhi. So we know that the cabinet expansion has been an issue ever since the opposition criticized the current ruling government of Maharashtra, saying that only 2 people are part of the cabinet. That, of course, is Shinde and Deputy CM Fadnavis is saying you've been functioning as a 2-member cabinet. Following which, when Devendra Fadnavis was asked about it, he said it's going to happen sooner than you can imagine. Now we're joined by Mumbai Bureau Chief Vinaya Deshpande. Very good afternoon to you, Vinaya. So how soon can we expect this cabinet expansion to take place?
Well, as sources are to be believed, we expect that the cabinet expansion should take place within the next 2 to 3 days. In fact, we have seen that it's been almost 37 days now since this government took charge, and it has been only the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister. The opposition has been slamming the government for all these days, claiming that it's just the 2 who have been leading the government. Also, there was a furor in Maharashtra yesterday after it was revealed that some quasi-judicial rights were given to the secretaries and the minister's rights were handed over to them. The Chief Minister had to issue a clarification saying that only quasi-judicial rights were given and no ministerial rights were given to the secretaries. So, considering the kind of furor that's been happening in Maharashtra politics over, the delay in cabinet expansion, the Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, while speaking to reporters in Delhi, has said today that the cabinet expansion will happen sooner than expected. In fact, just 3 days ago, Uday Samant, who's another senior leader from the Shinde camp, had spoken exclusively to CNN News 18 and had said that on 15th of August, all the guardian ministers will be in their own district and they will hoist flags there, clearly indicating that cabinet expansion is to happen within the next 1 week. Right now, what we hear, though, is it can be sooner than that, and within the next 2 to 3 days, it's likely to happen. Back to you, Shilpa.
All right, thank you very much, Vinaya. We'll have to leave it at that because there's some breaking news coming in with regards to China. China has released another propaganda video, shows a 100-second review of the 3rd day of the PLA's joint military drills around Taiwan Island on August 6th. The drills included mock anti-ship attacks, comprehensive offense and defense, and joint anti-submarine warfare maneuvers. Now, we know that the tension between China and Taiwan has been escalating. Notably, yesterday, a missile expert of Taiwan, somebody who was responsible for designing it, was found dead in his hotel room. And since then, there have also been mock drills conducted by China on Taiwan, and now the PLA releasing this video as well. Now, let's go across to my colleague Abhishek Jha to give us more context on this. Abhishek, the fact that this video has also been released, makes it clear that China is threatening Taiwan with in every way possible, and perhaps emboldened by the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Their punitive actions against their what they claim their own territory, Taiwan could take place sooner than anybody imagined.
So, since beginning, it has been, predicted that this whole military might or the show of strength that China is doing is a major psyop, not only for Taiwan, but also for the world leader who have been supporting Taiwan's government. The situation around Taiwan has been very alarming in the last few days, and China is not stopping from expressing any possible military strength that it has and it can use in future over Taiwan. In fact, the military drill that was listed to be completed by 8th of August has been extended till 15th of August. And we are not sure even now whether that drill will actually be over by 15th of August or will it be extended further. Because in the past also the dates of the drill have been extended, at regular intervals. There have been earlier reports of missiles flying over Taiwan. Now this video has come out. So China is trying to do every possible, operation that it can do in order to intimidate Taiwan, in order to coerce Taiwan and isolate Taiwan, possibly in a way that the people of Taiwan would also be feeling that, okay, they're not in a position to match the strength and the capacity of China, and probably they will have to bow down. But this video is, especially in that context, very important because we have already seen the military strength that China is trying to express around Taiwan Sea and blockade or economic sanction that China has already imposed. But it is not stopping there only, but it is also now releasing such videos which are full of information or intimidation that the Taiwanese government will have a lot to counter with.
Well, yes, indeed, Taiwan being bullied after Nancy Pelosi's visit, a definite trigger there, and China there in a show of power and might. Thank you very much, Abhishek, for joining us. Over on to some great news coming in. All right, India's first gold of the day is in. This is in Neetu Gangas, a 21-year-old who beat England's Demi Restan to win the gold medal in women's over 45 kgs to 48 kgs minimum weight. That is the minimum weight category. But some great news coming in. We also know that PV Sindhu went over to the badminton finals, and also a bronze for women in hockey. It's been a very exciting hour for women when it comes to the Commonwealth Games 2022. And there you go now, Neetu, just 21 years old, and she's won the gold for India in boxing. And she won against England's Demi Restan in boxing. All right. And on that fantastic note, let's wrap the show. Thank you very much for watching, but stay tuned to CNN News 18.
Why are you skirting my straightforward question, Dr. Sunil Singh? You are saying the unwritten law is because they are Muslim majority students, they want holiday on Friday. So I am asking you, in schools where majority of the students are Christian, will you decide that they can take their holiday on Sunday?
Can the world afford another one? And this time, even if it's going to be between China and Taiwan, what lessons has the world drawn, if any, from the war between Russia and Ukraine in a way that we can prevent another one?
What is being promised here is irrational freebies which influences voters, completely vitiates the entire process.
It is a good example for the rest of the world that the fight against terror must continue.
Of crores worth of Benami properties. Small crime.
Ekta operad. But that is also small crime. Chota operad.
Okay, in that case, what is the big crime, or rather the biggest crime?
The biggest crime, Bishal operad, Atyant Bishal operad, is he is still in TMC and not in BJP.
Now that's a crime. Now that is really a crime. Yeah.
Otherwise, washing machine would have cleaned up everything. Bishi, 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 washi, 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 clean.
So, Mamata Banerjee's right-hand man, Cabinet Minister and Secretary General of the TMC, Partha, known as the Paratha, Chatterjee, was detained by the Enforcement Directorate after over rupees 50 crore. This is a huge moment. People should be proud when you hear names like 50 crore. In unaccounted cash, gold bars, dollars, cars and property papers were discovered at his and his very intimate friend, okay, I don't know if they're intimate, but they're friends, Arpita Mukherjee's home. Now, he is refusing to cooperate in ED custody. He keeps saying, Mera ghar nahi hai, but with a Bengali accent, so they're not able to understand. Most of them are from the north, so the whole communication is all over the place. But his alleged spokesperson wants to cooperate with us. Joining us now is alleged spokesperson for Partha Chatterjee, who seems to have left the cupboard open there. Maybe he thinks we need the bribe. I mean, we do need the bribe, but what can we help you with? I can't even enter my own building because the chief minister's chamchas are standing outside. That's democracy. Hello, sir.
Kemon ache? Bhalobashi, how are you?
Partha Chatterjee, firstly, what an interesting name, yaar.
You see, what happened is that his name was given to me when I was suffering from very chronic disease.
What disease would that be?
Excessive flatulence, hence Partha Chatterjee.
Such an unnecessary piece of information, but I suppose in terms of embarrassment, not the worst thing. Getting back to Partha Chatterjee.
You see, the fact is that the whole thing is completely unbelievable.
No, 1 second. Are you saying that the fact that he was caught with so much of all this is unbelievable? Unaccounted for cash, gold, cars, that sort of thing?
No. That is believable.
Then what is the unbelievable part?
What is unbelievable is that how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita.
She?
She, Partha, how she can be having intimate relationship with Arpita, eh?
No, you're confusing us as usual. He, and why can't he be having intimate relations with her?
Because Arpita, he's like film star, so beautiful. And look at Partha, she looks like me. Unbelievable, Baba. Howdy, Baba.
That's okay. My wife is pretty and come on, I mean, these things happen. Let's not get personal. Is Partha guilty of any crimes?
Udi Baba, Partha and Arpita together, it is a crime.
Okay, now look, this is just because you have an open cupboard filled with money doesn't mean you can do what you want in India. Or does it? Okay, let's get serious. He is the foremost leader of the TMC and right hand of Mamata Banerjee, and at this very moment he looks very guilty.
You see, the fact is that he is somewhat guilty of crime.
1 sec, so you are agreeing that he has committed a crime?
Somewhat I agree.
No, so you agree that he may have laundered money?
Very possibly. But that is small crime.
Hang on. That crores of unaccounted cash, gold and jewelry found on him is a small crime.
It is of course shameful. But that is small crime.
1 second, that he may have hundreds of crores worth of Benami properties. Small crime.
Ekta operad. But that is also small crime. Chota operad.
Okay, in that case, what is the big crime, or rather the biggest crime?
The biggest crime, Bishal operad, Atyant Bishal operad, is he is still in TMC and not in BJP.
Now that's a crime. Now that is really a crime. Yeah.
Otherwise, washing machine would have cleaned up everything. Bishi, washi, clean.
So, Mamata Banerjee's right-hand man, Cabinet Minister and Secretary General of the TMC, Partha, known as the Paratha, Chatterjee, was detained by the Enforcement Directorate after over rupees 50 crore. This is a huge moment. People should be proud when you hear names like 50 crore. In unaccounted cash, gold bars, dollars, cars and property papers were discovered at his and his very intimate friend, okay, I don't know if they're intimate, but they're friends, Arpita Mukherjee's home. Now, he is refusing to cooperate in ED custody. He keeps saying, Mera ghar nahi hai, but with a Bengali accent, so they're not able to understand. Most of them are from the north, so the whole communication is all over the place. But his alleged spokesperson wants to cooperate with us. Joining us now is alleged spokesperson for Partha Chatterjee, who seems to have left the cupboard open there. Maybe he thinks we need the bribe. I mean, we do need the bribe, but what can we help you with? I can't even enter my own building because the chief minister's chamchas are standing outside. That's democracy. Hello, sir.
Kemon ache? Bhalobashi, how are you?
Partha Chatterjee, firstly, what an interesting name, yaar.
You see, what happened is that his name was given to me when I was suffering from very chronic disease.
What disease would that be?
Excessive flatulence, hence Partha Chatterjee.
Such an unnecessary piece of information.
India's commitment to achieve net zero emissions by 2070 is poised to lead the nation on a path to clean, green and sustainable economic development. At the UN Climate Change Conference in Glasgow, COP26 last year, India committed to meeting 50% of its energy needs from renewable energy by 2030. Achieving this clean energy transition requires equal amounts of commitment, awareness and action. And this is why the News 18 network is launching a very special initiative, Tata Power Sustainable is Attainable. The initiative aims to raise awareness and build conversations into how businesses, governments, and we the people can together create a sustainable and low-carbon future. To meet India's clean energy transition goals, the electric utility sector holds critical responsibility, and Tata Power, India's largest integrated power company, is a leader in clean energy generation with 32% of its portfolio made up of renewables. With growing focus on new age energy solutions, including solar rooftop, EV chargers, solar pumps, smart meters and energy management solutions, Tata Power is playing a leading role in India's energy transition journey. Today, to understand why Tata Power thinks sustainable is attainable, we have with us Praveer Sinha, the CEO and Managing Director of Tata Power. Mr. Sinha, always a pleasure. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us here on the program, and appreciate your time here in Mumbai. You know, for the context of our viewers who are watching, I want to just highlight some of the aspects that make Tata Power's efforts to build on the renewable space so commendable. If we take a look at CapEx, Tata Power has planned a CapEx of over 75,000 crores over the next 5 years in renewables. Very strong solar EPC order book of about 13,000 crores, about 700 megawatts of capacity in renewables added in FY22, and you plan to increase your green energy share to 60% over the next 5 years. So it's very, very clear that the focus is on going clean and green for you at Tata Power.
Thank you, Shireen. First of all, I would like to thank and compliment News 18 network for partnering with Tata Power on the new and special initiative of Sustainable is Attainable. Sustainable is Attainable is about use of green and clean energy to meet the aspirations and expectations of a growing country like India. It is about providing energy security, energy equity, and energy sustainability, more so when we are celebrating 75 years of India's independence. India is the largest and the fastest growing economy and will witness the largest increase in energy demand worldwide in the coming decades. Clean and green energy will play a major role in meeting this increased demand, where what will matter most will be the accessibility and affordability of power. This is where Tata Power intends to play a major role by enabling businesses and consumers to make a small yet significant changes today for attaining a sustainable lifestyle. It is also important for Tata Power as its pillar of sustainability was based on which the company was set up more than 100 years back. The vision of our founder, Sir Jamshedji Tata, was to provide clean, abundant, and affordable energy to the people of this country. Its relevance is more now than what it was 100 years back. As a responsible corporate citizen, it is important for us to demonstrate our strong commitment to sustainability. We need to walk the talk. Tata Power believes that transition to green energy, e-mobility, and energy optimization can trigger a big wave of sustainable growth for the country. In addition to driving the country's growth, we believe our foremost responsibility is also to lead the way in which we can reverse climate change. For us, this transition to green energy is not an option, but a commitment to support the people of this country. Tata Power is working towards a very aggressive and ambitious target of achieving sustainable operations across all its lines of businesses. From the present 32% of green energy portfolio, we propose to become 70% green portfolio by 2030 and 100% by 2045. In fact, Tata Power is the first company in the country with a net zero target by 2045. We strongly believe that sustainable is attainable for every one of us. Small changes that we will make in our everyday lives today will make a greener and more sustainable tomorrow for our future.
You know, and that brings me to my next question, because that is exactly what people must be imagining when they think about sustainable being attainable. How quickly can we make that transition? How real is this transition going to be? And you gave us some glimpse of what you are thinking at this point in time as far as Tata Power is concerned. What does the transition roadmap look like as we move towards sustainable is attainable?
Tata Power is working towards enabling millions of Indians transition to sustainable products and solutions for whether it is their factories or homes or mobility, whether it is in urban areas or rural areas. With the advent of new technologies and innovation, these clean energy solutions will become commercially viable and also economical for the consumers so that they can reap the benefits over the conventional power supply. It is our firm belief that sustainable is attainable as we are offering customers with customized offerings based on their needs and are creating a whole ecosystem of easy adoption. And these are related in rural areas through solar pumps and microgrids in villages. In fact, we have the largest microgrid initiative in the world, and we want to make it financially sustainable so that it is not on gratis or on grant from people. We are also working on energy management services for small and medium industries so that they can take the benefits of improving their cost of services or cost of production. We are also creating huge amount of platforms whereby consumers, whether it is enterprise consumers or it is individual consumers, are able to use the energy efficiently. We want to also work very closely with millions of Indians to fast-track their adoption of green energy solutions and products through these initiatives. With this partnership with Network 18, we intend to achieve scale and disseminate the important message across the country that sustainable is definitely achievable.
Give me examples of the things that you've been able to change within Tata Power to ensure that you move towards this hybrid, power model that you speak of.
I think, as I mentioned, India is one of the largest and the biggest in terms of energy consumption in the future. And for us, we need to come up with new solutions. I think we have seen globally 3 changes have happened. The first is the decarbonization which is taking place. Clean and green energy is becoming a norm globally as also in our country. The second change that we are seeing is decentralization of energy that is taking place. whole lot of opportunities are coming that decentralized generation can take place, whether it is in cities through rooftop solar solutions, and this can be for both industries as well as commercial establishment and residential users, as also in villages through the microgrid and the solar pumps solution. We have also seen that how do we work towards models which talk about hybrid solutions. We have huge amount of generation that can happen during daytime through solar plants, and then in the evening and night we can have generation through the wind power plants. And wherever there is a shortfall, we can support it through hydro plants and through storage. And I think the hybrid solutions that we are now offering to the consumers will help them to ensure that they get 24/7 electricity and make them operate like a conventional dispatchable power plant. I think there is a great opportunity for us to provide solutions, and these are hybrid solutions. These are solutions which meets the load requirement based on the profile of the load. And I think for us, the solutions will help us to move towards using renewable sources of energy on 24/7 for meeting our energy requirement in future.
On that note, we'll take a short break on Tata Power presents Sustainable is Attainable, an initiative by News 18 Network. When we return, the conversation extends to understand the emerging sustainable energy solutions and also discuss consumer demand in the renewable energy space. Stay tuned for more.
Of the TMC, Partha, known as the Paratha, Chatterjee, was detained by the Enforcement Directorate after over rupees 50 crore. This is a huge moment. People should be proud when you hear names like 50 crore. In unaccounted cash, gold bars, dollars, cars and property papers were discovered at his and his very intimate friend, okay, I don't know if they're intimate, but they're friends, Arpita Mukherjee's home. Now, he is refusing to cooperate in ED custody. He keeps saying, "Mera ghar nahi hai," but with a Bengali accent, so they're not able to understand. Most of them are from the north, so the whole communication is all over the place. But his alleged spokesperson wants to cooperate with us. Joining us now is alleged spokesperson for Partha Chatterjee, who seems to have left the cupboard open there. Maybe he thinks we need the bribe. I mean, we do need the bribe, but what can we help you with? I can't even enter my own building because the chief minister's chamchas are standing outside. That's democracy. Hello, sir.
Kemon ache? Bhalobashi, how are you?
Partha Chatterjee, firstly, what an interesting name, yaar.
You see, what happened is that this name was given to me when I was suffering from very chronic disease.
What disease would that be?
Excessive flatulence, hence Partha Chatterjee.
Such an unnecessary piece of information, but I suppose in terms of embarrassment, not the worst thing. Getting back to Partha Chatterjee.
You see, the fact is that the whole thing is completely unbelievable.
No, 1 second. Are you saying that the fact that he was caught with so much of all this is unbelievable? Unaccounted for cash, gold, cars, that sort of thing?
No. That is believable.
Then what is the unbelievable part?
What is unbelievable is that how she can be having intimate relations.
Welcome back. You're watching Tata Power presents Sustainable is Attainable, an initiative by News 18 Network. We are in conversation with Praveer Sinha, the CEO and MD of Tata Power. And now we talk about the emerging trends in the renewable energy market. We focus on how consumer behavior is embracing sustainability. Mr. Sinha, let me now understand from you in terms of building out this ecosystem in collaboration with the central government, in collaboration with state governments, things and initiatives that Tata Power is doing. For instance, you have set up this Clean Energy Lab. Take us through how you believe all stakeholders can combine their energies to build out the renewable energy ecosystem.
You are right, Shireen. The Clean Energy International Incubation Center, which we have set up in Delhi, has been set up with the support of Social Alpha, which is again supported by Tata Trust. Tata Power has been an important part of this whole incubation hub. And also we have Government of India through DBT and DST supporting this innovation platform that has been set up. This is the first international incubator in India and is also part of the mission innovation where many of the European countries are involved. The incubator has been designed to offer complete lab-to-market incubation support for many of the startups who are working in clean energy space. And these are not only Indian startups, but also some international startups who are bringing in new technologies which will help us to make a huge social and environmental impact. In fact, not only the Clean Energy Incubation Hub supports the incubatees, but also it helps them by providing them last mile connectivity and end use deployment for successful research outputs. And that's where I think Tata Power and some of the other industry partners are able to support them to take it to the market very quickly. The three core areas that we look for innovation is about universal energy access, energy efficiency, and breakthrough clean technologies. And we strongly believe that the convergence of all these holds the potential to transform the way the world will produce and consume energy. We focus on proactive, curated, and demand-driven technology solutions in each of these three spaces.
On the e-mobility side, I want to understand from you, what is the vision that Tata Power has? Whether it is setting up charging infrastructure, which at this point in time in the country is very scarce, and so that holds back the EV aspiration. Take me through what the plan is for the EV side of the story that Tata Power is focusing on.
Tata Power is fully committed towards powering electric mobility using green energy. However, what we have seen, and when we put the EV charging infrastructure at various places, that there is a huge concern with the buyers of electric vehicle that if they run out of the charge in the middle of a road or a highway, what will happen? Tata Power has today the largest EV charging network deployed across the country and is working towards addressing the range anxiety issue that users of electric vehicle have. It is also informing the customers through our app in terms of where the charging infrastructure is there, whether it is a slow charger or a fast charger, whether the charger is in use by someone and if you would like to block it in advance for your usage. So there is huge amount of work that we are doing, and these are work not only in ensuring that the availability of the charger is there, but also in ensuring that the customer experience is phenomenal and the customer uses all this in a seamless manner. I think Tata Power has worked a lot in this area. It has the largest infrastructure for public chargers. Nearly 2,300 plus public chargers are there all over the country on highways. Nearly 20,000 home chargers are there, out of which nearly 500 chargers are on the highways. We believe that we can work very closely with the government in putting up these chargers. Apart from that, we work very closely with the automobile OEMs, Tata Motors, Jaguar, MG Motors are some of them with whom we work very closely. If any consumer buys an electric vehicle, the first thing they require is a home charger. And Tata Power is a preferred partner with all these OEMs. So I think the whole Tata ecosystem is geared up to provide a unique, seamless, and a customer delight experience for consumers who want to use electric vehicle. And I think going forward, this will be a huge change in the way the mobility takes place in the country. In our quest to provide better EV charging infrastructure, we are now doing a unique program of having charging infrastructure created right across the country.
But what are some of the key challenges that you foresee that need to be addressed, perhaps at the policy level, perhaps at the execution front? What are some of the key challenges that you believe need to be ironed out as we move forward?
To meet the objective of saying that sustainable is attainable, I feel that there are three areas where we would require support. The first is about the government support, especially in terms of policy and regulations, which will help us to move towards more of clean and green energy. The recent announcement by the government of reaching a 47% target for renewable purchase obligation for utilities and enterprise and industry, I think is a very welcome step, and that should help us to reach our objective of 500 gigawatt clean energy by 2030. However, this will require a lot of support from the state discoms and from the other user industries who will have to ensure that they meet the renewable purchase obligation which has been set by the government. Enforcement of this will be very necessary, and that's where the regulatory system will have to ensure that there are incentives and penalties for people if they do not comply to the requirement of the renewable purchase obligation. The second area I think which is very important is that most of the utility scale generation that takes place in the country, the purchase of power is done by the state discoms, and most of the state discoms are in financial stress. It is important that those discoms are made commercially viable and they are in a position to purchase more of renewable power, clean power, and are also able to pay for that at the given time. Coming to the discoms, another area they will have to work very closely is on the distribution reforms. The smart metering, the smart grid, and the solutions which are available today to manage the supply of power on real-time basis, as also monitor its usage, will be a very, very critical aspect in our journey towards making sustainable is attainable. The last area that I feel we should look very seriously is the decentralization of energy that can happen. How do we empower customers to generate electricity themselves, use it for themselves, as well as if they have additional capacity, they can give it to the grid, or also to the other consumers, the peer consumers can be supplied that energy. Enabling provision for that needs to be done. In rural areas, how do we ensure that solar pumps are promoted actively, whereby the farmer not only can use energy for themselves, but can also, in fact, sell water to nearby farms. And we have seen many a times that they do not need to use so much of energy that gets produced in the solar pumps. In fact, there have been very good experiments that Tata Power has done, whereby the farmers are in a position to supply the excess energy that they have to close by industry, shops. Simple things like flour mill requires energy and they supply it to them. So I think clean and green energy is making huge business sense. And if the right policy framework is there, if the right support from the government and the regulatory system is there, and there are right solutions which companies can offer to the consumers, including financing support, then I think we will be able to achieve the target of 500 gigawatt of clean energy by 2030. And I'm very positive that from Tata Power side, we'll work very closely with the government, collaborate with various industries, use many of the technology innovations and solutions to provide the clean energy solutions that we are looking for, making our plan and desired that sustainable is attainable.
Yes, and a big target it certainly is, and we're trying to do our part of ensuring that this is a conversation that is mainstreamed. It is a conversation that reaches out to every household in India. Mr. Sinha, a pleasure. Thanks very much for joining us on this very special campaign, Sustainable is Attainable. Thank you for speaking to us, giving us your insights on how we can expect the renewable energy ecosystem to build itself out in India, what is needed, and more importantly, what Tata Power is doing to ensure that sustainable is truly attainable for the Indian consumer and for the nation. Well, that is it on this edition of our very special campaign that we've brought to you in partnership with Tata Power at News 18 Network. We are committed to working together to make sustainable energy solutions more attainable in India and provide a better quality of life without the need to carbonize. Thanks very much to our viewers for tuning in, and of course do remember to keep the conversation going on this very special News 18 Network initiative.